Chapter 76. Camartage. Ignoring the magic apprentices who were unhappy because 239 was about to be executed, Ancient One stared at the screen, with a hint of worry in his eyes. Even she was shocked by the horror of 239. It can be said that as long as 239 is willing, she can even create anomalies without limit. In a sense, she is a walking disaster. The Foundation would never allow its own safety to be placed in the hands of a little girl who knows nothing about the world. They will not teach her until she has the thinking of an adult. They were then incorporated into Mobile Task Force Omega-12, the Achilles heel, composed of reality benders. Again, the risk is too high. For this kind of containment, neutralization and execution are the most effective containment methods. Only, the Ancient One is worried about 239, can I really be executed? Asgard. Seeing this, even a proud person like Loki had to admit that the doctors in the Foundation were quite capable. At least, the courage is enough. Loki didn't even dare to guarantee that he could succeed in a mission like executing 239. Although he is a god, he also knows that he is not invincible. But 239 is almost. Damn Foundation! In the picture, the results of Dr. Clef's report were not immediately available. Obviously, any decision regarding the 239 project needs to go through a series of 400 reviews and evaluations. Especially the plan to terminate SCP-239. Tisk, if the overseer wasn't present, I have no doubt that Dr. Clef and Dr. Kondriki would have come to blows. Lois watched with great interest. Not only him, but many researchers around him also looked expectant, as if to say, we want to see rivers of blood. There's no way a fight will break out, right? Dr. Gears and Dr. Bright will definitely stop it. ZYN said seriously. Stop. Lois grinned as if she had heard a joke. Who doesn't know that Dr. Gears is an old man without emotions? The audience in the live broadcast room followed the gazes of the few people. Dr. Gears wore a white coat, glasses, and his hair was slightly thinning. But looking at his face, he seems to be just an extremely calm person with expressionless expression. Lois lowered her voice and whispered, Dr. Gears seems unable to respond to any external stimuli in an emotional way, with few exceptions. In addition, he seems to lack the startle reflex ability, as well as the basic form of the fight or flight response. Lois recalled, there was a containment breach before, and his assistant who had been with him for more than 10 years died, and he didn't react at all. ZYN frowned and retorted, what's that? Maybe he just doesn't show his sadness in front of people. Okay, let's not count that. Not long ago, he was attacked through the forehead while conducting research on a containment object. When Lois said this, her face turned pale. Then, this guy still calmly requested to complete the experiment, and walked to the medical treatment room half an hour later on his own. Hearing this, even the audience in the live broadcast room gasped. The looks towards Dr. Gears changed a lot. This is another ruthless person. What about Dr. Bright? ZYN asked again. Everyone's eyes turned to the last doctor. He was well dressed, smiling, and looked like a normal person. Him. Lois touched the back of her head and said with a wry smile, I only know that he is the Human Resources Director of the Foundation. As he spoke, he moved between Lin Lang and ZYN and whispered, it is said that he has a great background, and his family seems to be the top executives of the Foundation. As for other information, few people know it. Oh, by the way, these 4 doctors are very famous in our entire Foundation. Someone in the Foundation even gave them a famous nickname. Lois said mysteriously, the 4 doctors of Apocalypse. The 4 of them correspond to plague, war, famine, and death among the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse. As he spoke, he was beaming with joy. How about it, isn't it very domineering? He seemed to be interested and said to himself, if you ask me, even if the 3 of us can't compare to the 4 doctors, we should at least be the 3 musketeers or the trident. Lin Lang and ZYN looked at each other and sighed at the same time. This child, too childish. The audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter when they saw this scene. I didn't expect this guy to have a sense of humor. The 4 doctors of Apocalypse, I think it should be called the 4 werewolves of Apocalypse. Now that you put it that way, it seems to be true. Just like Lin Lang, they are both lunatics who are cruel to others and even crueler to themselves. Haha, indeed. In the picture, Lin Lang ignored Lois's thoughts and looked at ZYN, by the way, you are most famous for being peaceful. ZYN looked a little unnatural. Before he could say anything, Lois came over and said in a mean way, I know, Ice House Fairy right. He didn't notice ZYN's clenched fists at all, and said with great excitement, it is said that you have an intern, the reputation of the Ice House Fairy, and a notebook full of people waiting to be called. Ha ha ha, oh. Damn it, ZYN, stop. No, I was wrong after being kicked hard a few times, Lois became much more well-behaved. ZYN also felt much more relieved, and then he slowly said, the plan to find allies was successful, and daily work is gradually getting on track. Everything is comfortable. Very good. Lin Lang paused, what I want to know is, are you familiar with the two contained objects SCP-148 and SCP-668? Hearing this, ZYN and the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Because SCP-148 and SCP-668 are both the containment items that Dr. Clef just mentioned that need to be used to terminate 239. And ZYN happened to be in charge of clerical work, which included organizing files. The audience in the live broadcast room also became curious and pricked up their ears. They also wanted to know what kind of containment could be used to execute a level 4 reality bender. ZYN adjusted his glasses and recalled, SCP-144's object name is Telekill Alloy, and it is a Euclid-level containment object. She paused and said, rather than calling it a containment object, it's better to say it's a special and precious material. Material. ZYN nodded, SCP-148 is a metallic substance composed of a variety of known and unknown elements. Its material properties such as strength, plasticity, and machinability are similar to those of platinum. Lois was a little dumbfounded, isn't this just an alloy? What's so special about it? Specifically, SCP-148 blocks or hinders the extra-perception mental impact of nearby organisms, including reality benders and thaumaturges. Hindering super-perception mental impact? After hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly realized. No wonder Dr. Clef repeatedly emphasized the need for 149. It turns out that 148 also has this effect. Lin Lang looked thoughtful, what about 668? SCP-668 object name, 13-inch kitchen knife. Before ZYN could finish his words, Lois interrupted him, kitchen knife? This. ZYN glanced at him, then smiled and said, speaking of 668, its origin is actually quite complicated, and it even became an urban legend. Urban tales. ZYN nodded and smiled. SCP-668 was first recorded in the 1960s, during the infamous incident of Data Expunged. Data Expunged, a lone Xinjiang woman, was allegedly RD and murdered by subject Data Expunged. Despite the fact that 38 witnesses reported hearing the attack, no one attempted to assist the young woman for nearly 6 hours until she eventually died. Lois shrank her neck and looked a little strange, so the effect of 668 is to make people commit crimes. Lin Lang said calmly, it should be to make people ignore the crime. Bingo. Lin Lang got it right. ZYN snapped his fingers. Its properties are currently well understood. When a human or humanoid entity has violent intent towards another human or humanoid entity, SCP-668 will transmit a psychological signal that renders all perception creatures with a mental resistance index of 97 or less unable to help the victim. Affected entities report a sudden feeling of apathy while under the influence of SCP-668, sensory input is unaffected, and affected entities report feeling disgust and fear, but are completely unable to do anything, even indirectly, to help the victim. It also renders the victim unable to defend against attackers. Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. What? There is actually such a containment object? Makes people indifferent? Damn it, what kind of a characteristic is this? The Foundation's collection of objects is really diverse. S.H.I.E.L.D. At first I thought the anomalies were all creatures with strange characteristics like 096 and 682. Natasha Romanoff shrugged and said, I didn't expect objects could become anomalies. A kitchen knife that can make people indifferent? That's crazy. Nick Fury didn't speak, but stroked his chin and thought, I'm curious, why did Dr. Cleft apply to use these two containment objects? Oh no, to be more precise, why is 668 one of them? Perhaps it was just to avoid appearing too cruel when executing 239? After all, she is just a little girl. What did you say? Natasha Romanoff was shocked by Nick Fury's reaction and hesitated, in order to execute 239 without appearing cruel. I see. Nick Fury slapped his thigh and stared at the screen intently. The look in his eyes did not have the expectation of other agents, but a kind of lingering fear and worry. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be something unexpected about the execution of 239. In the picture, after hearing the information about SCP-668, Lin Lang fell into deep thought just like Nick Fury. He subconsciously looked up at the stage. Dr. Clef seemed to still be arguing with other doctors. It's just that the argument can be about how to execute 239, it has become a question of whether to execute 239. In the end, it even became about how to contain 239. Those doctors who are usually indifferent, at the moment, but he had a heated argument with Dr. Clef over a dangerous level 4 reality bender. I don't know why, but this picture looks funny. There was also an inexplicable weirdness. Lin Lang's eyes gradually turned cold. Lois was surprised watching the quarrel on the stage. That's Dr. Grace, he's usually very good-tempered, I didn't expect him to quarrel with others. Zyn frowned as he looked at the somewhat out-of-control scene, and then suggested, why don't we leave first? Anyway, there will be no results for a while. Lois looked at Lin Lang and shrugged. After leaving the meeting room, the quarreling inside finally disappeared. Unexpectedly, Lin Lang, who usually doesn't talk much, took the initiative to say, have you had any field missions recently? Lois and Zyn were both stunned. Lois nodded subconsciously, I'll have one tomorrow. I'm going to Site-19 next month to participate in the project. Zyn noticed that Lin Lang was in a strange mood and asked, what's wrong? Lin Lang sorted out the files in his hands and said calmly, apply for early participation in the project. Don't stay at Site-17 for the next week. Now, not only Lois and Zyn, but even the audience in the live broadcast room realized that something was wrong. Zyn wanted to ask more, but Lois stopped her. Lois's eyes stayed on Lin Lang for a long time before she sighed, I understand. We'll leave today. DJ. Zyn. Lois became serious for the first time and said to Zyn, listen to Lin. Zyn tightened his grip on the document, looked at Lin Lang deeply, and then nodded silently. 0139043114 Filo 231441101. Watching the two leave, Lin Lang narrowed his eyes, the coldness in his eyes seemed to be able to freeze a person's soul. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. Chapter 77. The audience in the live broadcast room was slow to react. They noticed the huge change in Lin Lang's mood, but they couldn't figure out what caused the change. Damn it, am I missing something? Yet, why did Lin Lang suddenly ask them to leave Site-17? Could something happen at Site-17? It seems to be because of the quarrel between those doctors, but what does this mean? I don't understand. My head itches. S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff, like most of the audience, was confused. But she was sure that Nick Fury had guessed something, so she asked directly, Boss, what happened? Other agents and senior executives also looked over. Nick Fury pondered for a while before speaking, I remember 239 seemed to be playing a role-playing game. Yes, the character she plays is a witch. Nick Fury corrected, to be precise, she is a righteous and kind witch. Natasha Romanoff frowned. What's the problem? Nick Fury narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, what if the character you play is a good person full of justice? Natasha Romanoff responded automatically, isn't that great? Being the witch's righteous partner. Wait. Oh hell. Natasha Romanoff's face turned paler as she spoke, and by the end her eyes were wide open. She stared at the screen in a daze, with an indelible fear in her expression. He murmured, good people, definitely have to protect the righteous witch. In the picture. Lin Lang left the meeting room and quickly returned to his bedroom. While rummaging through the drawer, he called Zyn and Lois. Before Lin Lang could speak, Lois's voice rang out, and he quickly said, I have applied for another field project at Site-14, and will be leaving Site-17 soon. Where's Zyn? She has left Site-17 and is heading for Site-19. Lois' voice trembled slightly when she said this. Perhaps he had a perception of something, so he didn't even ask what might happen, but just repeatedly reminded, be careful. Lin. I see. Lin Lang paused for a moment, then murmured, work went well, yet. He immediately hung up the phone. Snap! There was a sound of gun loading. Stroking the silver pistol in his hand, Lin Lang's temperament changed little by little. From indifference, to calm, to the extreme coldness. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Pistol? Lin Lang, what is this for? Rebel? Then, Lin Lang turned on the recorder and an extremely calm voice sounded, Dr. Clef's proposed termination plan for SCP-239 is highly feasible. He paused and said, unfortunately, Dr. Clef made the mistake of not sending his suggestion over a secure channel, but instead presented it in the meeting. Information about his planned actions was known to more than one staff member at Site-17. After hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were still a little confused. Since we are all doctors, what's wrong with knowing the execution plan? Then, Lin Lang was heard saying. According to Incident Report 239A, SCP-239 has established contact with a dozen personnel at Site-17. Whether it's out of general sympathy, or as Dr. Clef predicted. At this point, Lin Lang paused, took a deep breath, and said in a concentrated voice, 4 doctors have shown irrational attitudes in an attempt to prevent Dr. Clef from carrying out his plan to terminate 239. Since SCP-239's reality-distorting ability makes the personnel on site regard it as a friend, I speculate that the termination plan has been leaked. At this point, the audience in the live broadcast room was completely stunned. Until Lin Lang's last words appeared, SCP-239 will most likely fail containment. Countless viewers stared at the screen in front of them with dull expressions, their faces full of disbelief. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The dead silent live broadcast room suddenly exploded, with countless barrages of comments sweeping in like an overwhelming force. What the hell? Is this, really? SCP-239 will fail containment? It's a Keter level, Class 4 reality bender. I'm confused. Does that mean those staff members' minds were twisted by 239, and the orphans would protect her? No wonder those doctors were arguing so hard. It turns out they were trying to stop Dr. Clef from executing 239. Oh my god, I have goosebumps. S.H.I.E.L.D. By this time, Tasha had completely understood. Understand why the doctors are arguing out of character. I understand why Lin Lang repeatedly emphasized that the two friends should leave early. It turns out that he had guessed it from the beginning. Looking at Lin Lang's lonely but tough back on the screen, Natasha Romanoff showed admiration. But then his heart started to worry again, since he knew that 239 was very likely to fail containment. Why didn't he leave? Alas, Nick Fury let out a bitter sigh. Would Lin be that kind of person? Natasha Romanoff was silent. Screen. Lin Lang turned off the recorder, placed the gun on the table, and walked out of the bedroom. After passing through several office areas, he came to the conference room again. The crowd was dispersing, the quarrel was apparently over. Lin Lang was unable to find Dr. Clef and Dr. Kondraki, so he randomly stopped a researcher who was in a hurry. Friend, is the meeting over? What was the result? The other party adjusted his glasses, looked at Lin Lang and forced a smile. What else can I do? Dr. Clef is a lunatic. He actually proposed to kill the kind people, ahem, his plan has no chance of success at all. Facing Lin Lang's gaze that seemed to be able to see through his soul, the researcher looked obviously unnatural. He coughed lightly, broke free of Lin Lang's hand on his shoulder, and his expression became cold, so the plan was rejected. Lin Lang showed a look of understanding and asked, so where are Dr. Clef and Dr. Kondraki now? Facing Lin Lang's calm but oppressive gaze, the researcher coughed twice unnaturally, avoided his gaze, and said in a deep voice, Dr. Kondraki is said to be studying SCP-408. As for the executioner Clef, who knows? Maybe he went back to Site-19. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Lang to ask any more questions, the other party fled away. Lin Lang was left alone, standing there, lost in thought. S.H.I.E.L.D. There's definitely something wrong with this guy. Natasha Romanoff shouted, pointing at the screen. Nick Fury rolled his eyes, and even a blind man could see that there was something wrong with him. But the most difficult thing right now is that the plan has been exposed, and the traitor with a twisted mind will be stimulated and will definitely find a way to protect the righteous witch. Nick Fury looked at Lin Lang on the screen with an expression of pity. In his opinion, this is a dead end. What can Lin Lang, an ordinary researcher, do? Camartage. The Ancient One stared at the researcher who was walking away for a long time before looking away. He sighed slowly. She saw something familiar in the researcher. Green energy particles. This is the energy manifestation affected by the reality benders. From the very beginning, Ancient One knew that things were beginning to get out of control. What she didn't expect was that Lin Lang would choose to stay. Stark Industries building. This guy. Tony curled his lips. Want to be a hero again? This time, it's almost certain death. Although he said so, his eyes still revealed a kind of respect that belongs to a man. Colonel Rhodes pondered for a long time, crossed his arms and said hesitantly, in fact, if Dr. Clef reacts, we may not have no chance of winning. Tony glanced at him. Chances of success? A group of powerless PhD researchers going to deal with a level 4 reality bender who can make his wish come true? This is absolutely hellish. Colonel Rhodes asked back, then among the several deaths that Lin Lang experienced before, which one was not difficult? Tony opened his mouth and let out a sigh. He looked at the screen, at the man with a calm face, and prayed silently in his heart. Lin Lang, please don't die. I want to see more of the collection. At this moment, the screen above the sky suddenly went dark. When the picture appeared again, it seemed as if several days had passed. Appearing on the screen are Dr. Kondriki and Lin Lang. Snap his few. Are you sure you don't want to have one? Dr. Kondriki raised the cigarette in his hand, and Lin Lang replied in the negative. Dr. Kondriki didn't care. Instead, he took out a document and praised Lin Lang. Honestly, your thinking is frighteningly sharp. Not everyone can infer from these subtle information that 239 is about to fail. Lin Lang said calmly, so, what is the situation now? Clef has been warned by the top leaders of the Foundation. He has left Site 19 and is heading towards Site 17. This lunatic. Lin Lang did not respond, but took the document from Dr. Kondriki. This was sent to headquarters 5 hours ago by Clef. Lin Lang took it and saw that it was Dr. Clef's personal record. I, Alto Clef, being of sound mind and body, hereby declare that the actions I am about to take are solely in my own name and I am the only one involved. I have not received any orders from any outside agency or official representative of the Foundation. 137 I also declare that I am a liar. Which part of my previous statement was a lie will be left for historians and you post-investigators to figure out. Maybe I lied about being a liar. This is an infinite loop that will make your brain explode. Seeing this, Dr. Kondriki bit his cigarette and cursed inwardly at the right time. This BD, you may not know, he has a nickname, the Father of Lies. Lin Lang didn't say anything, but continued reading. I believe I have not taken action for too long. Now is the time to act. If my suspicions are confirmed and Site 17 personnel have been compromised, it is only a matter of time before someone informs SCP-239 of my plan of action. After that, no one knows what the consequences will be. My unique character flaws will protect me from any reality distortion, but a CK-class shift is still a CK-class shift. All things considered, I like the world as it is. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. WTF? Lin Lang's guess came true. 239's containment breach caused a CK-class transformation. It's crazy, absolutely crazy. S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents and senior executives were also shocked. No one expected that Dr. Clef had already anticipated this. Nick Fury stared at one of the sentences, my unique character flaw will protect me from any reality distortion. Then he was shocked, Dr. Clef is immune to reality distortion. Then his attention returned to the screen. I have created some weapons using telekill alloy in the short time necessary for preparation, they will provide me with a variety of killing options at different ranges. By the way, I am very disappointed in the lack of initiative of the rest of the Foundation, knowing of the vulnerability of a highly dangerous Keter-class SCP, they still refused to neutralize it. Perhaps this is a result of the SCP's reality-bending ability, or perhaps its sentimentality towards a dangerous weapon in the form of a child. More likely the latter. My colleagues have shown a disturbing tendency to be unnecessarily tolerant of highly destructive humanoid Keter-class SCPs. Seeing this, the entire Marvel World audience was stunned. Because whatever Lin Lang or Dr. Clef guessed, all came true. Chapter 78. Dr. Kondriki took a deep drag on his cigarette and blew out a circle under his eyes. In the smoke, his voice was as unclear as his face, and no emotion could be heard. As you can see, in 3 days, I have confirmed that at least 30 people have been affected by 239. Among them are high-level researchers, technicians, and even security personnel. Lin Lang said nothing and continued reading. Unfortunately, I was not able to obtain the Genoa blade before leaving Site-19, which means I will not be able to use it to bypass basic security. Genoa blade. SCP-668 is the 13-inch kitchen knife, Dr. Kondraki replied. Clef may be ABD, but he has some strengths besides lying, especially when it comes to terminating Keter-level objects. He intends to use SCP-668's apathetic nature to change the minds of those who receive 239's distorted thoughts. Lin Lang nodded, good idea. Dr. Kondraki sneered, it's a pity that the wish was not fulfilled. Clef's words are not so effective in the Foundation. 11 However, my outside connections provide me with a variety of technical alternatives that may be sufficient. In addition, my personal digital proxy has been connected to my eye and ear implants. In the event of mission termination or failure, all data regarding this mission will be transmitted to the GOC, all O5-level Foundation personnel, the FBI's Unusual Incidents Unit, A&D. In the event of loss of life signs, GOC, Treble, Clef Unit is to execute Procedure Pizzicato, Planet Extinction. Seeing this, even Lin Lang on the screen began to breathe faster. The audience in the live broadcast room were simply stunned. Countless viewers stared at the contents of the document with dull expressions, wondering if they had read it wrong. As soon as Clef dies, the GOC will just execute the extermination of the planet? Are you crazy? Is 239's containment breach so terrifying? On the screen, Lin Lang's eyes also showed a rare surprise. Playing program? Planet Extinction. Dr. Kondraki sneered, scaremongering is his usual trick. Keep reading. By the way, I'd like to remind everyone reading this log during post-incident investigation, hi, Mel, I'm a liar and there is no Clef unit in the GOC, there is no pizzicato program, and no data dump will be performed upon my death. Probably not. Maybe. Very likely. We'll arrive in 5 hours. The mission begins. Me. Live broadcast room. For a moment, the entire Marvel world cursed at the same time, damn Clef. S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh, damn. Natasha Romanoff, feeling teased, cursed at the screen, this guy is worthy of being the father of lies. He's still being naughty at this critical moment. BD. The other agents were also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Only Nick Fury had a solemn look on his face, staring intently at the words play program on the screen. Even though Clef said it was just a joke, for Nick Fury, even if there is only a 1% chance that it is true, it also illustrates a problem. GOC, the Global Occult Coalition, is likely to have the same means as the Foundation to destroy the world. In the video, Lin Lang put down the documents and took a deep breath. So, what should we do? Dr. Kondraki put down the cigarette in his hand, crushed it hard in the ashtray, and gave an answer that surprised everyone. We have to stop him. Stop him? The audience in the live broadcast room were shocked to hear Dr. Kondraki's answer. 239 is at risk of containment breach and Dr. Kondraki wants to stop Clef? Suddenly, a chilling guess popped up in everyone's mind at the same time, Dr. Kondraki. Could he also be the one affected by 239? As soon as this idea came into being, it spread like crazy in the live broadcast room like a virus. S.H.I.E.L.D. This. Natasha Romanoff frowned. To be honest, although Dr. Kondraki and Dr. Clef had an argument at the beginning, in her eyes, the two of them still stood together. But now? Could it be that Kondraki Bashi was also affected by 239? Looking at the silent Lin Lang, Dr. Kondraki paused, his expression changed slightly. He lit another cigarette, his expression slightly complicated. Do you think I've also been affected by 239? Dr. Kondraki then asked, do you think I was being manipulated by 239 to protect her, and that's why I wanted to stop Clef? Lin Lang didn't speak, but silence was also a kind of answer. Dr. Kondraki suddenly gave a bitter laugh. Honestly, with the way that girl acted, am I really not sure of my own intentions? The idea that she made me become like this really scares me. Are you afraid because she can control you? Lin Lang asked calmly. No, Dr. Kondraki said through gritted teeth, taking a long drag on his cigarette. I'm afraid because if she did that, I would have to kill her myself. Dr. Kondraki raised his head and said, so, Your choice is 239 can be executed. Dr. Kondriki's pupils suddenly shrank, and the atmosphere suddenly became extremely solemn. But then I heard Lin Lang say, but not now, and certainly not in this way. Dr. Kondriki blew out a smoke ring and his shoulders slumped, and he was obviously much more relaxed. He smiled and said, I'm beginning to like you, medium-level researcher. It can be said that Lin Lang's answer was beyond everyone's expectations. So much so that after the initial shock, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately went wild. WTF? I thought Lin Lang agreed with Dr. Clef's plan. I'm so stupid, Lin Lang is also going to stop Dr. Clef? Why? To be honest, I even began to wonder if Lin Lang was also affected by 239. It's outrageous. S.H.I.E.L.D. So, why? Natasha Romanoff's mind was in a mess. Shouldn't it be right for anomalies to be terminated? Nick Fury stared at the screen in silence, with some guesses in his mind. Because he noticed Lin Lang's last sentence, 239 can be executed, but not now, not in this way, so, the problem is timing. Or in terms of method. Nick Fury thought about it, and suddenly some information from Dr. Clef's personal report popped into his mind. Perhaps, this is the key to everything. No matter how the audience in the live broadcast room understands it, anyway, right now, Lin Lang has already formed a united front with Dr. Kondriki. Their mission is not to execute 239, but to stop the crazy Dr. Clef from wreaking havoc in Site-17 with a weapon of mass destruction. Here, Lin and Dr. Kondriki come to the containment area together. Dr. Kondriki walked towards SCP-408's containment chamber, while Lin Lang walked in the other direction. He stopped when he reached the door of a holding room. Researcher, please show me your permit. The security guard at the door stopped Lin Lang. However, what happened in the next second stunned everyone. Lin Lang grabbed the guard's elbow and, without waiting for him to react, he elbowed him hard in the abdomen. PSST, the guard let out a scream and spat out a mouthful of sour water, his whole body bent like a giant shrimp. Before he could scream, Lin Lang gently pressed on his neck. The guard collapsed to the ground instantly and fell into a coma. It was not until Lin Lang gently placed it on the ground that the audience in the live broadcast room woke up from their dream. Immediately, the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. Countless questions appeared on the screen in the form of barrages. What happened? Why did Lin Lang attack the guards? Lin Lang is crazy? While the audience was frantically venting their inner doubts, Lin Lang in the picture had quietly opened the door of SCP-105's containment room. The audience also successfully saw Iris in the containment room through the one-way glass. Over the years, Iris has matured a lot. She seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly stood up and came to the door. Who is it? Lin Lang did not answer, but passed a photo through the crack in the door. The photo is of Yellowstone Park, an ordinary landscape photo. But the moment Iris picked up the photo, she felt as if she was pricked by a needle and her body trembled slightly. Memories from a few years ago came flooding back like a tide, and her nose suddenly felt sore. She looked up at the steel door and asked with trembling eyes, "Is it you? A junior researcher?" In response, she heard the door of the containment room close. Seeing this, all the doubts in the audience's minds were answered. It was for Iris. At this moment, the scene changed. It seems to be another inserted memory. The footage seems to be obtained from surveillance. 4:45, a VTOL-505 helicopter arrives at Helipad 7. Then, 6 Site-17 security agents walked out of the base gate. And the Dr. Clef that the audience had been longing for finally appeared on the screen. But the situation is somewhat different from what everyone expected. What greeted Dr. Clef was not laughter and joy, but the agents' ruthless warnings and the black muzzles of guns. Dr. Clef, your clearance has been locked. You are not authorized to enter Site-17 at this time. Please leave VTOL-505 immediately. The agents were on high alert, as if they might open fire at any time. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were a little confused. Isn't it just about stopping Dr. Clef? Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Fortunately, Klee the doctor didn't seem to be going to resist. He obediently walked out of VTOL-505 and, as the agents requested, lay on the ground with his hands on his head. Seeing this, everyone inside and outside the screen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Clef doesn't resist, things won't get out of hand. Before the agents could come forward, Clef suddenly pulled out a strange-shaped object from his arms. Then, before the agents could react, Zhao Dihao, he suddenly expressed it. Bang! Something like a stun grenade exploded among the agents. 4 security agents were temporarily knocked unconscious by some influence, and the remaining 2 were also in a coma. The sudden change stunned everyone. In the video, Dr. Clef, seemingly for safety reasons, injected each of the agents with 2 doses of anesthetic. Faintly, everyone seemed to hear Dr. Clef's cold laugh. No one can stop me. Next, 452, Site-17 security personnel take further defensive measures. 502, the defense collapsed. 510, Dr. Clef enters Site-17. Dr. Clef's series of dazzling operations stunned the audience in the live broadcast room. It wasn't until he entered Site-17 that dozens of Level 1 security personnel appeared at the main gate of Site-17. However, before the audience in the live broadcast room could see clearly, the picture suddenly flashed, as if a section of content was deleted out of thin air. When he appeared again, 5 minutes had passed. At the main entrance of Site-17, there was no sign of Dr. Clef except for a group of unconscious security personnel. Not only that, the surrounding environment has also changed greatly. Some signs were changed, and the intersection with B7 corridor was even turned into a dead end. Just at this moment, boom! Buzz as a large explosive flash of light suddenly appeared, the picture turned completely white. For a moment, the only sound on the screen was a faint ringing in the ears and Dr. Clef's recording voice, "This is worse than I thought. Reality distortion has begun to occur." Chapter 79. The walls were shifted, and everything was not where it was supposed to be. My map of Site-17 was completely useless. All I could do was follow the signs and hope they led me to the right place. What the hell is going on? I swear the door was right here. At this moment, the white light in the picture finally dissipated. Dr. Clef seemed to be blocked by a wall. He walked forward and touched the wall, then was stunned. Wait a moment. Bang bang bang. He began to bang on the wall violently, but the sound it made was not the sound of BG on a concrete wall. It's the sound of hands hitting metal. At the same time, a few butterflies seemed to be flying over the wall. Butterfly. Clef froze for a moment, as if realizing something, and then let out a manic laugh. Ha 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 ha. Connie, you're a big BD. I've read your smile, you son of a BCH. Dr. Kondriki interrupted Clef rudely. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room could clearly see the existence of Dr. Kondriki. However, just a glance, the audience in the live broadcast room fell into deep self-doubt. Because what appeared on the screen were 4 identical Dr. Kondriki. In an instant, the live broadcast room exploded. WTF? What the hell is this? Clef is so cruel, but Dr. Kondriki is here too, right? Come on, Clef, Site-17 is full of anomalies. S.H.I.E.L.D. What the hell is going on? When did Dr. Kondriki learn about duplication? Natasha Romanoff was a little confused. Butterfly. Nick Fury pondered what Dr. Clef had just said, and then a containment object subconsciously emerged in his mind, SCP-408 Phantom Butterfly. Thinking of this, Chris Fury was a little surprised. 408 actually obeyed the command of a human. What was even more unexpected to him was the camera in Dr. Kondriki's hand. It was the same one he was wiping every time I saw him before. Nick 290. Fury was shocked. Could it be that this camera is also a collection item? In the picture, Dr. Kondriki, holding a highly modified camera, is surrounded by 3 other Dr. Kondriki. Connie, you're smart, UBD. Dr. Clef raised his hands and cursed through gritted teeth, you talked to 408? Convinced them to help you, or did the damn bugs do it on their own? Dr. Kondriki looked at him with contempt, did not answer, but slowly raised the camera in his hand. The next second, without waiting for Dr. Clef to react, he raised the camera in his hand with a grin and pressed the shutter. Snap! Buzz! The explosive large flash suddenly enveloped the entire space once again. For a moment, the whole space was filled with a piercing buzzing sound. This time, the audience in the live broadcast room clearly saw that it was the flash caused by the camera. Apparently, that camera is also a containment object. However, before the flash faded, bang! The sound of explosive gunfire appeared on the screen again. This was followed by Dr. Kondriki's exclamation. F. Bang. Suddenly there was another sound. Draft. Bang. When the third gunshot rang out, the white light finally faded away. The first scene the audience saw was Dr. Kondriki lying on the ground covered in blood. 2 shots to the heart and 1 shot to the head, each shot was fatal. The shotgun in Clef's hand was still smoking. His face and forearms were severely burned and he looked shaky, but he still managed to stand and came to Kondriki. Looking down at the other person, well, now you're dead, at least, one of you. As he spoke, Seth's voice took on a hint of sarcasm. Why are you doing this, Connie? Do you work for her now? Obviously, she is SCP-239. Clef did not hide his sarcasm. Did she call you and curl up with you and make you her pet? Or did you just do it because she looks like a little girl and that damn gene in you that tells you that children should be loved and protected is on fire? At this point, Clef suddenly raised his voice and gritted his teeth and said, No. She's not a child, Connie, she's a monster, the worst kind of monster. Hiding in plain sight, making you love it before it slaughters you alive. He stood up straight and adjusted his tattered white coat. You can shine that damn spotlight on my eyes and they will grow back. Until then, I can't see a damn thing, but my eye implants will continue to work. I can still get the job done. Then he looked off in a certain direction and said to himself, I just need some help. And I think I know where to find it. Seeing this, even Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. was shocked by Clef's strong will. This guy is simply a lunatic. What Nick Fury couldn't understand was why Clef was so obsessed with terminating 239 at all costs. And how exactly Dr. Kondriki and Lin Lang plan to contain 239. The current situation has almost become a dead end. Dr. Clef's termination at all costs was met with resistance from across the site. The damage he has caused alone is no less than a containment failure. And Dr. Kondriki and Lin Lang, if no effective containment method can be devised, after 239's containment failed, it brought about a devastating disaster. What exactly is your plan, Lin Lang? It's still a picture from surveillance. The following plot seemed to be accelerated. The audience can only tell what is happening by monitoring the time in the corner of the screen. 6:25, Site 17 Bravo security team disappears. 6:30, Site 17 Bravo guards reappeared, wearing full plate armor, carrying heaters and swords. 6:35, Dr. Clef, who had disappeared for a long time, appeared in the B9 corridor and encountered the Site 17 Bravo guards. 6:36, Site 17 Bravo security forces were subdued. This process only took 1 minute, but it once again allowed the audience in the live broadcast room to witness the power of Dr. Cleft. His tattered, yellowed white coat was like Doraemon's pocket, as if it contained all kinds of weapons and items. It was not until 6:38 that Dr. Clef arrived at the containment area and entered the kill collection facility of SCP-091 ARC. SCP-091 ARC? Seeing another containment object appear, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. This is a containment object, an anomaly. I'm not asking you to purchase goods. However, they were also curious about the containment that Clef called a helper. Just at this moment, a concise file suddenly appeared on the screen. It turned out to be SCP-091 ARC S. Item No, SCP-091 ARC Object Class, Euclid Special Containment Procedures. SCP-091 is housed in a modified underground botanical garden. Description: SCP-091, in short, is a deciduous tree, approximately 4 meters tall with a variation of +/50 centimeters depending on the lunar calendar. 091 is a tree? Seeing this, everyone felt a little surprised, but it was still normal. Until the next paragraph appears. Despite being a plant, SCP-091 exhibits distinct feminine characteristics. Currently, the subject shows no noticeable growth when fertilized, unless a male member appears. I.1 SCP-091 currently displays no signs of reproduction, including flowers, fruit, or seeds. Air and material analysis also confirms the absence of spores in the soil or air. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Various kinds of barrage appeared like a tide. WTF? A female tree. How much of a feminine characteristic is displayed? Oh, that's not right. How can this tree help? Dr. Clef, are you feeling very depressed recently? Come, cough cough. The car was moving further and further off the track, but fortunately the alarm on the screen interrupted everyone's discussion. Warning! Containment breach has occurred. Level 4 Biohazard Alert. Site-17 has entered a biohazard lockdown. All personnel please. The alarms at the base became louder and louder, and the shock in the hearts of the audience in the live broadcast room also became louder and louder. No one expected that just one mother tree would cause a biohazard alert for the entire site. S.H.I.E.L.D. WTF? Was it caused by Dr. Clef's contact with SCP-091 ARC? Natasha Romanoff asked in surprise. Nick Fury didn't understand the situation either. For people in the Marvel world, in Site-17, in addition to the more familiar objects 073, 105, 239, and 343, all other objects contained are unfamiliar. But he was very clear about one thing: Lin Lang and his friends are in big trouble. At this moment, the picture on the screen suddenly shook. The next moment, the picture changed from the surveillance perspective to the monitoring room perspective. Suddenly, a group of butterflies fluttered their wings and flew away, and a figure appeared in the monitoring room. It was Dr. Kondraki, who had disappeared for a while. Obviously, it was an illusion created by the knowledge illusion butterfly that had died at the hands of Dr. Clef before. But even so, Dr. Kondraki was still injured. He came to the console with a pale face and began to constantly switch the surveillance cameras, trying to find Clef. Damn, this guy is a lunatic. Dr. Kondraki continued to operate while cursing until the camera switched to the image of the F-19 channel, and then he stopped. He frowned and moved closer to the screen. After just one glance, the color on his face suddenly disappeared, replaced by shock and anger. Clef, you're going to kill everyone. In the picture, Dr. Clef was hugging a figure. The figure had the graceful figure of a woman, but not the flesh and blood of a human. At first glance, it looks like an exquisite tree man. However, Clef was immediately infected after being in contact with it for less than a second. In the space of a breath, the infection had spread to 90% of Dr. Clef's body. Flowers can even be seen growing from Dr. Clef's limbs. When the flower opens its petals, some pheromones visible to the naked eye begin to disperse in the wind. Wherever the pollen went, countless butterflies began to spread out. After the local group of SCP-408 lost cohesion, the distorted site seemed to return to normal. Bang! Dr. Kondraki slammed his fist on the table, and then fear gradually replaced anger. Taking a deep breath, he dialed the number. Static. SCP-091 ARC Containment Break, Site-17 need support, need FG support. The operator's panicked voice came from the other end. Kondraki, is that you? What the hell is going on down there? They're talking about a total lockdown. Kondraki gasped. Dr. Clef has entered Site-17. He has released SCP-091 ARC, it's very aggressive. Tell Gears, we need his support. Dr. Gears? I just got a report that he and Kane are on their way here, don't worry. Hearing this, Dr. Kondraki breathed a sigh of relief, but his condition became increasingly unsettled. Until finally, he uttered several painful groans. The sound was intermittent. Everything is wrong. Doctor? Doctor? Damn. Chapter 80. Dr. Kondraki falls to the ground, unconscious. Seeing this, the hearts of the audience in the live broadcast room sank a little bit. It can be said that, currently within Site-17, Dr. Kondraki is one of the few people who can confront Dr. Clef head-on. But now it seems that Dr. Kondraki is no match for Dr. Clef. Could it be that? Is it just a matter of letting Clef carry out the bloody execution mission under these circumstances? At this point, no one thought it was a good idea. However, some careful people noticed the problem. What about Lin Lang? Where's Lin Lang? He hasn't shown up since he reached an agreement with Dr. Kondraki. Natasha Romanoff said with some concern, if we show up now, I'm afraid we won't be a match for Clef. Nick Fury didn't say anything, but he was thinking in his mind what he would do if he were Lin Lang. It was clear that Dr. Clef's invasion could no longer be stopped. In this case, if we want to avoid him provoking 239 and causing the situation to develop in the worst direction, then there is only one way. Thinking of this, K. Fury suddenly raised his head. Find 239 before Drive Clef does. After Dr. Kondraki fell, the screen returned to the surveillance view again. When SCP-091 ARC breached containment, Dr. Clef subsequently left the containment chamber. Then walk in a certain direction. However, before they had gone far, a burst of noise was heard again in the passage. Puff puff puff, countless butterflies appeared in the passage, fluttering their wings. A figure appeared among the group of butterflies. It was not Kondriki but 10 pale-skinned Eastern women who looked to be in their 20s. At the same time, a prompt appeared on the screen. Project name, Lilith. Item number, SCP-336. Subject class, Euclid. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Another humanoid containment? Could it be possible that this guy was sent by the Foundation to stop Dr. Clef? Who would have thought that the next second, Dr. Clef and 336 would start talking? When seeing 336, Dr. Clef was obviously shocked. Why are you here? SCP-336's voice was cold and calm. A researcher found me and asked me to stop you. Dr. Clef seemed a little angry when he heard this, and began to communicate in an unknown language. SCP-336 also began to respond in the unknown language. Dr. Clef seemed to want to persuade the other party. After a few words back and forth, Dr. Clef gave up. He sighed, so there's no other way, right? SCP-336 shook his head, no. Your motives may be pure, but your methods are too extreme. This statement seemed to hurt Dr. Clef, who said bitterly, my love for you has never stopped, you know. I know. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience in the live broadcast room who were originally watching the show with great interest were suddenly stunned. Like? People love abnormality? WTF? Did I hear it wrong? I thought 091 was outrageous enough, but I didn't expect there would be 336? Dr. Clef, do you have a special liking for female anomalies? People can't, at least they shouldn't. Dr. Clef is being too cruel to fall in love with a containment, isn't he? The audience in the live broadcast room was noisy. The atmosphere of S.H.I.E.L.D. is also a bit weird. Damn it, could it be possible that something happened between SCP-336 and King Cleft before he was contained? Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen with a strange expression, and then said with some concern, speaking of which, could this guy be turned against by Dr. Clef? Nick Fury's breath hitched. It seems that this possibility cannot be ruled out. Especially, when the two people in the picture have already started whispering. In the video, SCP-336 removes her voice modulator and puts it close to Dr. Clef's ear. She opened her mouth, only one note was played, the video signal suddenly became blurry, as if it was destroyed by some invisible force. The sound also turned into a harsh electric current sound. Sizzle. Oh no. Damn. Ah. Clef suddenly fell to his knees, howling in pain. It was as if 336's voice had the power to destroy a person's will. SCP-336 looked at Clef, who was kneeling on the ground, with a heartbroken look on his face. Your dedication is great, but you... Bang! A burst of gunfire interrupted 336's words. The entire live broadcast room suddenly became quiet. Dr. Clef stood up from the ground tremblingly, then raised his shotgun and aimed at 336 and fired again. Bang! 336 fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. The next moment, the audience in the live broadcast room was boiling with excitement. FK. What the hell is this? Didn't they have a breakup? Why would Dr. Clef do this? Damn it, if you love her, you should shoot her? What's that? The killer. It can be said that this scene is beyond everyone's expectations. But after being shocked, I thought about it calmly and felt that there seemed to be no problem. After all, in order to dissuade Dr. Clef, 336 used his ability to hurt him first. It's just that Clef's countermeasures were somewhat unexpected. In the picture, Dr. Clef leaned against the wall, shaking as he reloaded his shotgun. Blood was flowing from both ears, apparently caused by self-inflicted injury to the eardrums. The 336 that had fallen to the ground disappeared, and was replaced by a broken mirror. Few after reloading, Dr. Clef let out a long sigh and slid down the wall to the ground. He covered his forehead and seemed to be crying. At the same time, the flowers blooming on his body gradually withered and died. Puff puff puff, the familiar voice sounded again, and dense swarms of phantom butterflies appeared and enveloped Dr. Clef. Then, Dr. Clef disappears from view. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room felt mixed emotions for a moment. The development of things was beyond their imagination and they could not understand it. They couldn't understand why Clef wanted to terminate 239 at all costs. To this end, he did not hesitate to disobey the Foundation's orders. Causes containment breach, even broke up with his former lover. As 336 said before, Drive Clef's motives may be pure, but his methods are extreme. At the moment, the audience in the live broadcast room could only watch helplessly as things developed step by step in the worst direction. The screen dimmed as Dr. Clef disappeared, and when it reappeared, the audience in the live broadcast room finally saw Lin Lang, whom everyone had been thinking about. At the moment, Lin Lang seemed to be standing at the door of a containment room, with a middle-aged man with sparse hair and a calm expression standing beside him, Dr. Gears. Side Command reports that Dr. Clef attempted to terminate SCP-239 without authorization, resulting in multiple containment breaches, in addition to harming other personnel, specifically Dr. Kondriki. Dr. Gears' voice was neither hurried nor slow, and was as steady as a robot. Lin Lang asked, "So, you and Professor Kane were asked to stop the hostilities?" "No, Dr. Clef's actions were unexpected, but I've been asked to do many things outside of my area of expertise since joining the Foundation." Dr. Gears gave an ambiguous answer, which is why Lin Lang did not proceed to the next step. He couldn't determine Dr. Gears' intentions. Until then, the audience then realized that the two were standing at the door of SCP-239's containment room. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Soon, a crazy idea appeared in everyone's mind, just Lin. "Are you planning to contact 239? In the picture, the vigilance in Lin Lang's eyes has not faded. He didn't know that Dr. Gears and Professor Kane were the ones Dr. Kondriki had called in for help. He only knew that any unexpected existence could possibly stimulate SCP-239, thus bringing about unexpected results. "What did you do when you received the order?" Dr. Gears recalled. Professor Kane entered SCP-244 and expressed his willingness to assist Dr. Kondriki. The new module was still attached, and the professor expressed his desire to use the cannon to stop Dr. Clef. He paused and said, "I suggest using it with caution, but Professor Kane has left and may not have heard what I said." While answering, Lin Lian was observing Dr. Gears. Dr. Gears was also observing Lin Lang. He automatically ignored Lin Lang's handsome face, and all his attention was attracted by that pair of calm and deep eyes. He asked the first question after meeting Lin Lang, "So, what is your plan?" "I plan to meet with SCP-239. When Lin Lang calmly told his plan, Dr. Gears' eyes, which had never shown any emotion before, flashed slightly. A rather risky plan. Lin Lang had his hands in his arms, ready to draw his gun at any time. As if noticing Lin Lang's vigilance, Dr. Gears took a step back and handed over a card. 00 Without it, you can't get in. An invisible battle was ended, and the audience in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. No one expected that this seemingly calm and ordinary middle-aged man could actually give everyone such a strong sense of oppression. Not yet relaxed, when I thought about Lin Lang going to meet SCP-239, everyone's hearts were lifted again. As Lin Lang opened the door of SCP-239's containment room, the scene on the screen seemed to switch to the surveillance angle again. 8:21 Lin Lang walked into SCP-239's containment chamber alone. And SCP-239, the fuse that almost caused the containment failure of the entire site, finally appeared before everyone's eyes. There is no distorted colloid as imagined, and no evil energy as imagined. There was only a skinny 8-year-old girl, about 1 meter tall, with shoulder-length blonde hair. If there is anything peculiar about her, it is probably her eyes that flashes with a grey-green hue. However, none of the viewers in the live broadcast room dared to take it lightly. Because hidden within this petite and even somewhat frail body is a power that is enough to destroy the world. Camartage. When that petite figure appeared in the picture, Ancient One even thought there was something wrong with his eyes. In her vision, the entire containment room was filled with endless green particles. And 239, who was at the center of the particle, emitted a terrifying energy that was even brighter than the energy storm in the dark dimension. Ancient One subconsciously avoided his gaze. In her eyes, there seemed to be an invisible presence around 239. Once anyone steps into the stance, they will be affected by her distortion of reality. S.H.I.E.L.D. He is just a lunatic. Natasha Romanoff was too exhausted to complain about Lin Lang's boldness. So, what is he going to do when he sees 239? That's what Nick Fury wants to know, too. He stared at the screen, especially at 239. It was as if the person in his eyes was not looking at a child, but a nuclear bomb that could explode at any time. Lin Li, what are you going to do? As Lin Chi entered the containment room, the entire screen seemed to have lost its height by a meter. 0139043144Falu231451191. The audience in the live broadcast room can only see the picture but cannot hear any sound. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. Lin Yu was not decomposed into countless protons, nor did he turn into a monster or anything. He simply squatted down and greeted SCP-239. Then, SCP-239 smiled and hugged Lin Lang. At this moment, Lin Lang's arms, holding a God. Chapter 81. I don't know what Lin Lang said, but SCP-239 showed obvious hesitation on his face. The hearts of the audience in the live broadcast room were in their throats for a moment. They were afraid that if they were not careful, Lin Lang would turn into a kitten or puppy. Fortunately, the worst did not happen. Lin Lang simply chatted with SCP-239 for a few minutes, during which SCP-239 nodded several times. Finally, Lin Lang stood up and gestured toward the door while speaking. SCP-239 hesitated, collected her spell book, and handed it to Lin Lang. Although SCP-239 appears to be speaking little, they continue to converse when outside of the containment area. While passing through the office, Lin Lang stopped and took a book from the office. This appears to be a Chinese dictionary. While speaking to SCP-239, Lin Lang gestures to a dictionary and a spell book. SCP-239 smiled and spoke, then took his hand and led him in a certain direction. Seeing this, the hearts of countless viewers in the live broadcast room finally settled down. What followed was a sense of excitement after surviving a disaster. This emotion was eventually vented in the live broadcast room in the form of barrage comments. What the hell? I didn't even dare to breathe too loudly just now. Damn it! Who wouldn't be like that? I'm afraid I'll accidentally offend this devil and be turned into a real monster. So brave. Lin Lang is so brave. Doesn't this guy worry about provoking SCP-239? Luckily, he didn't. Haha. Lucky lunatic. 800. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Lin Lang leave with SCP-239. I subconsciously touched my back and found that my vest was already wet with cold sweat. Even though I have witnessed Lin Lang's boldness and carefulness more than once, I still couldn't help but feel a chill down my spine when I saw this scene again. Hey? So where are they going now? Hearing this, Nick Fury raised his head suddenly without even having time to catch his breath. Yes. Dr. Clef isn't dead yet. What if I meet that madman? Nick Fury's dark face began to turn pale. But when the picture appeared again, the protagonist on the screen was no longer Lin Lang, but a large, spherical device with two legs. 1.35 meters tall, with two arms suitable for grasping. Each arm has 6 dexterous fingers and 2 thumbs. The exterior of the item's chassis is exposed with patches of clockwork, tubes, cables, and hydraulic mechanisms. The upper half of the sphere is missing and has some form of cockpit. The most important thing is that the person sitting in the cockpit is not a researcher or a doctor, not even a person, but a golden retriever. The golden retriever wore a pair of black-framed glasses and operated the spherical mecha with its 2 front paws with great skill. There was even a feeling of excitement and wisdom between his eyebrows. At the same time, a text that seemed to be an introduction appeared on the screen. Name: Kane Pathos Crow. Position: high-level researcher, professor. Introduction: a successful interdisciplinary researcher at a young age, specializing in biochemistry and robotics. His body was permanently shape-shifted into a dog due to some abnormal event. When the information about Professor Kane appeared on the screen, the entire Marvel Universe audience was instantly speechless. Deathly silence spread in the live broadcast room. After a brief silence, the entire Marvel world exploded instantly. WTF? A dog can become a high-level researcher. Damn it, I feel like my worldview has been destroyed once again. First there's Clef with his own shadow, then there's Kondriki who can command illusion butterflies, and now even Dr. Dog has appeared. Damn it, isn't there a single normal person in the Foundation? This is what almost everyone in the Marvel world thinks. Unfortunately, there was not much time for discussion. Because in the picture, Dr. Dog encountered an extremely difficult opponent while driving a mecha. A large dog the size of a calf. It is about 1.5 meters tall and 2 meters long. Along the shoulder blades, there grows a pair of small fleshy wings about half a meter long. These fleshy wings are covered with black fur and their structure is very similar to that of a bat's wings. At the moment, this big guy was drooling, opening his mouth wide and growling threateningly at Professor Kane. It blocked Kane's path and began barking and growling, baring its fangs. Kane walked on as he passed, completely ignoring it. This action seemed to stimulate it. Roar! All I heard was a roar, and then it pounced towards Kane. Kane drove the mecha to make a defensive response, and the funny egg-shaped mecha suddenly burst out with a terrifying speed that did not match its size. The slender arm suddenly stretched out and held it down. Kane suddenly responded by bombarding the opponent with what seemed to be a newly installed crystal module, and convert it into solid crystals. Boom! A gust of wind blew and the crystals shattered all over the ground. Haha, the BD has found his home. No one likes mongrels anyway. Made a nice lawn decoration, with... Professor Kane sneered, retracted his gaze, and drove away quickly in the mecha. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room looked at each other in surprise. Isn't it a good horror movie? How did it become a fantasy film? But everyone also breathed a sigh of relief, at least Lin Lang was no longer alone and helpless. Professor Kane's mecha looks a bit funny, but, we should be able to stop Dr. Clef, right? Just at this moment, the scene changed. Dr. Clef, who had disappeared for a while, finally appeared on the screen. At the moment he was still wearing that tattered white coat, although he looked disheveled, his injuries seemed to have almost recovered. However, at the moment, there was an elderly black woman standing in front of him. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Could it be that another doctor has appeared? Then, they heard Dr. Clef yell, "Dr. Bright, are you here to stop me too?" Dr. Bright? Is this Dr. Bright? What? Natasha Romanoff was puzzled, isn't Dr. Bright a middle-aged man? Is it the same name? Unexpectedly, at this moment, a prompt appeared on the screen. Name Jack Bright, position, high-level researcher, PhD, HR manager. Introduction: due to accidental death during containment failure, the soul entered SCP-963 and gained immortality. Anyone who touches SCP-963 for a period of time will be occupied by Dr. Bright. But the moment the prompt appeared, the originally noisy live broadcast room suddenly became quiet. Soon, there was a boiling atmosphere. S.H.I.E.L.D. What the hell? What kind of ability is this? Natasha Romanoff was stunned. Possessing others' body? Occupies the body? It's unbelievable. Nick Fury was also in a state of confusion, but he was curious about why is Dr. Bright here? In the picture, the two seemed to be confronting each other for a while. Just then, Dr. Bright reached into his bag. However, this action seemed to irritate Dr. Clef. He pulled out his gun and shot with almost no hesitation. Bang! The bullet pierced Dr. Bright's head easily. Puff blood splattered and Dr. Bright's body fell to the ground. The sudden change scared everyone. No one expected that Dr. Clef had gone this crazy. Aren't they friends? Shooting at the slightest disagreement? What made everyone feel even more strange was the meaningless smile on Dr. Bright's face when he died. It's chilling to watch. Dr. Clef reloaded his pistol and looked down at Dr. Bright's lifeless body. From his body movements, one can seem to sense his confusion. Something is wrong. Everything is wrong. Especially when Dr. Clef took out two items from Dr. Bright's bag, the weird atmosphere reached its peak. First up is a red bouncy ball. The prompt appears on the screen. Project name, Bouncy Ball. Item number, SCP-018. Object class, Euclid Special Containment Procedures. Description: SCP-018 looks like a brightly colored children's bouncy ball toy, but its bouncing efficiency exceeds 200%. When dropped from a height of 1 meter, after several bounces, the ball immediately turns into a dangerous projectile, with an estimated speed of over 100 km per hour. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. You call this a bouncy ball? This is totally a cannonball. Especially when it is thrown into a confined space, it is a deadly weapon. However, as the second item appeared, the shock in the live broadcast room suddenly reached its peak. Item number, SCP-776. Object class, Euclid Special Containment Procedures. Description: SCP-776 is a six-sided die with a dark gray metal surface. edged with a number of replacement numbers, or symbols representing corresponding numbers. The symbols are bright white lightning, light blue snowflakes, dark blue teardrops, brown rough stones, red flames, and wavy lines symbolizing wind. Each time you throw, different effects will be created based on different points. The moment the content ended, the live broadcast room suddenly erupted in heated discussions. WTF? A bouncy ball that's like a cannonball, a dice that can call the wind and rain? Are you crazy? Damn it, I thought the Foundation contained only horrible anomalies, but I didn't expect there were such things. As long as they are used properly, these two things are really powerful weapons. Dr. Bright traveled thousands of miles to deliver the equipment. The reason behind it is heartwarming. S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing the jokes in the live broadcast room, some agents laughed out loud. Nick Fury also smiled. But when his eyes swept over the word "send equipment," the smile gradually froze on his face. Send equipment? Suddenly, a bright light flashed in his mind. He suddenly felt as if the clouds had cleared and the sun had appeared. FK. I see what's wrong with that. Nick Fury suddenly screamed. All the agents looked over in surprise. I only saw Nick Fury muttering to himself as if he was possessed by a demon, from Dr. Clef's insistence, to Dr. Kondriki's tit-for-tat, and finally Dr. Bright's inexplicable gift of equipment. He suddenly looked at everyone, his eyes burning as he asked, "Don't you think the plot is going a little too far?" Deliberately. Right. Nick Fury immediately looked at his assistant Maria, who answered him, it was deliberate, as if everything was 3.7 according to the script. He stared at Clef on the screen. It can be said that when he stubbornly executed 239 and caused such a large number of casualties, the story had already begun. Dr. Clef is a villain. So, who is the protagonist? Who wrote the script? There was a gleam in his eyes, and this time, he really started to get excited. In the picture, Dr. Clef obviously knew about the two items. He put away the bouncy ball and threw the dice randomly towards the corner. 776 turned several times and then stopped, displaying 3. Then, it was as if a water valve had been opened under the entire dice, and a huge stream of water suddenly gushed out. Dr. Clef rolls SCP-776 again. 776 shows 3 again. The water flows out at a greater rate. Dr. Clef appears unhappy with the situation and retrieves SCP-776. He muttered, "Hurry up, damn it." Then the third time he threw 776. This time the number that appears is 2. Dr. Clef waved his hand excitedly, "That's it." Before the audience could wonder what the effect of 2 would be, an extremely low-temperature cold wave suddenly spread. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire GB channel was suddenly frozen. This cold wave directly separated Sector 7 of Site-17 from the rest of the site. Over the next 5 minutes, the ice released by SCP-776 spread rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 82. The spreading cold wave created a direct path for Dr. Clef to his destination. He let 776 take effect, and strode out of the passage, heading in a certain direction. He seemed to know where his goal was from the beginning. This scene once again deepened Nick Fury's confidence in his own views. As Dr. Clef disappeared from the surveillance video, the scene began to transition. When he reappeared, Dr. Kondriki, who had disappeared for a while, finally appeared. The wound on his leg seemed to have healed, and butterflies were fluttering around him. He shook his head in annoyance, then seemed to realize something and turned around subconsciously. What he saw was a scene that frightened him. Lin Lang appeared in the corridor accompanied by Dr. Gears, holding the bouncing SCP-239. "Oh my god!" All that was heard was a shaky murmur from Dr. Kondriki. "Lin, what's going on?" he asked in a trembling voice, and when his eyes swept over SCP-239, it was as if he saw a red-hot iron, and he immediately looked away. Dr. Gears handed the unknown brand and model of the tripod in his arms to Dr. Kondriki and said calmly, "We received your distress signal and rushed here immediately. Professor Kane is dealing with those SCPs that have breached containment, so there are only 3 of us left." 3. Dr. Kondriki seemed to be afraid of provoking SCP-239, and immediately lowered his voice and asked, "Why 3? As he spoke, his eyes occasionally glanced at SCP-239. While the 2 doctors were talking, SCP-239 also raised its head, stared with wide eyes and asked Lin Lang, "The big devil is coming, should I teach him a lesson?" Lin Lang tilted his head and looked at SCP-239, a hint of understanding flashing in his eyes. Seeing this, Nick Fury was sure that Lin Lang must have also noticed something was wrong. As a witch, your first priority is to protect yourself. SCP-239 was a little discouraged. What about the big devil? The knight will stop him. Knight? Will he fight the big devil? Facing the child's clear eyes, Lin Lang looked at her deeply, then smiled and said, yes. What weapons will they use in a duel? What do you think of a knife duel? Well, that's a good idea. As soon as the words fell, an unexpected figure appeared at the end of the corridor. Dr. Clef. In an instant, the atmosphere became extremely tense. The audience in the live broadcast room all widened their eyes. Finally, is the final duel coming? When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous of each other. The moment Dr. Kondriki saw Dr. Clef, his entire demeanor changed. His hawk-like eyes were fixed on Clef, who was approaching slowly, and he said with hatred, almost gritting his teeth, "It's all over, Clef. I'm going to finish you off now." In response to him, there was a burst of gunfire. Bang! The bullet penetrated the air and finally hit the wall. Faintly, a flock of butterflies flew by. Obviously, this is the ability of Phantom Butterfly. Dr. Clef also looked very angry. Why do you insist on protecting that monster? Because, Dr. Clef, things are not black and white. As soon as he finished speaking, Clef fired another shot. However, this time what was heard was not the sound of gunfire, but the sound of bullets running out. Dr. Clef threw away the shotgun in his hand without hesitation, and then pulled out a cold weapon from his white coat. This is a crudely made blade, about 80 centimeters long and 6 centimeters wide. At first glance, it looks like the debut work of a blacksmith's apprentice. But in the current environment, no one would think that this thing is just an ordinary blade. S.H.I.E.L.D. Looking at this crudely made knife, Nick Fury thought for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Could it be that this thing is made of telekill alloy? There was no chance for people to think at all. Almost at the same moment that Dr. Clef drew his knife, Dr. Kondriki also took out a tripod of unknown make and model. When unscrewed and separated from the main device, the monopod of the device acts as a scabbard for a straight blade saber of excellent quality. Snap! The sharp blade is unsheathed. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Is this sharp blade another containment object? Only Nick Fury's eyes were filled with shock. The previous conversation between Lin Lang and SCP-239 constantly played in his mind. Knight's duel. Use a knife. He opened his eyes suddenly. Yes. It must be like this. He stared at SCP-239 standing at the very edge of the screen. He knows who wrote the script. Clang. The two blades slammed into each other. You're colorblind, Connie. Dr. Kondriki stared at the blade in the other's hand. Where the hell have you been hiding that thing all this time? In response, he received another fierce slash. Dr. Kondriki was not to be outdone. Clang clang clang. For a moment, the sword flashed everywhere. The entire corridor became a battlefield between the two doctors. Dr. Clef's attack was vigorous and powerful. Dr. Kondriki's attacks were light, neat, graceful, and elegant. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations, so much so that none of the audiences in the entire Marvel world Tang Ran spoke. It was not until the duel became intense that more and more barrages appeared in the live broadcast room. OMG! I'm actually watching two doctors duel in the past life exposure system? This is crazy! Stab him! Yes, that's it! Damn it, I love this picture! I am totally confused now. The development of the plot is always beyond my expectations. Apocalypse's 4 doctors split up? This is much more interesting than containing anomalies. Haha. The audience in the live broadcast room were excited to watch the game, and the two people on the screen were also excited to fight. Clang. The blades collided again. Dr. Kondriki looked a little painful. Damn it, Clef, stop. I really don't want to kill you. I don't want to kill you, and I don't want to kill anyone. When saying this, Dr. Clef's tone sounded extremely confused. The pain in his tone didn't sound fake at all. Dr. Kondriki was stunned and asked through gritted teeth, "What the hell are you talking about? You just killed 2 people. Look at yourself." Dr. Clef shook his head in pain. "No choice, have to do this, she can change reality, Connie, she can change the world like that. She's been contained. That's what we're doing. No, it didn't. It's all failed, blame me. After hearing what Dr. Clef said and looking at his conflicted expression, Dr. Kondriki was stunned. Clef, what are you talking about? Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard an excited shout from not far away. I cast magic missile. Dr. Kondriki and Dr. Clef froze in place almost simultaneously. Dr. Kondriki subconsciously looked back, and the color on his face instantly disappeared. Buzz! A faint humming sounded in the air. In an instant, the buzzing sound turned into an exploding white light that shot up into the sky. The surging energy turned into an explosive shockwave, sweeping across the entire corridor. The metal walls along the way were instantly torn apart like paper. Then there was a scream. Then there was a loud bang. Boom! Dr. Clef was sent flying as if he had been hit by a rocket at full speed. PSST. He spat out a pool of black blood. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. All the viewers in the live broadcast room opened their eyes wide and stared at SCP-239 in the corner of the screen. His face was full of disbelief. It's like looking at a god. You call this magic missile? It's a magic missile. Crazy. However, what is even more incomprehensible is the scene in the corner of the picture. Lin Lang was seen holding an open Chinese dictionary in one hand and a wooden stick in the other, pointing in the direction of the corridor. SCP-239 followed suit and performed the same action with her witch wand. The only difference is that Lin Lang just failed to perform the magic. SCP-239 just waved his hand and launched 10 magic missiles. Seeing this scene, everyone inside and outside the screen was stunned. So it was your son who taught you? At this moment, Clef groaned in pain as he flew out. He was curled up into a ball, holding his stomach as if something was growing inside. What the hell, Clef? What's wrong with you? Dr. Kondriki asked, not daring to get too close. Unexpectedly, Dr. Clef suddenly arched his back and screamed. At the same time, black light emanated from his mouth and eyes. Lin Lang showed a look of shock. On the contrary, SCP-239 on the side was calm, with its chin raised, looking a little arrogant, as if saying, "See, I told you it would be like this." Boom! At this moment, the wall of the corridor was suddenly blown open. A peculiarly shaped mecha appeared in everyone's sight. It was Professor Kane who was piloting SCP-244. Wow, the mecha knight appears. This time the evil black dragon will definitely fail. SCP-239 waved its hands excitedly. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury smiled bitterly when he heard SCP-239 call Professor Kane Mecha Knight. But as he laughed, his expression froze on his face. Etc. Didn't she just say, evil black dragon? Nick Fury's eyes suddenly widened. What about dragons? The next second, he looked at the screen and his heart suddenly tightened. It appeared. Only in the screen, black light poured out of Dr. Clef's mouth and nose, and Dr. Clef fell down like 347 had lost his strength. Next second, the flying black light suddenly turned into a 50-foot dragon. Roar! It let out a roar, and the explosion produced a sound wave visible to the naked eye. It's angry, a wave of the claws, and then a sudden spread of wings. Boom! The massive object broke through the roof of Midgard and caused severe collateral damage to surrounding facilities. For a moment, the whole place was in a mess. The audience in the live broadcast room, the moment I saw the black dragon appear, I was completely dumbfounded. Boom! The entire live broadcast room suddenly exploded. Countless comments appeared crazily on the screen. WTF, WTF, WTF. This is crazy, there really is a black dragon. Oh my god, has this turned into a fantasy movie again? Isn't this black dragon too scary? Wait, did you notice that SCP-239 just mentioned the black dragon, and it appeared? Damn it, she really can make her words come true. As more and more barrages appeared, the audience also realized that something was wrong with the group's sentiment. As soon as SCP-239 mentioned the night duel, Dr. Kondriki and Dr. Clef started fighting. As soon as she said she wanted a knife, the two of them obtained their own mist in a strange way. And now she talks about the evil black dragon. Dr. Clef created a black dragon in a weird way? Isn't this just saying what you mean? Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room realized that they were being seen by SCP-239's cute and harmless appearance. Even though she looks like a thin little girl, but as long as she wants, the entire reality can only be like a toy, at her disposal. She is a level 4 reality bender, the walking disaster. S.H.I.E.L.D. Looking at the huge monster emitting terrifying power, even Nick Fury felt a headache. Last time it was a Santa Claus, this time it's an evil black dragon. This guy's containment level is definitely not lower than S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury finally understood why Dr. Clef and the others reacted like this for a containment object. This is definitely an ultimate matrix that can create anomalies infinitely. Or the kind that can easily create S.H.I.E.L.D. level or even higher. Temporarily suppressing the shock in his heart, he looked at the screen. He needs to know, the finale of this play, how was it? Compiled. Chapter 83. Holifkingshti. Amidst Dragon's roar, an even louder shout was heard. Dr. Kondriki opened his mouth and eyes wide, his expression was extremely complicated. Surprise, shock, despair, anger. In an instant, this psychological process was completed in his mind. It's over, my work is all over. Dr. Kondriki suddenly lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground with despair. On the other side, the black dragon was roaring and fighting with the mecha operated by Professor Kai. Roar! The black dragon roared and pounced towards Professor Kane. Before he could get close, Professor Kane raised the arm of the mecha and fired crystals from SCP-244. Da-da-da! The dense crystal bullets poured down crazily, and the huge black dragon had no way to avoid them. However, the extremely large crystal bullets that could instantly destroy the black dragon had no effect at all. Instead, it made the black dragon even angrier. Roar! The violent roar turned into a visible sound wave, which spread out. The walls along the way began to tremble. Lin Lang, who was far away, saw that the situation was not good, grabbed SCP-239's arm, and started running towards the C-12 passage. Dr. Gears appears to give Dr. Kondriki an injection, and after Dr. Kondriki regains consciousness, he takes the immobilized Dr. Seif with him before escaping. The swarm of butterflies covered the three people's escape. Suddenly, there was only a dog and a dragon left on the battlefield. Roar! Amid the roar, the black dragon's attacks followed one after another. Its huge body means that every movement it makes can cause severe damage. The dragon caused further damage to surrounding buildings. Once again forced back by the crystal, the black dragon suddenly leaped up and lowered its head. An invisible force seemed to gather in its abdomen. Damn it! Professor Kane screamed, and a barrier suddenly appeared in front of him. Next second. Roar! Endless flames swept across the entire battlefield. The dragon's breath reduced almost everything visible to the naked eye to ashes. Except Professor Kane. In purgatory, a dog and a dragon fought again. There was another deafening roar, followed by the sound of collapsing bricks and stones. Come on if you have the guts. Professor Kane almost became one with the mecha, and every dodge was like dancing on the edge of a knife. The muzzle transformed from the arm kept shooting at the black dragon. Okay. Let me see how brave you are. He fired several rounds of strangely shaped ammunition. Boom! A burst of fire suddenly appeared, and was quickly drowned out by an even louder roar. Seeing the black dragon emerging from the flames again, Professor Kane was stunned. It must be a god. This is just like peeing on it. Roar! Another roar interrupted Professor Kane. More explosions, gunfire, and barking followed. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room all stared at the screen intently. The invincible dragon, the pouring bullets, the red explosions, the mechas. Just take out one element and it can attract anyone's attention. And now, these elements come together. Looking at the extremely shocking scenes on the screen, everyone even felt like they were watching a super blockbuster that combined science fiction and magic. Everyone had only one thought in their mind: fighting. Cool. In the picture. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Nothing works. I throw everything at this thing and it just shrugs. Professor Kane's expression became noticeably serious. He was obviously helpless against the black dragon. All his attacks couldn't break Dragon's defense. Forced back by Dragon once again, Professor Kane frowned and stared at the dragon in front of him. At this moment, a flash of light suddenly appeared in his mind. Damn it! The damn thing is a child's imagination, but don't heroes always triumph over these things? He dodged the attack from Dragon while muttering to himself, I mean, there's always a knight in shining armor holding a sword? A sword. As soon as he finished speaking, a lightsaber suddenly appeared out of thin air on the left upper arm of the mecha. This is obviously not SCP-244's ability. Professor Kane laughed out loud, ha ha ha. That's it. He leaped forward in the mecha, and the lightsaber on his left arm easily pierced Dragon's skin. Roar! Dragon let out a roar of rage. Although it initially resisted the device, Professor Kane was able to inflict damage on it. This blow directly cut off most of its tail. Immediately afterwards, the battle became one-sided. Professor Kane controlled the mecha to move around on Dragon. In less than a minute, he managed to pierce the dragon's mid-torso. Roar! With Dragon's shrill roar, the dragon's head suddenly fell. Vital signs terminated. Professor Kane stood on Dragon's body, looked around, and then muttered softly, I wonder if anyone would mind if I eat it. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were completely excited. A tsunami of barrages of comments emerged crazily. God damn it! This is insane! I swear, this is the most exciting scene I have ever seen in my life. Blockbuster movies are nothing compared to it. Mech slaying dragons, this is the ultimate romance for men. Professor Kane and his mecha are so amazing, especially the lightsaber at the end, it's so powerful. The live broadcast room was occupied by excited audiences, and the extraordinary chat group was no less lively. Deadpool, damn, my regenerative healing factor suddenly doesn't seem to work anymore. Tony, I've said it before, mechas are the only romance for men. Steve, absolute physical strength is also crucial. Without a lightsaber, Professor Kane's mecha couldn't even break through Dragon's defense. Hulk, if that's the case, I think the most powerful one should be SCP-239, after all, she created all of this. Stark Industries building. That's it. Tony was so excited that he almost jumped up when he saw Professor Kane cut off the dragon's head. It was as if the person who cut off the dragon's head on the screen was not the professor, but himself. He looked at Colonel Rhodes excitedly, I have decided, I want to develop a lightsaber for my mecha. Jarvis, calculate the plan to add an external lightsaber to the mecha. I'm sorry, sir. I don't think we can produce a high-strength lightsaber in a short period of time. Damn it. Tony said angrily, Jarvis, I just want a lightsaber no matter how much it costs. As you wish. S.H.I.E.L.D. This is much more fun than doing those hellish missions. Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen and said eagerly, it makes me want to get a mecha and try it out. Nick Fury glanced at her. Do you think S.H.I.E.L.D. can develop something like this? Natasha Romanoff's expression froze, and she pursed her lips and said, definitely not, because we don't have a level 4 reality bender. Seeing this, they all understood. Whether it is this inexplicable black dragon or the lightsaber that allowed Professor Kane to change his offensive, it is obvious that they are all masterpieces of SCP-239. What about Dr. Clef? Recalling what Dr. Clef said during his duel with Dr. Kondraki. Obviously, this didn't seem to be his own idea. Nick Fury looked at the screen. He was also curious about what caused all this. As Professor Kane cut off the dragon's head, the scene switched to Lin Lang again. He was seen dragging SCP-239 into the site's safe. Clang! Lin Lang closed the outer door but not the blast door. Whoosh-ha! SCP-239 gasps. Bending over with his hands on his knees. The little face is full of excitement, the evil black dragon has revealed its true form. Haha, what should we do now? Lin Necromancer. As the words fell, the screen seemed to lose its sound again and suddenly became quiet. The audience only saw Lin Lang, also known as Lin Necromancer, with a calm expression. He pointed at the spell book in SCP-239's arms and seemed to say something to SCP-239. SCP-239 smiles and opens the book, rapidly flipping through the pages. After a minute, SCP-239 picked up the book, ran towards Lin Lang, pointed excitedly at a page, and spoke rapidly. Lin Lang smiled and nodded, pointing to the emergency supplies on the wall as he spoke. SCP-239 nodded immediately, then looked for supplies eagerly, pointing at some things and saying something. However, just when all the viewers in the live broadcast room were curious about what the two had said, Lin Lang did something that no one expected. He slowly moved behind SCP-239 and quietly took out a syringe from his pocket. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. Immediately, I was shocked. What is Lin Lang going to do? Is he crazy? This is a level 4 reality bender. For a moment, everyone's heart was in their throat. Then, Lin Lang was seen injecting the syringe near SCP-239's neck with lightning speed. SCP-239 seemed to scream, then fell weakly into Lin Lang's arms. Lin Lang picked up SCP-239, wrapped her in an emergency blanket, and left the vault with a calm expression. That calm look seemed to be just a trivial thing. Gulp! All of a sudden, the audience in the live broadcast room could hear the sound of swallowing saliva one after another. No one expected that Lin Lang would dare to do this. What I didn't expect was... Is this the end of the turmoil caused by SCP-239? An indescribable feeling of unreality spread in the live broadcast room. Seeing this, their minds were still filled with countless doubts. Like, why is Dr. Clef so crazy about terminating SCP-239? For example, what role did Lin Lang play in this incident? Role? How was SCP-239 finally placed? What about the 4 Apocalypse Doctors? What will happen to them? Countless questions filled the entire live broadcast room in the form of barrages. Future technology building. Damn it! Is this the end? Peter Parker spread his hands, looking unbelievable and unable to accept it. He looked at Lin Lang excitedly, "The money is good," and begged, "Lin, what happened in the end? Please tell me, I'm dying of curiosity." Unexpectedly, Lin Lu looked a little strange after hearing this. He shrugged and said, "I can only say that the cause and result of this incident are very unexpected." Just then, Jia's clear voice rang out, "Oh, there's another picture." Peter Parker looked up. Really? The final reveal begins. The screen appears. "What the hell did you say to her?" Inside the room, a man was almost roaring at Lin Xia. Apparently, he was asking about the incident with SCP-239. Compared to the man's tension and anger, Lin Lang seemed much calmer. He looked at the man in front of him calmly and said, "Sir, I cannot understand your anxiety. The video is well preserved and the audio of the discussion is 88% complete. You already know the content and effect of the conversation." "I don't. Damn it, I don't want to hear you say this." The man interrupted Lin Lang rudely, gritting his teeth and said fiercely, "I know you, Linear Dr. Kondriki, Dr. Gears, and even that BD Clef all praised you highly. Many doctors even suggested upgrade you to a high-level researcher." The man stared at Lin Lang, "I know you're smart, I've read your file, I've reviewed the events, so don't treat me like a damn idiot. Now, answer me, right off the bat, what did you say?" In response to him, Lin Lang remained silent. "Lin, what you did could bring down the entire Foundation. More importantly, you destroyed the damn SCP. Chapter 84. What on earth were you thinking? She could do anything, Lin. We wanted to keep her from the experiment, and you did this. I swear if..." The man didn't say anything in the end. He stared at Lin Lang intently, as if he had not expected that after the 4 Doctors of Apocalypse, there would be another troublesome guy in the Foundation. Finally, Lin Lang spoke. "I understand your frustration, but I don't think it's necessary." Lin Lang looked at the man calmly, speaking in a gentle tone as if he was saying something very important. "I caused the SCP containment breach for 239, however, I did so in order to restore the SCP. I did not ask her to do what I asked, which would have made her question the current witch girl containment strategy." He paused and said, "I used every resource at my disposal to expand containment tactics and effect an end to the hostilities initiated by Dr. Clef. SCP-239 still does not know the full extent of her abilities, only that they can be enhanced by the necromancers and their forbidden spell books. I just improved the previous story about the spells a little bit." Hearing this, the man, the supervisor from the Q5 Council, was completely stunned. "What are you talking about?" Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were also a little stunned. Some of those who reacted quickly subconsciously recalled the scene where SCP-239 imitated Lin Lang's use of witchcraft. When everyone connected that scene with what Lin Lang was saying, they got a somewhat bizarre answer. Just Lin inducing SCP-239, playing a role-playing game. And this time, SCP-239 is apparently more satisfied with this new role-playing game. In the picture, Lin Lang pretended to recall the past, and his thoughts seemed to go back to that day. Dr. Clef has been attacked by the ultimate darkness, a vast invisible evil force that has reached our world. The supervisor frowned, and he subconsciously thought that Lin Lang was cancelling him. Because this is a fairy tale. Ignoring the supervisor's rich expression, Lin Lang continued, 440 The forces of evil have taken over Dr. Clef, and only a few witches and wizards still retain their magic. Then, Lin Lang pointed at himself, I, as an over-council necromancer, was dispatched, along with swordsman Kondriki, to subdue Clef and dispel the evil within him. Working together, SCP-239 and I were able to use the emergency spellbook, which can only be used by 2 masters at once during the time of the ultimate darkness. After Lin Lang finished speaking, the live broadcast room fell into an eerie silence. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. 3 seconds have passed, boom. The live broadcast room, which was dead silent just now, was completely boiling. Countless barrages emerged crazily. Oh shit. So that's how it is. Damn it, I was wondering why I always felt something was a little weird, I didn't expect. Swordsman Kondriki, Clef controlled by evil forces, and Super Council Necromancer Lin Lang hahaha the contrast is so stark. I can't bear to see this guy playing role-playing games so seriously. Hahaha S.H.I.E.L.D. So that's how it is. Natasha Romanoff suddenly realized. She had previously felt that the development of the story felt very deliberate. Now it seems like role-playing. What she didn't expect was that the roles played by the doctors were so full of childlike fun. Nick Fury looked at the screen and nodded secretly. This does explain why the subsequent plot styles are very different. But there is still a problem at the moment, that is the cause of the story. Camartage. It's so fun. I want to play this kind of role-playing game, too. You can play the villain, I'm the Sorcerer Supreme. Why? I am the Sorcerer Supreme. Seeing a group of effective magic apprentices arguing over this, Ancient One sighed tiredly. Role-play? Fun? In her eyes, this is a game of life and death. Once you join the game, you can decide which role you play. For example, what if the character played by Dr. Clef was not a dragon controlled by an evil force, but he was originally the dragon? Thinking of that scene, Ancient One shook his head solemnly. When she looked at Lin Lang on the screen again, she secretly admired him. Lin Lang's words made even the supervisor a little stunned. He looked at Lin Lang suspiciously, and then she believed you. Sir, with all due respect, she is only 9 years old. After a pause, Lin Lang added, her only question is whether she can also learn fencing. Hearing this, the supervisor still felt a little unbelievable, especially when he saw Lin Lang's calm expression. He felt something was wrong. That's crazy, you're going to get everyone killed. What did you let her use? After searching his mind for a second or two, the supervisor used the appropriate term with a strange look on his face, forbidden spell. We will start with the smallest one, which is also the most basic spell that everyone should learn first. 14. Lin Lang looked at the other party, and raised his lips slightly, magic missile. You call this a magic missile? The supervisor pointed at the violent energy on the screen that almost destroyed the entire corridor, and his voice became shrill. Lin Lang shrugged, obviously, she is a very capable magic apprentice. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Then they all laughed out loud. For a moment, the entire live broadcast room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. At the end of the scene, the supervisor looked at Lin Lang deeply, then stood up and said, very good, there is another psychological assessment next, don't forget it. Sure enough, the scene changed, and when it appeared again, the person opposite Lin Lang had become one person. The bald psychiatrist smiled reassuringly and peacefully, is this difficult to do? The doctor pointed to the surveillance footage of Lin Lang injecting SCP-239 with the drug. What? Injecting a child with a chemical known to induce a coma. Hearing this, Lin Lang said calmly, originally it was relatively simple. I had practiced giving injections many times before and had developed a talent for doing this. The doctor's smile froze a little, you know this is not what I meant. There was no trace of guilt on Lin Lang's face, and from beginning to end he was as calm as a deep pool. If other options presented themselves, I would choose them. The answer is... Lin Lang paused and said, the answer is none. This incident has gotten out of control, and SCP-239 may accidentally cause additional danger if she continues to use her power. I took action to protect myself, SCP-239, and the Foundation. It sounds like you're trying to defend yourself. It's not something I would want to repeat if there were other options. After saying that, the scene on the screen froze at the moment when Lin Huan picked up SCP-2B9. What did you say to her when you picked her up? The video shows you whispering something in her ear. Lin Lang glanced at the surveillance camera and said calmly, I don't think this has anything to do with these processes. I think so. Lin Lang looked at the smiling doctor and was silent for 2 seconds. His voice became softer, which he himself did not notice. I said good night to her and had a sweet dream. Hearing this, the doctor was stunned for a moment, and the expression on his face softened a lot. Lin Lang thought the psychological consultation was over, but the doctor hesitated for a while, then asked, I noticed that you had already started preparing before SCP-239. Did you see SCP-239's diary? Diary. Lin Lang looked a little confused. The doctor was surprised, took out a document, handed it to Lin Lang, and then asked in surprise, since you haven't read the diary, why are you so sure that SCP-239 will be in trouble? Maybe it's a premonition. Lin Lang didn't even raise his head, and quickly scanned the contents of the document. From the diary of subject SCP-239, discovered shortly after Incident 239B date, 3 days before the incident. Dear Diary, I did something bad today. I saw a dead bird in the garden with a nest and some little birds crying for their mother, so I cast a life spell to bring the bird back to life. I didn't mean to break the rules, but Supreme Necromancer Clef told me that if I break the rules again, he will banish me to the underworld for 100 years. I'm afraid of Supreme Necromancer Clef. He's scary. I hope he won't find out. I don't want to die. Sad face. More. Live broadcast room. Nick Fury. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Lin Lang raised his head in astonishment and looked at the doctor. His face finally showed some other emotions. So, Dr. Clef. The doctor smiled bitterly and nodded. SCP-239 is worried that he will be killed by Dr. Clef because of using forbidden spells, so, she imagined that Dr. Clef was controlled by evil forces and came to Site-17. Lin Lang closed his eyes and took a long breath. That's why there is such a farce. After hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly realized. Immediately, there was an indescribable complex feeling. They envisioned countless possibilities. For example, Dr. Clef actually intended to terminate SCP-239, or maybe there are spies from hostile organizations within the Foundation. But they didn't expect, the reason for all this is that SCP-239 resurrected a bird and was worried about being punished by Clef? This is so ridiculous. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury stared at the screen blankly, feeling mixed emotions. Looking back on this accident, the most unlucky people might be the 2 security guards who died in the accident. But the most aggrieved and pathetic one is definitely Dr. Clef. Not only did he risk being wanted by the Foundation to bring several items to Site-17, but he was also wounded by the righteous men along the way. If SCP-239 hadn't believed he was being controlled by an evil force, Dr. Clef would probably be dead by now. In the picture, Lin Lang was silent for a long time before he let out a barely audible sigh. Unexpectedly, the doctor handed Lin Lang another document. Dr. Clef also predicted it in advance. Unfortunately, the ability of the reality bender is so unreasonable. Lin Lang opened the file and found it was a personal report from Dr. Clef. This was found in the deleted files folder of Dr. A. Clef's email account 48 hours prior to the incident. To all SCP personnel from Dr. A. Clef, Site-19 subject, stop me seeing this. Lin Lang frowned slightly. What's happening? To all personnel, secure SCP-239 immediately. Place Site-17 on high alert. You must stop me, or someone will die. About 24 hours ago, I suddenly had the urge to kill SCP-239. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. This feeling happened suddenly? Wrong. Some careful viewers noticed the time. They were shocked to find that by linking this document with the previous diary of SCP-239, they could get a chilling result. This result just confirms the previous speculation. Clef, you have indeed been distorted by SCP-239, which is why you behave so irrationally. It started as a simple thought, but the compulsion grew stronger. I had reason to believe that my plan had failed. Damn. I should have known she would misinterpret what I said. The children are smart, but also stupid. Damn. I am so stupid. Why am I so arrogant? Chapter 85. Wait, what am I doing? Why am I trying to get you to stop me? That little monster is too dangerous to be alive. She broke the rules, and now she must die. We can't just do it casually. We need to make a plan first. This is the key. Telekill alloy weapon, this should be able to. The content of the file ends here. However, the audience in the live broadcast room had a chilling feeling. A picture seemed to emerge in their minds. Dr. Clef was awakened by a palpitation, and realizing that something was wrong, he immediately began to edit the file. However, halfway through editing, his thoughts were distorted again. Eventually, his original thoughts were replaced by distorted ones. Until he got the blade made of telekill alloy, and fought his way through to level 17, and was finally defeated. This is the end of the devil, his thoughts returned to normal. Thinking of this, the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. WTF? This is too scary, isn't it? The people at Site 19 all have their minds twisted? Especially, judging from Dr. Clef's painful reaction midway, his normal consciousness should still exist. Especially, judging from Dr. Clef's painful reaction in the middle of the conversation, he should still be conscious. Damn it, I can't stop myself from watching myself die. It's scary to think about it. Worker. The audience in the live broadcast room felt both sympathy and amusement at what happened to Dr. Clef. As the saying goes, every sip and every bite has its destiny. If Dr. Clef wasn't so notorious, SCP-239 wouldn't have been so frightened by resurrecting a bird. It was not until this point that the accident caused by SCP-239 finally came to an end. Without causing the most extreme CK-class reality restructuring scenario, nor did they launch a planet extinction plan. Even from beginning to end, only 2 security guards died. However, in terms of the degree of danger, this accident is no less severe than any previous one. If Lin Lang hadn't made that decision at the critical moment, it is still unknown where things will end. But anyway, for the audience, this accident is definitely a feast for the eyes. Endless collection of objects, Apocalypse's 4 doctors' passionate confrontation, Mech Dragon Quest, Lin Lang tames a level 4 reality bender. It's so addictive. Wow, it's so addictive. Natasha Romanoff let out a sigh, her face still showing a hint of excitement after the excitement. I used to think that those building-type anomalies with endless monsters were scary enough, but now I realize, the most dangerous place is the Foundation's site. Natasha Romanoff's words were echoed by a group of agents. That's right. If nothing goes wrong, it's fine. But if something goes wrong, the whole site will be in trouble. It's only been a short while since the incident, and there are already more than 1 containment objects. Thinking back to that humanoid plant still sends chills down my spine. It means that the 4th Doctor of Apocalypse is a ruthless person who dares to fight with containment objects directly. Nick Fury opened his mouth and was about to speak when the screen above Tianzun lit up again. Everyone immediately fell silent and looked at the screen intently. Outside a ward in the medical area of the site. Honestly, I find it hard to understand why you and I were asked to go with you to interview that guy. Dr. Kondriki smoked irritably and said to Lin Lang, if I see that guy again, I'm afraid I won't be able to help but kill him. Before Lin Lang could speak, Dr. Clef's curse rang out from the ward, damn it, come in and try if you can. Just give it a try. Snap. Dr. Kondriki, leaning on a crutch, stormed into the ward angrily. However, after seeing Dr. Clef's miserable condition, they both fell silent almost at the same time. The silence was not broken until Lin Lang entered the room. Lin Lang placed a bouquet of flowers in front of the cabinet, you're welcome. Dr. Clef, what the hell, someone actually gave me flowers. Dr. Kondriki said, I just picked it up in the garden outside the door. Dr. Clef did not refute, but asked, how is your leg? I'll be fine. How's your face, eyes, ears, and body? Dr. Clef shrugged. They kept me with the pendant for a few minutes. Just enough to heal without turning me into a monster. Then he looked at Lin Lang, so what are you doing? A brief interview. Dr. Clef finally relaxed, looked at Lin Lang and smiled, I remember you, the researcher who was braver than me, right? Come on, Clef, if it weren't for this kid, we'd all be done for. Dr. Kondriki began to peel an apple. Dr. Clef hesitated and asked, how is the girl? Into a coma. Lin knocked her out right there after what she and the dragon did on the site. They thought it would be better for her to stay that way, so they locked her up in a room lined with telekill. After answering the questions in one breath, Dr. Kondriki also peeled the apple. Then, under Clef's expectant gaze, he fed it into his mouth with a smug smile on his face. Damn it! You! Dr. Clef sighed, then looked at Lin Lang. Who did they send to monitor her? Valdison. Dr. Clef shrugged. What a poor girl. It's funny, coming from someone who tried to kill her. Clef glanced at Dr. Kondriki. I'm not talking about that SCP. Cough cough. Dr. Kondriki nearly choked, coughing and glaring at Clef. Finally, Lin Lang asked the first question, so, why did you do this? Dr. Clef lit a cigarette and said casually, you've read the report, haven't you? Something in my plan was wrong. I thought I could help contain her through that. Nonsense. Dr. Clef looked at Dr. Kondriki. What did you say? I say bullshit. Dr. Kondriki said angrily, according to the reports, you are an absolute idiot who screwed up and caused a major site-wide incident. If I could say I know you, then I would say that you are not an idiot. You are a sadistic, evil, calculating BD, but you are definitely not an idiot. I never knew you cared so much about me. Enough of that, Clef. What do you want? Dr. Kondriki took over the interview. The audience clearly saw that Lin Lang took 2 steps back, seemingly intending to let the 2 men negotiate on their own. But obviously, this is not a good idea. I have absolutely no idea what you are talking about, dear Connie. This is all so convenient. Dr. Kondriki raised his voice and began to list the things that were wrong one by one. In your PDA voice recording, Lilith, SCP-336, was trying to order you to tell the truth when it suddenly cut off. An emergency call summoned 2 more Foundation researchers to the scene. A major security breach that caused every SCP on the base to leave their containment unit. A large number of casualties, including at least 2 SCPs, one of whom we had high hopes for, and the other of whom you personally guaranteed. Dr. Clef was a bit overwhelmed by the barrage of questions. At last, he took a deep puff of his cigarette and avoided the other party's question. But Dr. Kondriki became increasingly angry, his voice rising to the point of almost shouting, what exactly do you want to do? Who do you want to kill? Who do you want to contact? Do you want them to put the girl to sleep forever? You have a vivid imagination. Nonsense. You are lying. You always lie. Dr. Clef suddenly laughed. Yeah, I do lie all the time, right? Considering all the lies I've told, people even call me the father of lies. How funny. So, why did you do this? In order not to die in silence. As he spoke, Dr. Clef leaned over to Dr. Kondriki's ear and whispered something. Then everyone saw Dr. Kondriki's face turn pale and then red at a speed visible to the naked eye, stopping himself from falling into complete anger. You son of a BCH liar! Clef let out a manic laugh, followed by a violent coughing fit. He looked at Dr. Kondriki with a sneer, coughing and sneering, this is the really FG sucky part, Kondriki. What would happen if I lied now? And the peace that you primitive apes are barely maintaining will be broken by some existence in just a moment? What if you died, and your soul crossed the border, and you found those gates of heaven covered with the bloody wings of gods nailed to the wall? Kondriki, you know, the world is inevitably going crazy. Human beings are lowly insects, struggling to survive in a rotting universe. As long as the anomaly exists, we will never have a future. Clef spoke a series of dizzying words in one breath, leaving the audience in the live broadcast room confused. There is so much information in this passage that many people's brains have crashed. 0. S.H.I.E.L.D. What the hell is he talking about? Natasha Romanoff frowned. What balance has been broken? What paradise has been polluted? Nick Fury couldn't understand it either. Taking the word literally, Dr. Clef seems to know some unknown secrets. At the same time, he is extremely pessimistic about the future. But Nick Fury shares Dr. Kondriki's view. Clef is the father of lies. Can his words really be trusted? In the video, Dr. Kondriki became even more angry. You beast! You still want to deceive me? Lying to you? Dr. Clef suddenly grabbed collar, grinning and asked, have you ever wondered why the Foundation's collection of objects has skyrocketed by 700% in just 5 years? Have you ever wondered why I was still being distorted by SCP-239 even though I was at Site-19? At this point, Dr. Clef let him go and sneered, you must have thought about it, but like most people, you deliberately chose to ignore it. You ignore that anomalies are multiplying. Ignoring the increasing number of abnormal divine resurrections, ignore those crazy gods, ignoring the oldest existence in the universe, it howls crazily in a place invisible to humans. The color drained from Dr. Kondriki's face at a visible rate. At this point, Dr. Clef suddenly burst into manic laughter. "Oh my god, you really believe this nonsense, don't you? Ha ha ha." Dr. Kondriki was stunned. "What?" Dr. Clef laughed even more happily. "Oh god, look at your expression right now, it's priceless. This is much better than when I told Gears about Alice invading my vision and talking me out of competition. He almost had that little monster get an MRI to check if she had any brain infection before he figured out I was talking bullshit. But FK that stone cold BD, he has no emotions and isn't nearly as funny as you. You son of a BCH, you liar." Kondriki was completely defeated by Dr. Clef's teasing. He grabbed Dr. Clef's neck. "You beast! I'm going to kill you." Even with his throat grabbed, Dr. Clef still smiled. "You'll never be able to stop thinking about this, Connie. It will be there in the back of your mind, whispering, repeating, harassing you endlessly." In the midst of endless spinning in the endless vortex immediately afterwards, the two almost half-crippled men started fighting in the ward. Lin Lang stood at the door. He stared at the two of them with cold eyes. The eyes are so deep and scary. Chapter 86. In the picture, the fight between the two people is far less exciting than the previous duel. In a way, it even looks a little funny. But no one in the entire Marvel universe laughed out loud. At the moment, almost everyone fell into an inexplicable panic. Because of what Dr. Clef said. The future described in those words is too hopeless. Even though Clef said it was a lie, it still loomed in everyone's mind and could not be shaken off. "I know it's a lie, but what if?" Thinking of this, they seemed to feel a chill from another universe. S.H.I.E.L.D. What he said, must be false, right? Natasha Romanoff said with a pale face. "It doesn't matter whether it's true or not, but it's all something that happened in another universe, right?" After hearing what Nick Fury said, everyone relaxed. "That's right, anomalies are something that only exist in that Foundation universe." Nick Fury looked at the screen again, but a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. There was one thing he didn't say, that was, if the anomalies in that world really appear endlessly. So, can the Foundation really continue to exist? Camartage. The young magic apprentices did not understand what Clef said. They were still immersed in the role-playing games they had played before. Looking at the carefree young magic apprentice playing, the Ancient One's expression was filled with worry. The other viewers were just curious about whether it was true or not, but Gu alone had to consider what to do if the 1 in 10,000 chance of it coming true. Once the existence of the universe is involved, the dimension is for those existences. It doesn't have to be an insurmountable gap. Thinking of this, Ancient One became increasingly uneasy. Asgard. God has gone mad. Loki as a person, as a god, feels a little unwell. God. Will he also go crazy? No. I won't. He looked at the screen again, but there was a hint of anxiety in his eyes. He was eager to know how the world of the Foundation would develop. Under Lin Lang's deep gaze, the picture gradually dimmed. Instead, text appears on the screen. Post-Incident 239B Report, Long-Term Consequences, Selected Excerpts, Item 97, SCP-239 exhibited an uncontrollable Keter-level ability, indirectly leading to the death of several SCPs and Foundation personnel and the large-scale destruction of Site-17. Proposal: SCP-239 is to be placed in a medically induced coma for the time being. Dr. Erica Valdison is to be responsible for patient supervision. Priority: Beta Item 102. Several Foundation personnel stepped beyond the call of duty during this incident, at great personal risk to their own well-being and health. Proposal: for their wisdom, bravery, and personal sacrifice, the Foundation will issue honorary certificates to Researcher Lin, Dr. Bright, Dr. Gear, Dr. Kondrak, and Administrative Director Kane Pathos Crow. Lin's application for high-level researcher appointment is officially approved. Priority 11, Epsilon. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. There was an uproar immediately. No one expected that after this accident, Lin Lang was promoted directly from a medium-level researcher to a high-level researcher. Wouldn't that mean he would become the real Dr. Lin? But on second thought, if Lin Lang hadn't stepped forward at the last minute, it's not certain whether Site-17 would still exist. Item 138, Dr. A. Clef's actions during this incident resulted in the deaths of several SCPs and Foundation personnel. as well as extensive destruction of Site-17. In addition, Dr. Clef exhibited multiple non-standard interactions with female SCPs, namely SCP-091 ARC and 336. Proposal: in light of the above facts and Dr. Clef's own words during this incident, Dr. Alto Clef will be classified as a Euclid-class humanoid SCP and detained at Site-17. SCP numbers and containment procedures will be assigned later. Priority: Alpha. Seeing this, the audience who were discussing the matter a moment ago were suddenly stunned. Several doctors who appeared were rewarded. Only Dr. Clef was either being beaten or scolded. Now they are even locking him up and treating him as an abnormality. Dr. Clef might be the biggest complaint. See here, the audience in the live broadcast room more or less guessed that Lin Lang's third memory should be coming to an end. As expected, the golden subtitles unique to the system appeared again. Lin Lang's third memory ends. Before everyone could react, more subtitles suddenly appeared. Lin Lang's fourth memory from his previous life. Starting soon. Keywords of this issue: Death of the King, Rebirth Plan, Sarkic Cult, Chaos Insurgency, O5 Council. When these lines of subtitles appeared clearly in front of all the audience. A moment. All the audiences in the entire Marvel world were instantly attracted. Especially those keywords, which make people curious. There was no time for discussion, and the subtitles disappeared. After Lin Lang's fourth memory begins playing. You applied for a project related to memory. Dr. Kondriki's familiar voice appeared on the screen. Yes. Dr. Kondriki looked at Lin Lang and scratched his hair in annoyance. You are now a doctor, and your security clearance level has reached level 3. You can apply for almost all projects in our site. I don't understand. That project requires level 4 and is top secret. Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly became excited. Top secret? Nice. Love watching. Top memory, damn. Dr. Kondriki seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Lin Lang in astonishment. Are you talking about SCP-3000? Lin Lang shrugged, yes. Dr. Kondriki looked at Lin Lang deeply for a few times, pondered for a while, and then found a file from the safe under the desk. To be precise, the project related to SCP-3000 has been upgraded to level 5/3000. Not only you, but even I, the site director, may not be able to see it. Then, he handed the file in his hand to Lin Lang. This is before the upgrade, the content inside may be able to help you. Thanks. Lin Lang looked at Dr. Kondriki, who didn't let go, in confusion. The other party grabbed the file, with a rare look of concern on his face. Boy, I watched you get promoted from a low-level researcher to a high-level researcher. Don't do anything that you will regret. Having said that, he let go of his hand. His incomprehensible words left the audience in the live broadcast room confused. Isn't it just asking for a project file? S.H.I.E.L.D. From level 4 to level 5. Top secret. These two words constantly flashed back in Nick Fury's mind. He looked at Lin Lang's back on the screen in confusion. Studying memory? What on earth are you thinking about, Lin Lang? Unlike Nick Fury's careful consideration, the other agents now only have one idea. Open that damn file now. Project name, Anand-Shesha. Just a name was enough to stun all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Anand-Shesha. Natasha Romanoff looked at this strange name and couldn't help but complain, it's a bit awkward to pronounce. Nick Fury was also a little puzzled. At this moment, Maria, the assistant beside him, was slightly stunned and said, I found some information similar to this thing. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that Blue Star also has this thing? Nick Fury signaled the other party to turn on the sharing, and the search results came into everyone's sight. Shesha, the giant snake god in ancient Indian mythology, also known as Ananda Dragon. Legend has it that he is the king of Nagas with 1,000 heads. His heads support the stars of the entire mythological world. He is also the first snake born in Indian mythology. Myths and legends. Seeing this, Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that this thing had existed on Blue Star. Fortunately, it's just a myth. On the other side, more information came into everyone's view. Warning. According to the order of the Supervisory Council, the following file is described as a Class 8 cognitive hazard. Unauthorized access is prohibited. As soon as the file was opened, there was a series of warnings. The audience, who were originally talking a lot, suddenly focused their attention. Item No, SCP-3000 Object Class, Thou Meal Responsible Site, INWBKL Site 151 Project Supervisor Keter-class Camp Lead Researcher, David Bell Assigned Task Force, SCP-F Aramida. Seeing this long list of information and the unprecedented file format, everyone instantly felt that it was top secret. Obviously, this project, regardless of the supervisor's attention or project specifications, none of them can be compared with ordinary SCP projects. Special Containment Procedures. The area containing SCP-3000 is currently data expunged, an area with a diameter of approximately 300 kilometers, and is regularly patrolled by Foundation warships. It is strictly forbidden for any civilians to attempt deep-sea exploration or diving activities in the quarantine zone. Individuals believed to have come into contact with SCP-3000 are to be contained, quarantined, and processed at Site-151. Individuals affected by SCP-3000's anomalous properties are to be contained indefinitely. Seeing this, all the agents and senior officials of S.H.I.E.L.D. were stunned. An area with a diameter of 300 kilometers. Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen in amazement, and it's under the sea? Could it be some kind of fish school? Even if it's a school of fish, the range is a bit too large, Nick Fury frowned. Apart from other things, just in terms of the containment scope, this project is definitely the largest they have ever seen. Even the farmhouse of SCP-1983 had a containment area of only about 10 kilometers in diameter. Will it be is this containment object very large? Maria, the assistant who rarely spoke, but her words caused unanimous rebuttal from everyone. How big can it be? Yes, this is a 300-kilometer area. That's ridiculous. Maria shrugged helplessly. More content appeared on the screen. Description: SCP-3000 is a collection of huge amounts of aquatic serpentine entities, closely resembling giant moray eels. The total length of SCP-3000 cannot be measured, but it is estimated to be 600 to 900 kilometers. The head of SCP-3000 is about 2.5 meters in diameter, and the body is some 0.3 can reach a maximum diameter of 10 meters. 600 to 900 kilometers? The moment this number appeared on the screen, dead silence. A deathly silence permeated the entire Marvel world. Countless viewers subconsciously rubbed their eyes, thinking they were hallucinating. But no matter how they rubbed it, the picture on the screen, there is no change at all. 600 to 900 kilometers. This number hangs over everyone's mind like a nightmare. Finally, the audience in the live broadcast room was excited. WTF, WTF, WTF. Oh my god, a 600 to 900 kilometer moray eel? Is this a real creature? It's crazy, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Doesn't it mean that this thing's body is almost spread all over the sea? The audience in the live broadcast room became more and more shocked. The more I talk, the more frightened I become. At the end, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Camartage. While the apprentices were still wondering how long 600 to 900 kilometers was, Gu Shi was completely stunned. Since becoming the Sorcerer Supreme, she has been traveling through the universe frequently. There are countless giant creatures that I have seen. But even among the individual cosmic gods, the celestial gods, the largest one is only 200 miles tall, or more than 300,000 meters in height. Anandahasa's size, a giant being that can reach the level 1, can only be at the same level as the gods above the multi-universe. Chapter 87. S.H.I.E.L.D. The originally noisy atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Everyone was shocked by Maria. Maria was completely confused. 600 to 900 kilometers in size. What the FK is this? Nick Fury had only one thought in his mind right now: how can we contain such a large anomaly? The land of nothingness. Anandashesha. I didn't expect that other universes could be so huge. Looking at the information on the light curtain, Gao Tianzun was a little surprised. Gao Tianzun is the elder of the universe, and has the ability to manipulate cosmic energy for a variety of purposes. He is even able to travel through time, outer space, and dimensional barriers. It can be said that as a game lover, he had already been trying to find the dimension of the universe as soon as he appeared in the world of the Foundation. However, until now, he has not been able to find any anchor point related to the universe where the Foundation world is located. This forced him to suppress his curiosity and observe secretly. Previously appeared, whether it is 096, or the collection of 1983, it's all very ordinary to him. The only thing that interests him is SCP-343 God. Unexpectedly, the Foundation has now revealed such an exaggerated anomaly. More than 600 kilometers. The diameter of the living planet Ego is only 6,703,000 meters. Thinking of this, he looked at the screen with more curiosity. At the same time, he was also hesitation. Lin Lang's descendants are now on Blue Star. Can we find the cosmic anchor point of the Foundation world through him? Asgard. Loki was completely stunned. I thought I could change reality at will. 14 distort other people's thoughts, even SCP-239 being able to create anomalies at will is outrageous enough. Result. Another world serpent? He felt that his worldview seemed to be collapsing. On the screen, Lin Lang obviously didn't know that it was precisely because of his fragmented memory that such a huge disturbance occurred in another universe. He just slowly turned another page. SCP-3000 is generally a sedentary creature, moving its head only in response to certain stimuli or during feeding. Most of its body is located in the Ganges sector and rarely moves. SCP-3000 is carnivorous. Although it rarely moves, it has the ability to move quickly to kill prey. Although it is huge, it is speculated that SCP-3000 does not actually need nutrients to maintain biological functions. SCP-3000 will excrete a thin, sticky, dark gray substance from its skin while feeding on prey, designated Y909. Seeing this, the entire Marvel World audience finally woke up from their shock. Then they all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately this thing doesn't like to move. If something this big moves in any way, it could easily cause a tsunami that sweeps across the world. But the problem arises again. SCP-3000 is actually a carnivorous creature? What is Y909? SCP-3000 is a Class 8 cognitive hazardous entity. Direct observation of SCP-3000 will cause severe psychological changes to the observer. If directly observing SCP-3000, or entering its undetermined radius, personnel will experience unexplained headaches, delirium, attachments, and confusion, and memory loss or alteration. The moment this content appeared, the audience who had just breathed a sigh of relief were worried again. Then the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. WTF? It's a big entity, but it's also a cognito-hazardous entity. Shit, this guy doesn't even need to move, he's already threatening just by being there. Direct observation will cause amnesia, it's horrible. The key is, with such a large thing, how do we patch the system that was exposed in the previous life? This is the end of the archive. This disappointed many people who wanted to see SCP-3000's beauty. But the vast majority of the audience breathed a sigh of relief. SCP-3000 is a cognitive hazardous entity. What if they really see it? What if it's dangerous? In the picture, Lin Lang held the file between his fingers, his expression somewhat complicated, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Dr. Kondraki, who was sitting opposite, saw this and asked hesitantly, I wonder if this file can help you. Lin Lang nodded and handed it back to Dr. Kondraki. Just as Lin Lang was about to leave, Dr. Kondraki suddenly called him. Lin, our positions are similar now. I no longer have the power to lead you. Dr. Kondraki's expression carried a lingering loneliness. The audience then discovered that Dr. Kondraki's arms had a lot of white hair. He has aged a lot. Lin Lang looked at him calmly without saying a word. I just want to ask you one thing. Dr. Kondraki took a deep breath. Are you verifying that crazy stuff Clef said earlier? Dr. Kondraki's words not only stunned Lin Lang, but also the audience in the live broadcast room. Dr. Clef's crazy talk? The horrific words that Dr. Clef had said during the argument with Dr. Kondraki suddenly came to everyone's mind. In an instant, the look he gave Lin Lang became filled with doubt. Facing Dr. Kondraki's question, Lin Lang's eyes remained calm. Why do you say that? Dr. Kondraki stared at Lin Lang and said in a deep voice, since you became a high-level researcher 3 years ago, you have applied to visit SCP-343 more than 460 times. There are 284 times when the conversation records do not match the surveillance footage. Dr. Kondraki stood up and looked at Lin Lang impatiently. What did you say to 343? SCP-343? The existence called God suddenly appeared in the minds of the audience in the live broadcast room. Then he looked at Lin Lang with even more surprise. S.H.I.E.L.D. 343 Nick Fury muttered to himself, but the conversation between Lin Lang and 343 when they first met appeared in his mind. Thought of the warning from God, this world is irreversibly heading towards destruction. This also reminds me of Dr. Clef's horrific words earlier. As if he thought of something, his face suddenly became extremely ugly. In the picture, Lin Lang neither confirmed nor denied it. Dr. Kondraki took a deep breath, his eyes softened, and he said in a deep voice, "Lin, you don't know much about the Foundation, and you know nothing about Dr. Clef. But it doesn't matter, you need to know 10 things." He looked at Lin Lang and said word by word, "Don't trust a single word that BD Clef says. Goodbye, Dr. Kondraki." Under Dr. Kondraki's complicated gaze, Lin Lang turned and left. The conversation ended inexplicably. The vast majority of viewers could not understand this conversation, but a small number of viewers came to a shocking conclusion. Regarding Dr. Clef's doomsday theory, Lin Lang seems to be verifying it by studying certain items. While the audience was still discussing this, the screen. Lin Lang, who had just walked out of Dr. Kondraki's office, bumped into a researcher who was running out of breath. "Lin, King Bo." The researcher panted and said with difficulty, "There is new information about the project you are involved in related to the Pioneer. It seems to be able to communicate." Hearing this, Lin Lang immediately started running. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Pioneer? Is this another SCP object? Thinking of the SCP-3000 that had appeared before, everyone's heart was lifted again. Isn't this another scary giant? Just at this moment, subtitles appeared on the screen again. Project name, Pioneer Item Number, SCP-1281 Object Class, Safe Special Containment Procedures. The remains of SCP-1281 are to be kept at Outpost 120-09. Monitoring equipment has been installed inside and outside the instance in case the object is activated again. Any research proposals that may cause damage to SCP-1281 should be submitted to Command. Safe? Seeing this, the audience in the Marvel world couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Safe level refers to those anomalies that are easy and safe to contain. At least, you don't have to watch it with fear. S.H.I.E.L.D. Safe level. Natasha Romanoff looked strange. I suddenly remembered that the god of SCP-343 was also of safe level. Nick Fury gave her a look. Don't you understand? Safe only means that the object is easy to contain, it doesn't mean it is weak. Natasha Romanoff shrugged, clearly unimpressed. Description: SCP-1281 is a biological entity discovered in the Kuiper Belt during standard containment of SCP-I. SCP-1281 is roughly columnar in shape, with a smooth cross-section at the base of the entity. It measures 12 meters from end to end, and has a circumference of 11 meters at its widest point. In contrast, it has a prominent bulge which is believed to contain most of SCP-1281's analytical equipment. Biological individual? Analytical equipment? Seeing these two words appear on the same individual at the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room were all confused. What the hell is this? There are several disc-like structures on the surface of SCP-1281, presumably receivers for various forms of electromagnetic radiation, as well as prismatic capsules for unknown purposes. Several areas of its surface are damaged, suggesting that there were once more attachments. Biological components appear to have been grown on a mechanical framework, apparently designed to live in outer space. When observed, instances seem to have difficulty coping with temperatures far warmer than those of the Kuiper Belt. Surface temperature was 50 Kelvin when first discovered. More and more descriptions have not only failed to make the image of SCP-1281 more concrete in everyone's mind. Instead, it becomes more and more abstract. S.H.I.E.L.D. Could it be a kind of flesh and blood? Techno-organisms. Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen and guessed. Nick Fury also agreed with this view, but after seeing the next paragraph, his face suddenly changed. SCP-1281 apparently once had the ability to travel to the interplanetary system, but most of its systems were damaged by an unknown accident and it was stranded. It is estimated to have existed for at least 1.3 billion years, although most of that time has been spent dormant. Star travel. 1.3 billion years. Nick Fury was surprised and said, could it be that this thing is the product of some alien civilization? Even S.H.I.E.L.D. has not yet fully mastered the technology of star-level travel. The instance was almost completely dormant when it was discovered, with the only sign of its activity being a faint light on its surface. Observations and experiments have shown that it responds to radio waves. It apparently receives signals at certain times, but shows no signs of other functions until Foundation forces approach. At the moment the project starts broadcasting. The object has the ability to crack the Foundation's code within an hour, and at the moment begins broadcasting binary signals and attempts to communicate, starting with the simplest mathematical concepts. Nevertheless, after the report was sent back to Earth, the object stopped broadcasting for several days. The temperature of its dorsal bulge increased by 5 Kelvin during this period, apparently due to processing information. Seeing this, everyone became even more surprised about SCP-1281. Not only can you travel to the level planet, but you also have a terrifying learning ability. Could this thing be a spy sent to Earth by some alien civilization? Naturally, everyone became curious about the upcoming conversation. As Lin Lang ran all the way, finally, everyone saw the images sent back from the 120-09 space station. Chapter 88. SCP-1821 is as described in the archive. At first glance, it looks like a column for storing CDs. Its biological characteristics are not as everyone imagines, a mass of twisted and disgusting flesh and blood. Instead, it has a sci-fi texture. ZZ Dr. Lin. Technicians from Space Station 120-09 appear on screen. Has SCP-1821 reached the point where it can communicate? Lin Lang asked directly while standing in front of the camera. ZZ yes. Now along with the communication with SCP-1821. Yes. Soon, the technician disappeared, and was replaced by the anomaly from 1.3 billion years ago. Lin Lang from Earth initiated the first conversation with SCP-1821 in the station's holding room. ZZ damaged. This is the sound coming from SCP-1821 after being processed by the analyzer. However, the content stunned everyone inside and outside the screen. Damaged? Can you hear me? Lin Lang asked. Who? We are the SCP Foundation, we are, Lin Lang was interrupted by SCP-1821's suddenly raised voice before he could finish his words. What? Master. No. Owner? Hearing this word, Lin Lang frowned. After a moment of hesitation, he explained. No, we call ourselves human beings. Unexpectedly, SCP-1821 seemed to have a problem with its operation. All we could hear was its strange emphasis and inexplicable answer, pioneers must. Information. Pioneers must. Snap. The technician cuts off the conversation with SCP-1821, and panics before Lin Lang. Doctor, the temperature around the convex part of SCP-1281's back has risen significantly, reaching 60 Kelvin. Security team on standby in case SCP-1281 becomes hostile. Thus, the conversation ended inexplicably. The audience in the live broadcast room were completely confused. What? What happened? Yet, you've only said a few words and you're already overwhelmed. Why is that guy both the master and the pioneer? Could it really be that they were sent by an alien civilization to explore the way? There was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room, and S.H.I.E.L.D's agent also held a similar idea. If you ask me, it's best to deal with this kind of anomaly with unknown origin. Yet, what if the information it sends out is some kind of mimetic hazard? That's right. Listening to the chattering of the agents, Nick Fury shook his head helplessly. After so long, he had almost understood the Foundation's procedures for containing anomalies. First, find the anomaly. Then confirm the containment procedures, then conduct abnormal characteristics test. And those who were executed were, or it has been clearly discovered that someone can be executed, or because of its harmfulness, we have to act quickly. Now that SCP-1821 has just appeared, it is even possible to obtain extremely valuable information through it. How could the Foundation rashly execute him? Fortunately, it didn't take long before changes appeared on the screen. Doctor, after 4 hours of cooling, the temperature has dropped and SCP-1821 is actively seeking a call agree. As the picture flashed, SCP-1821 reappeared on the screen. Where are the pioneers? The first words SCP-1821 said made everyone frown. If the herald refers to SCP-1821 itself, in other words, it is asking itself where is it? Lin Lang hesitated for a moment, then changed his answer, in the periphery of this solar system, outside the planet circle. SCP-1821 immediately asked, which planet? We call it Solution. How long? SCP-1821's voice became increasingly anxious. It desperately wants to know where it is. You have been in space, almost orbiting the Milky Way 6 times. Are you the master? Lin Lang paused after hearing this and replied, no. Information. The pioneers must tell, the mission. The pioneers must. At the end, SCP-1821's voice became intermittent again. As expected, Dr. SCP-1821 has reached a higher temperature, reaching 70 Kelvin, and appears to have caused some damage to the subject's biological components. Lin Lang was about to speak when the phone rang. Lin Lang picked up the phone and frowned slightly. The audience in the live broadcast room were also stunned when they saw the notes. O5 Council? Hello. Dr. Lin, regarding the SCP-1821 project. A female voice came on the phone, tell the truth about the questions it asks. Reason. These 2 short words not only stunned the audience in the live broadcast room, but also the person on the other end of the phone seemed to be stunned. Everyone heard a few deep breaths, and then a female voice sounded on the other end of the phone, because this would complicate long-term containment, and the species that created SCP-1281 appears to have very low ability and willingness to initiate hostilities. Clear. After that, Lin Lang hung up the phone. It's so clean and neat that it's scary. S.H.I.E.L.D. That is to say, SCP-1821 is the creation of a certain civilization. Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen and speculated, and its mission is to travel the universe and collect information. If that's the case, then we can just talk about the previous conversation. Nick Fury nodded slowly. After seeing this, everyone in the Marvel world became curious about what would happen next. What information did the pioneers collect? Who is its owner? Doctor, after 7 hours, the temperature has dropped. Continue. As SCP-1821 appears on screen for a 3rd time, the conversation begins again. SCP-1821 spoke first. I'm not at home. I've been away from home for a long time. Where is home? I can't see it. There was a sense of bewilderment in its tone. Lin Lang thought for a moment and said, I'm afraid I don't know. The stars looked very different then. After all, there are 1.3 billion years between the two. I was told I had to perform my function. I had to complete my mission. However, I was damaged. Long ago. I was inactive. Waiting for further instructions. Waiting for rescue. Is that rescue? SCP-1821's voice changed from confusion to expectation, especially when asking for rescue. Lin Lang did not answer directly, but asked, what is your mission? This is exactly what the audience is curious about. What? SCP-1821 was stunned for a moment, then asked again, are you a stranger? Lin Lang chooses to tell the truth, no, we are human. The audience seemed to hear a woman cursing in the office. My mission. You are not the master, I must, information. The information must be transmitted. At this point, SCP-1821's voice became intermittent again. Doctor, the temperature has reached 85 Kelvin, and biological tissue has been damaged. Lin Lang sighed, stand by. There was visible impatience and anxiety on his face, and even he himself didn't know where this emotion came from. Pioneer. Owner. What exactly is the mission? Lin Lang muttered to himself. 10 hours later, SCP-1821 is actively seeking communication again. 4-4. This time, SCP-1821 began narrating on its own initiative, this is our forerunner. It brings good news. Without giving Lin Lang a chance to ask, it continued, by the time it reaches you we will be dead. Our planet is dying. We have no time to save ourselves. We only have time to prepare ourselves and send the message. This sentence stunned all the audiences in the Marvel world. S.H.I.E.L.D. Could it be that, this is the message the pioneer wants to convey? Is this the message left by its owner? Natasha Romanoff said in shock as she looked at the screen. Nick Fury apparently thinks the same way. I only saw Lin Lang on the screen immediately turning up the volume. SCP-1821 continues, but as a transmitter, we see the signs of those who have come before. They are different, and we don't really understand them yet. But if someone came before, someone will come after. That is the hope of our pioneer journey. It discovered you and learned your language so it could speak to you. Please listen. All the audience in the live broadcast room pricked up their ears. Even Lin Lang on the screen was sitting upright. The Milky Way is dark, empty, and cold. It is spinning in an inevitable direction toward death. You too will die one day. But you probably have more time than we do. We hope so. But one day you too will disappear. SCP-1821's voice suddenly became disembodied. Until then, you must light up the darkness. You must make the starry sky less empty. We are all small, but space is so vast. But a space with a voice saying I am here is much better than a silent space. A sound is very small, but it is the difference between 0 and 1, just like 1 and infinity. Everyone seemed to hear a sigh from the depths of the universe. As your time passes, please continue to send the message so that the next voice can rise to fight the darkness. This passage is more like a space opera than a conversation. People seemed to see the vast starry sky. I saw the light of a civilization that was extremely lonely in the dim corner of the universe. I also saw that the faint flame was inevitably swallowed by the darkness. To the extent that the sound of Zhou Tian's message became barely audible. The audience in the live broadcast room inexplicably fell into an indescribable sadness. Honestly, why do I feel so sad? In other words, the so-called pioneers are actually the last words left by another civilization 1.3 billion years ago. Rather than a last word, it's more like a warning? A reminder. The universe is so wonderful and so clear. This time, SCP-1821 did not disconnect. After just waiting for 15 minutes, its voice rang out again. Is it finished? It was confused. I understand and ask, my tone is light and expectant. That's the message. Yes. Is it good news? It asked curiously. So curious that Lin Lang was a little surprised. You don't know? Didn't you just tell us that? I just sent the words, I don't know what they mean. Hearing its innocent words, Lin Lang felt as if he was pricked by a needle. He looked at SCP-1821 and said seriously, this is a very important piece of information. Okay. The mission is important. Got it. Feeling tired. Almost done. People heard a hint of joy and relief from SCP-1821's voice. The joy may be because the message conveyed by the wandering for 1.3 billion years is a very important message, relief. Lin Lang seemed to have a bad feeling, done. Mission accomplished. Brain overheated. Cooling impaired. Lin Lang trembled slightly, Pioneer, you. Master. The Pioneer asked the question again, and the tentative tone was heartbreaking. For the first time, Lin Lang was at a loss as to what to do. He looked around to the left, as if trying to find someone else. But in the end, he found that he was the only one in the room, and the O5 Council behind the surveillance. He stared at the screen in a daze. Hesitation for a while, he changed his tone to a calm one, I am. Did I do well? SCP-1821's voice has a hint of childlike innocence. It awaits. It seems that when the long journey of the universe began 1.3 billion years ago, just waiting for such an answer. Yes, Harbinger. Well done. Then I feel relieved. Doctor, SCP-1281's systems appear to have completely shut down. Lin Lang put down the pen in his hand, closed his eyes and replied, I see. In addition to some information recording the conversation, the notebook ended with this line of words, watch on the other side of the universe, a forgotten corner the river is ablaze with red candles, like paper sails that lead wanderers home. It sees home. Chapter 89. S.H.I.E.L.D. No one spoke, and everyone seemed to be still immersed in an inexplicable emotion. It has been wandering in the universe for 1.3 billion years, just to deliver such a message. Natasha Romanoff stared at the screen blankly until a warm feeling flowed down the corner of her eyes. She couldn't imagine what the pioneers had been through while wandering alone in the universe. She didn't even dare to think about how long 1.3 billion years was. That is definitely a long process that even the oldest life in the universe would find. But the pioneer walked on alone. At this moment, she suddenly felt grateful to Lin Lang. She is grateful to Lin Lang for providing the answer that pioneers have been waiting for 1.3 billion years. Thanks to such a strong soul, who was also moved by this story. Boss. Nick Fury turned around in panic, wiped his eyes, and then turned back. What's wrong? Natasha Romanoff shook her head with relief, nothing. At the end of the scene, Lin Lang packed up his notebook and left the information room. As the picture fades, a prompt appears on the screen. Dr. Lin was reprimanded for bringing his personal emotions into the conversation with an anomalous object and was placed on administrative leave. Seeing this, the audience of the Marvel world, who was originally immersed in the inexplicable sadness, was suddenly stunned. What the hell? Ha ha ha, I laughed my off. I thought I was hallucinating, but I didn't expect that curse from the O5 Council actually happened. Tell the truth, I can't hold it in when I think of it. Dr. Lin is too brave. Perhaps he had already offended the boss when he asked reason, and hung up the phone so quickly. It turns out that no matter how powerful you are, don't try to offend your boss, especially a female boss. The live broadcast room was suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. Since Lin Lang was on leave, when he appeared again, he, Lois and ZYN appeared in the cafeteria again. A few years later, ZYN was no longer as naive as before, and Lois also grew a beard. Only Lin Lang, time 333, seemed to have left no mark on him. When I heard outside that someone at Site 17 has offended an O5 counselor again, I guessed it was you. Lois put her arm around Lin Lang's shoulders and said excitedly, what's the reason this time? Violating regulations? Or peeking at confidential files? Judging from Lois's familiar attitude, Lin Lang seemed to have done similar things many times. Lin Lang broke free from his shoulder and said calmly, because it is too easy to bring personal emotions into communication with an abnormal object. PSST ha ha ha. Lois and ZYN burst out laughing. I swear, that's the funniest joke you've ever told. Lois winked and said, this joke will definitely be included in the Foundation's collection of political jokes. He immediately raised the glass in his hand, we have to have a drink, man. Cheers. This is a warm scene in Lin Lang's memory, and the audience in the live broadcast room watched it with great interest. ZYN took a big sip of the wine, and a look of pain appeared on his face for a moment until he swallowed it. She pushed up her glasses and looked at Lin Lang, are you still applying for a project related to memory? Hearing the word memory, S.H.I.E.L.D's Nick Fury secretly pricked up his ears. This is exactly the topic that Dr. Kondriki brought up earlier. Now it seems that Lin Lang seems to be very concerned about projects related to memory. Why? He couldn't help but think about it. In the picture, Lin Lang nodded. Lois put down her glass and sighed, do you still feel like you've forgotten something important? Lin Lang nodded again. This sentence stunned the audience in the live broadcast room. Forget? Forgot something? Unfortunately, Lin Lang changed the subject in time, leaving this issue on hold for the time being. He looked at Lois, I heard that you recently took over a very difficult project. Lois's expression suddenly became strange, rather than a project, I feel it's more like a prank. Mischief. That's right. Lois recalled and described, it was a file with extremely confusing content. The supervisor didn't know how it appeared, but it is now in the archives. Serial number. Let me think. Lois took a sip of wine, pondered for a moment, and suddenly said, SCP-3999. SCP-3999? Honestly, I didn't know the Foundation had so many objects in its collection. Can you tell me more about it? Lin Lang interrupted Lois's complaints. Lois thought about it and shrugged indifferently, definitely no problem, this thing is not a secret. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room also became excited. Another new project. Unexpectedly, Lois simply stood up and said, how about this, wait for me, I'll go find a copy. Anyway, this thing is not a confidential file. After a while, Lois returned with a large stack of documents. He handed a copy to ZYN beside him, and then gave another copy to Lin Lang. Many researchers and doctors have read it, but they still can't figure it out. Lin Lang took the document without hesitation. However, unlike ordinary files, this file had an inexplicable sentence printed on the cover at the beginning, let's go, you don't have my job when the 11th day Empire is swallowing up the sky like a human figure melting like a clam on the breakfast table. Seeing this, Lin Lang did not rush to open the file, but frowned and pondered the meaning of this passage. Not only him, but the audience in the live broadcast room were also a little confused. What is this? Short poem? What does it have to do with archives? Project name, I am in everything. Item number, SCP-3999. Object class, Apollyon. When this level appeared in the live broadcast room, the audience who had just been talking about it were stunned. Immediately there was a shock. Another new containment level. The system prompt appears, Apollyon-class SCPs refer to anomalies that cannot be contained, are expected to break containment in the near future, or have similar scenarios. Such anomalies are generally related to doomsday threats or some type of K-class scenario, requiring a huge effort from the Foundation to deal with. When this content appeared, the audience who were still curious about what this level meant. My first reaction was confusion. What followed was unbelievable. Apollyon means unable to contain? A doomsday threat? Are you crazy? Just when countless doubts appeared in the minds of all the audience, more content appeared on the screen. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-3999 is currently uncontainable, and is precipitating a ZK-class end-of-reality scenario. The most feasible solution is to have researcher Tal-Oran, who is believed to be the focus of SCP-3999, cut off contact with all Foundation sites and personnel to avoid further collateral damage to Foundation assets. Theoretically, if researcher Tal-Oran is contained in an extremely remote area, SCP-3999's destructive ability will temporarily disappear. SCP-3999 is facilitating a ZK-class end-of-reality scenario. When these words appeared on the screen, at this moment, the entire Marvel Universe audience instantly fell into deathly silence. Immediately there was a tsunami-like shock. WTF? A ZK-class end-of-reality scenario? Am I seeing this wrong? This is crazy. Another containment that will cause the end of the world. No, what exactly is SCP-3999? Why is this researcher named Tal-Oran involved? Damn it! This world is not a place where humans can survive. S.H.I.E.L.D. The hall was filled with the sound of agents and senior executives gasping for breath. Even Nick Fury had a serious look on his face at the moment. No wonder people are so shocked and negative. It is really. There are too many anomalies that can threaten the world. There was a cosmic timeline intertwined before, and the destruction of the cosmic flower caused the timeline to break. Later, there were level 4 reality benders who changed reality at will. Now, there is another containment object that can cause a ZK-class reality ending scenario. Is this still a way to let people live? But after the shock, Nick Fury was a little puzzled. Why did Lois say the file was a hoax? Besides, there seems to be something else behind the word disappear at the end of this passage. Stop X controllable X a little bit left X, as expected, a series of inexplicable words followed. Not only that, these words are also crossed out with a line, as if they were words that were abandoned during the revision. Hey, see it? Lois pointed at the crossed out words and said, it's just a rough draft left by someone trying to write a file. ZYN beside him also nodded and said, stopped, controlled, a little bit left. He seemed to be looking for the right words to describe SCP-3999's destructive ability. Lois smiled and gloated, that's not all. I'm telling you in advance, the rest of the story will be almost the same. Lin Lang was not affected by Lois and continued reading. The most feasible solution is to have researcher Tal-Oran, who is believed to be the focus of SCP-3999, sever all contact with humanity to prevent further collateral damage to Earth and its societies. Theoretically, if researcher Tal-Oran quickly kills himself in a remote location, SCP-3999 will be abolished. P.S. The content in represents the discarded part of the file that has been crossed out. Researcher Tal-Oran is not allowed to leave the Foundation. The most feasible option is for researcher Tal-Oran, who is believed to be the focal point of SCP-3999, to self-sever contact with all animals to prevent further collateral damage to the natural world and its biodiversity. In theory, researcher Tal-Oran should live out the rest of his life in a small shed, away from all animals and as isolated from plants as possible. Research is currently underway to eliminate SCP-3999's effects, with current proposals including launching it into the sun. Sure enough, the following content is exactly as Lois said, and almost all of it is traces of constant revisions. Trace. Well, let me tell you. Lois took a sip of wine and then sighed. The supervisor asked us to analyze it. Isn't this embarrassing? Then he looked at Lin Lang again and asked expectantly, you are the smartest among us, have you found anything? Experiment. What? Lin Lang hesitated and searched for the right words, then said hesitantly, this happened when I was conducting research on a new anomaly. As he spoke, he looked at the two of them and said in one breath, constantly make attempts, and then constantly reject previous judgments. It's like a correction process, but what? Lois and ZYN asked immediately. But the revision process doesn't seem to be so distorted. It's as if there is a difference in the original content. As he spoke, Lin Lang pointed to the content at the back. Look here. Researcher Talleyrand's family members are to be executed one by one. This process should be carried out by multiple mobile task forces from the following. The agents first executed researcher Talleyrand's mother, then his father, and all life forms in the building will be terminated. They then arrive at the location of researcher Talleyrand's sister and execute her. Any roommates in the building will be cleared out. The Remington 700 sniper rifle with a microphone shot him in the head at close range. The bodies will then be nailed to the wall outside of researcher Talleyrand's office, doused with 10 liters of gasoline and set alight. Researcher Talleyrand will be restrained and forced to kneel beside the bodies. Before the body. Seeing this, not only the two people in the picture, but even the audience in the live broadcast room felt a chill at the methods described in the file. This is so cruel. Especially the underlined part. It doesn't seem like they are trying to contain anomalies, but rather torture this researcher named Talleyrand. Chapter 90. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room was completely shrouded in an inexplicable fear. Even though the contents of the files were not necessarily true, they still felt uneasy. WTF? This is too cruel, isn't it? Oh my god, are you trying to contain SCP-3999, or are you trying to contain this Talleyrand researcher? Damn it, the person who wrote this dossier is a complete lunatic. A psychopath. S.H.I.E.L.D. The vast majority of agents and viewers hold the same view. So, this file is just a prank? Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen uncertainly. Exit. Now, even Nick Fury is not sure. He felt a strong sense of division and contradiction. He suppressed his nausea and looked at Lin Lang on the screen, curious about what answer Lin Lang would give. Do you feel anything? Lin Lang looked at the two of them. ZYN's face turned pale, obviously affected by the contents of the file. Lois's expression didn't look good either, and she asked in confusion, what do you feel? Inconsistency, confusion of logic. Yes, that's the feeling. Lois gave a positive response to Lin Lang's description, and then asked curiously, what do you think? I have two ideas. Lois was stunned, and then a little shocked. He didn't expect Lin Lang to actually find out. First, the person who wrote this file suffers from schizophrenia. Lin said calmly, this file was written under his different mental conditions. Lois's expression froze for a moment, but her eyes became brighter and brighter, and she said excitedly, damn it, you're still smart. What about the second one? The second one? Lin Lang took a deep breath, I have to finish watching it before I can say anything. Then, more content appeared on the screen. What will SCP-3999 be classified as? Researcher Talleyrand's colleagues are to be terminated one by one. The agents enforcing this containment procedure are to be selected from among the various containment specialists. Site cafeteria staff are to administer arsenic to the meals of all staff who have come into contact with researcher Talleyrand, up to and including members of the O5 Council. SCP-3999 cannot be contained. SCP-3999, along with researcher Talleyrand, will be sent to the Serpent's Hand as a gift. All Serpent's Hand operatives are to be informed that SCP-3999 is an artifact of vital importance to the Fifth Church. Researcher Talleyrand will be given a Class C amnestic and a cover identity. He is Lois Frederick Bondiski, a high-ranking leader of the Fifth Church. All Serpent's Hand operatives are to be informed that under no circumstances are SCP-3999 to be separated from researcher Talleyrand. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were almost confused. This paragraph of content once again continues the previous inconsistencies, making people sweat profusely. Who knows? Lin Lang in the picture narrowed his eyes. Interesting. Interesting. Lois waved her hands excitedly and said irritably, I'm so confused, and you say it's interesting. Lois, listen to Linear. ZYN looked at Lin Lang, tell me what you think. Lin Lang pointed at the file and said, didn't you notice? These paragraphs have a very obvious feature. Upon hearing this, everyone inside and outside the screen was stunned. Especially for those viewers who don't know what SCP-3999 is. Fortunately, Lin Lang gave an explanation. The writer was eager to define SCP-3999. And then, ZYN and Lois widened their eyes. Then, the writer used all means to torture researcher Tal-Oran. At this point, Lin Lang closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said calmly, "Now, I can basically deny my first guess. The writer is not schizophrenic. It's SCP-3999 and researcher Tal-Oran." As soon as these words were spoken, the live broadcast room exploded. WTF? Why am I getting more and more confused? Shit, Lin is saying that this dossier was originally written by that Tal-Oran. If it was written by two consciousnesses, it would explain the inconsistencies. S.H.I.E.L.D. What? Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen, her face full of shock and confusion. Isn't this idea too outrageous? Nick Fury didn't rush to deny it. He thought about the previous content, and then separated the part with horizontal lines from the part without horizontal lines. Thinking of this, Nick Fury trembled violently. Then he looked at the screen in astonishment. At this moment, he suddenly felt that Lin Lang's idea seemed very possible. Even if it's not the truth, it's definitely close to the truth. Researcher Tal-Oran forcibly removed from SCP-3999. Researcher Tal-Oran remains with SCP-3999 at all times. Researcher Tal-Oran terminated. Researcher Tal-Oran shall be kept alive by any means necessary. Researcher Tal-Oran placed within SCP-3999. Researcher Tal-Oran not SCP-3999. There is a deep connection between Researcher Tal-Oran and SCP-3999. When the last paragraph appeared in front of everyone, no matter whether it was people on or off the screen, they all froze in place. Lois stared at the last sentence and asked in a trembling voice, "There is no line here." Then he looked up and looked at Lin Lang in astonishment, "That is to say, that's true." After Lin Lang's affirmative answer, all the viewers in the live broadcast room were shocked beyond words. S.H.I.E.L.D. If everything not underlined is true, or has happened. Natasha Romanoff seemed to remember something and suddenly covered her mouth, the blood color on her eyelids disappearing little by little. It means that his relatives and friends are all dead. Nick Fury almost gritted his teeth as he finished Natasha Romanoff's words. Then, as if he had thought of something, he suddenly shuddered, "No. That's not right." On the screen, ZY almost said this while arguing with Nick Fury. She stared at Lin Lang, "If that's the case, how do you explain the rest?" She pointed to the following paragraph. Researcher Tal-Oran's mission is to accompany SCP-3999 from birth to death for life. He should live a happy life surrounded by friends and family and fully enjoy the good things in life. Then he retorted, "Tal-Oran's relatives and friends appear here again. According to your speculation, they should have died. Why are they mentioned again?" ZYN's rebuttal is well-reasoned and convincing. However, Lin Lang just looked at her calmly. Before he could speak, Lois, who had been silent, suddenly laughed bitterly. "What if SCP-3999 is a reality bender like SCP-239? ZYN's body trembled, and then his eyes suddenly widened. She stared at the file blankly. "Especially when I read the passages about researcher Tal-Oran being tortured, a great fear suddenly arose in my heart. All of researcher Tal-Oran's colleagues are to have their hands chopped off and their eyes gouged out in front of him." SCP-3999 was allowed to visit researcher Tal-Oran's sister, who is currently a student at the State University. SCP-3999, with its armed guards, will brutally rip researcher Tal-Oran's sister apart, and then use its ability to reverse the damage it has done. It will then take her to Meyer Dairy, a local ice cream shop in Pennsylvania, for a banana split. After that, watching those outrageously cruel descriptions, everyone on and off the screen froze in place. Some people looked around blankly, as if they were eager to get a no answer. But unfortunately, no. The pain that makes people despair just by describing it, all of this actually happened to the researcher named Tal-Oran. SCP-3999 slaughtered Tal-Oran's family and friends over and over again, even letting him witness the whole process. Request flowers. 0 After enduring extreme pain over and over again, Tal-Oran continued to persevere in finding a way to contain SCP-3999. That desperately long process seemed to have no end. At this time, some viewers were surprised to find that the cafeteria, which was originally crowded with people, suddenly became quiet. There were several more figures around Lin Lang and the other two, and Dr. Kondriki was standing among them. It's just that the look he gave Lin Lang was somewhat helpless, as if to say, "You always bring me surprises." The leader was a woman of unknown age. "Please continue." When that familiar voice sounded, the audience in the live broadcast room all had the same answer in their minds. Overseer of the O5 Council. ZYN and Lois recovered from the shock of the archives and were immediately overwhelmed by the shock that appeared in it. The supervisor waved his hand, signaling the two not to be surprised, and then looked at Lin Lang again. Please continue. Lin Lang did not continue, but asked, is there no relevant information about Tol-Oran in the Foundation's personnel files? When these words came out, the audience in the live broadcast room was startled at first. Then it dawned on me. Yes. If you want to know whether these things have happened, why not just look at the internal files of the Foundation? If there is Tol-Oran, then investigate him directly. If not, doesn't it prove that this file is fictitious? As a result, all the viewers in the live broadcast room looked at the screen eagerly, expecting the supervisor to give a negative answer. However, the supervisor hesitated for a while and gave an ambiguous answer. Actually, I forgot. Forgot. Not only the audience, but also Lois and ZYN on the screen were a little confused. What kind of answer is this? If you have it, you have it. If you don't have it, you don't have it. Forgot what the hell it was? Only Lin Lang looked calm. I forgot, it's that kind of forgot. The audience in the live broadcast room were too tired to complain. Are there different types of forgetfulness? S.H.I.E.L.D. What the hell? Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen with a strange expression. Are these two the Riddler? No. Nick Fury seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly became serious. Facing the gazes of all the agents, he took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, the Yellowstone accident, characteristics of the reconstruction of reality. One stone can cause 1,000 waves. As soon as these words came out, the agents who were originally confused were immediately shocked. What the hell? You mean, memory loss caused by the reconstruction of reality? I also remembered that during the last TK-level reality reconstruction scenario at Yellowstone Mountain, everyone had forgotten their memories of the flower. Oh my god, if you put it that way, doesn't it mean? As they spoke, everyone turned their attention to the screen again. They were eager to know whether all this was just Lin Lang's wild guess or whether it really happened. If it is the former, all the speculations that others have heard, as well as the horrific events in the archives, are not worth mentioning. But if it's the latter... Everyone shuddered secretly. In the picture. Faced with Lin Lang's question, the supervisor fell silent. The supervisor's silence made the already tense atmosphere even more depressing. Even Dr. Kondricki's expression changed. Actually, my instinct reminds me that I once initiated an interview with researcher Tol-Oran. The supervisor ignored everyone's shocked expressions, just looked at Lin Lang and said in a deep voice, but, as you can see, all my memories are gone. I forgot who, when, and where I conducted the interview. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't even have the information. Concept. ZK level end of reality scenario, said Lin Lang. As the words fell, an invisible fear swept over everyone on and off the screen. Even the supervisor paused for a moment, then she took out an instrument and seemed to press a button. This is O5 data expunged, we are in big trouble. 10. Chapter 91. As the supervisor's voice fell, at this moment, the entire Marvel Universe audience was instantly silent. They seemed to see behind the screen that the entire Foundation was suddenly running at full speed. At the same time, the Foundation's alarm sounded in the live broadcast room. Warn! Warn! There is a deadly info-hazardous entity in the cafeteria. Any unauthorized member is prohibited from approaching the cafeteria. S.H.I.E.L.D. As the harsh warnings continued to sound in the picture. And the cafeteria that was suddenly surrounded, Nick Fury's face was filled with shock. It instantly turned into fear. Especially after several figures appeared in the darkness. 05. Seeing this scene, Nick Fury's pupils suddenly shrank and he couldn't help but exclaimed. He didn't expect that just a daily dinner, not only did it attract supervisors, it even attracted several O5 counselors. Could it be that the reconstruction of reality has really already happened? Thinking of this, he suddenly raised his head and stared at the screen. This SCP-3999, and what exactly is researcher Tol-Oran? At this moment, in the picture. Researcher ZYN, Cognitive Resistance, 16.8 Researcher Lois, Cognitive Resistance, 15.4 Researcher Lin, Cognitive Resistance. The technician who was measuring the cognitive resistance of the three people seemed to have an accident when he measured Lin Lang. He looked at Lin Lang in astonishment, then looked at 730 and the supervisor blankly. The supervisor came over with a frown on his face. After seeing the instrument, he also looked at Lin Lang in surprise, and then said in a deep voice, "It's okay, let's start again." This made the audience in the live broadcast room very anxious. What is Lin Lang's cognitive resistance? Unfortunately, the supervisor didn't give everyone time to react. Immediately said, "Everyone, the situation is very serious now." A deep voice from one of the O5s said, "The authenticity of SCP-3999 is in doubt." The supervisor shook his head, and in the surprised eyes of everyone, he said solemnly, "According to speculation, there is a 95% chance that a K-class reality-ending scenario has occurred in this world. And more than one." As soon as these words came out, everyone inside and outside the screen was stunned. A K-class end of reality scenario happened? More than once? How is that possible? The audience in the live broadcast room went crazy. WTF? I don't quite understand. Isn't this nothing? Yet, because you forgot about researcher Tol-Oran? Maybe there is no such person. Nonsense, he is an overseer from the O5 Council, how could he make a mistake? In other words, not only is this file real, but the contents on it are also real events. Oh my god! In the screen, the supervisor's words elicited different reactions from the crowd. There is a researcher named Tol-Oran here. His full name is lost or damaged in all official records. All the files related to him are also damaged. Having said this, the supervisor looked at Lin Lang. This is what researcher Lin deduced. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Lin Lang. Facing everyone's gaze, Lin Lang looked calm. Based on the contents of the previous part of the file, it can be preliminarily inferred that there is a deep connection between researcher Tol-Oran and SCP-3999, and most likely, they share a body. As soon as these words came out, countless eyes were focused on Lin Lang. The supervisor frowned and said, "But in the previous article, SCP-3999 seemed to have been torturing Tol-Oran. According to what you said, doesn't it mean?" First, Lin Lang stretched out a finger and said calmly, "First of all, although we don't know how SCP-3999 exists in researcher Tol-Oran's body, we are clear about the purpose of SCP-3999 torturing researcher Tol-Oran." Under everyone's gaze, Lin Lang said word by word, "It wants to destroy researcher Tol-Oran's will." Everyone's eyes subconsciously turned to the inhumane contents in the archives. Researcher Tol-Oran must be tortured once a month. Researcher Tol-Oran, looking at the contents that were so shocking just by the words themselves, everyone present turned pale. This is too desperate. My relatives and friends died in front of me in various cruel ways over and over again. But Tol-Oran had no ability to resist. We can only watch these tragedies happen again and again. What despair and pain that is. On the screen, Lin Lang's voice was calm, but what he said made everyone shudder. If researcher Tol-Oran's consciousness is completely destroyed, there will be only one outcome. SCP-3999 has taken over reality. The supervisor said, his face almost icy cold. And then? Zyn asked with red eyes. The others were also stunned. Yes, if SCP-3999 succeeds, such a twisted anomaly, isn't this a time bomb for humanity? In fact, reality has been destroyed many times in the invisible. Lin Lang pointed to the file below and said, "Look here." Researcher Tol-Oran frantically searches for a way out, but crashes into a solid concrete wall where the exit should have been. Oddly, although there seemed to be only solid wall ahead, he felt that it was part of some magnificent pedestal, cut and assembled in a signature fashion by some unconventional artist. He shakes his head to clear his mind. So, he thinks quickly, I'm trapped in this place with this thing, and the outside reality no longer exists. He tried to clear his mind of what this thing was, but he couldn't. It didn't fit the description. It was chaos originally. Seeing this, everyone looked at Lin Lang inquiringly. So? Only the supervisor's face suddenly tightened. There are no lines drawn here, the reality outside no longer exists. Could it be that? This is the cause of the ZK-class end of reality scenario. Lin Lang said calmly, SCP-3999 once caused reality to completely disappear and the universe returned to chaos. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into complete silence. The audience in the live broadcast room were completely stunned. Reality, completely disappears? S.H.I.E.L.D. When Nick Fury heard this, his expression suddenly became dull. After a while, there were sounds of people gasping for air one after another in S.H.I.E.L.D. Camartage. The Ancient One at the moment has completely lost the ability to think. In her eyes, there was nothing special about this file. I thought it was just an ordinary containment file. However, not only does SCP-3999 really exist, but it has even caused reality to disappear? What a great power this is! The Ancient One's heart was trembling. At the same time, in a space outside the universe, a giant figure in a blue cape, he looked at the light curtain that suddenly rose in front of him in some astonishment. Previous life exposure system. He was actually a member of the Observer clan, Yuetu. Their race appeared at the beginning of the formation of the universe. It also has a technological level that is hundreds of millions of years ahead of the entire universe. However, no matter what appears in this light curtain, or the existence in the light curtain called Foundation Universe, he found out that he knew nothing. Is there anything in this universe that observers don't know about? But after a little thought, he rejected this guess. This Foundation Universe is definitely in another universe dimension. Watching everyone on the screen marvel at SCP-3999 making reality disappear, Yuetu suddenly developed a strong interest in this universe. Bending reality, interesting. The land of nothingness. After viewing SCP-3999's file, Gao Tianzun seemed to have discovered a new toy. I suddenly became excited. Another interesting existence. At the moment, Lin Lang, who was being watched by the entire Marvel Universe, interrupted everyone's shock. In fact, the situation is not as desperate as everyone imagines, or rather. Lin Lang paused and said in a deep voice, even though he should be the most desperate, he still hasn't given up. Everyone's expression froze. Then Lin Lang pointed to the middle of the file and said softly, the turning point appeared here. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately looked in the direction of Lin Lang's finger. SCP-3999 will be contained. Even though he couldn't even determine what the floor was made of, he still pulled it apart. SCP-3999 will be contained. He successfully tore a small hole. SCP-3999 will be contained. He vaguely saw light below. Seeing this, everyone was a little stunned. What's the problem? SCP-3999's containment is crossed out, apparently a failure. Lois couldn't help but ask, what does this mean? It means the offensive has reversed. Zyn answered for Lin Lang. She looked at the file with a complicated look in her eyes. Her voice couldn't help but tremble. After endless torture, researcher Toloran did not give up hope. He is still constantly trying. Finally, he started to fight back. Everyone subconsciously looked at the content behind. SCP-3999 will be contained. He thought of his family, his colleagues, his job, anything that had to do with the world's past, back to when it existed. SCP-3999 will be contained. This cave is accessible. SCP-3999. SCP-3999 will be contained by everything it folds. SCP-3999 is to be contained in the place where everything goes wrong. When seeing this, everyone's eyes began to tremble. Could it be that the line is not crossed out? Lois looked at Lin Lang in astonishment, her eyes full of expectation, expecting a positive answer. Yes, Lin Lang said, researcher Toloran, in the midst of chaos, reality has been reshaped. SCP-3999 is no longer the dominant force. Everyone inside and outside the screen stared with eyes wide open. An invisible force inspires everyone. Lois waved her fist excitedly, this is humanity's counterattack. At this moment, the audience of the entire Marvel Universe is cheering for the man named Toloran. SCP-3999 will be contained by Mello. SCP-3999 will be devoured by the Dunkleo wolf. Researcher Toloran cannot be contained by this object. 2.9 Researcher Toloran will fight back. Fight back. Fight back. The fight back from humans. These two short words sounded the clarion call for a counterattack. They didn't know how long researcher Toloran had endured the endless torture and suffering. But at this moment, his persistence paid off. SCP-3999's power is not gone. Although it still continues to torment researcher Toloran. Once a month, SCP-3999 will infect researcher Toloran with a tapeworm. 50,000 to 60,000 tapeworm eggs will be delivered by MTF-LAM members of DA-14 inject into researcher Taloran's bladder. Once a year, SCP-3999 is to be recognized as Godhead Immortal and Supreme. Notice from the Foundation Information Security Management System. Researcher Tol-Oron is an arrogant pencil. He will be shunned by all stories until the 11th day Empire swallows the sky. FK him. Blow his A. When this insult, which looked a bit like impotent rage, appeared, everyone on and off the screen laughed. It even intends to gain more oppressive power by describing a greater self. But, when the counterattack began, such a description can only reveal one problem. It started to get scared. The more it describes how supreme it is, the more it reveals its inner fear. A truly powerful being does not need to become another being. Just like researcher Tol-Oron. He is who he is. He is Tol-Oron. Chapter 92. SCP-3999 will be contained with love and understanding. When this part of the content came into view, the audience, who were originally filled with indignation, were stunned. No one expected that amidst the despair and chaos, there was this sentence. This made the audience, who were shocked by the terrifying willpower displayed by Tol-Oron, suddenly feel a touch of reverence. This is a true warrior. Unfortunately, the words love and understanding were crossed out. This means that such containment measures do not work. In the archives, in a series of entries about SCP-3999's constantly tormenting Tol-Oron, and after Tol-Oron kept trying different containment procedures. At the end of the special containment procedures, the following paragraph appeared. SCP-3999 is currently uncontainable, and is precipitating a ZK-class end-of-reality scenario. The most feasible option is for researcher Tol-Oron, who is believed to be the focus of SCP-3999, to cut off contact with all Foundation sites and personnel to avoid further collateral damage to Foundation assets. Theoretically, if researcher Tol-Oron is contained in an extremely remote area, SCP-3999's destructive ability will temporarily take away the dinosaurs. Seeing this, everyone on the screen was stunned. ZYN subconsciously looked at Lin Lang and asked in a trembling voice, "Doesn't this mean?" Lin Lang let out an inaudible sigh. This means that researcher Tol-Oron has not been able to find a way to contain SCP-3999. After these words were spoken, the audience, who were originally excited about the counterattack of researcher Tol-Oron, the smile suddenly froze. Unable to contain? See here, everyone was surprised to find that so much content, in the files, they all belong to the Special Containment Procedures column. 776. So. Natasha Romanoff stared at the screen blankly, with a lingering sadness and heartache on her face. So, after all the torture researcher Tol-Oron endured, he still failed to contain SCP-3999, despair. An overwhelming despair swept over everyone inside and outside the screen. They seemed to see researcher Tol-Oron dragging the defective body, almost shattered consciousness, kneeling down in front of SCP-3999 in despair. At this moment, some people felt relieved. SCP-3999 is an anomaly that cannot be explained by common sense. It continues to expand its presence. Committed to making myself invincible, cannot be contained, even immortality. And what about Tol-Oron? He's just a researcher. Just an ordinary person. During attempts to contain SCP-3999, he witnessed his relatives and friends being tortured to death over and over again. I have personally experienced various cruel punishments. He's been through enough, hasn't he? So. You can give up now. However, just before all the audiences in the Marvel world could not help but despair, they saw more archive content. Describe SCP-3999 as a collection of errors in the world. SCP-3999. You who are reading this, SCP-3999 is the spirit of researcher Tol-Oron. SCP-3999. SCP-3999 is all of the above. Now. Forever. At all times. In your dreams. This can only be the only conclusion. So stop asking questions. Seeing this, ZYN's originally dim eyes once again showed a hint of hope. She looked at Lin Lang almost expectantly. He is attempting to define SCP-3999. Hearing Lin Lang's words, everyone was shocked. ZYN's eyes suddenly lit up. So, researcher Tol-Oron hasn't given up yet, said Lin Lang. Hearing this, the hearts of the crowd, which had originally sank, began to beat again. Researcher Tol-Oron hasn't given up yet. The next large section is all about researcher Tol-Oron constantly trying. Attempt to recontain SCP-3999. He once again wrote special containment procedures in the file. then began another long, desperate, and torturous journey with no end in sight. During this period, he is desperate help, please he is confused your nightmare death of a loved one you wake up and face an increasingly crazy nightmare then I got up again and again grit my teeth and persevere again until another interview document appeared. Interviewee, SCP-3999 Interviewer, Researcher Tol-Oron seeing this, everyone inside and outside the screen was stunned. Lois was surprised and said, before, the content on this thing was a mess and I couldn't see it clearly. How could it be? Several O5 counselors and supervisors looked at each other and nodded. Open it, maybe the answer is inside. With the supervisor's authorization, Lin Lang opened the file without hesitation. For a moment, everyone's eyes were instantly focused on the content of the document. Tol-Oron, finally, this is it. Researcher interviews anomaly. I am now one of the decision makers. I will bring order. SCP-3999, System Error, Data Corrupted, Contact Site Administrator for more information seeing this, everyone was stunned. Talaran's language is clear. But what does SCP-3999's answer mean? S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury was a little confused. Can this be called an interview? On the screen, Lois asked the same question as Nick Fury. Is this all just Talaran's one-man show? Lois's face was full of confusion. If it weren't for the foreshadowing, I would even think it was Agent Talaran's inner drama. When these words came out, it was like a spark in the darkness. Lin Lang's frown instantly relaxed. He looked at everyone with a lively look and said, this interview comes from the heart of Agent Tol-Oron, heart? The supervisor was the first to react, just as you guessed. That's right. Facing everyone's gaze, Lin Lang took a deep breath. SCP-3999 appears to have shared a body with researcher Tol-Oron from the beginning. Researcher Tol-Oron has now realized this and is able to communicate with SCP-3999. Dialogue. The Overseer frowned. But we can't see SCP-3999's responses. Who knows? Facing everyone's gaze, Lin Lang's mouth corners actually raised slightly. He looked at the file and chuckled, we don't need to know what SCP-3999 said, we just need to know one thing. It's already lost. Tol-Oron, don't try to threaten me. You can't do anything without me. Tol-Oron points to himself, SCP-3999, System Error, Data Corrupted, Contact Site Administrator for more information Tol-Oron, even if you can survive without order, you still have to hold on to me, you still need me, begging for order with some pitiful excuse to maintain your existence. How pathetic, you are so pathetic. Tol-Oron has realized SCP-3999's weakness. Lin Lang's voice is powerful. His eyes seemed to penetrate the paper, staring at the awe-inspiring figure in the story. Tol-Oron. Weakness. Zyn thought for a moment, then said in shock, you're saying that SCP-3999 cannot exist independently until it completely destroys Talaran's will. That's right. A word can wake a dreamer up. After hearing this explanation, everyone read this passage again and felt something different. Tol-Oron, you can't scare me anymore. For the first million years, I was tortured by these meaningless containment procedures, nonsense, and dreamlike logic. I felt that this was the most severe pain in the world, but I survived. In the second million years, the meaningless containment procedures still tortured me, but I survived. By the third million years, I was almost numb. You only have so many chances to see the world before you become numb. But you BD, you know what? I survived. This is more important than anything you claim, because you stupid beast have never lived. Talaran's halberd finger SCP-3999, the words are silent, but Talaran's anger is loud and clear. At this moment, his scarred body suddenly became taller. But when everyone's eyes swept over the contents of the file again, they were completely stunned. 3 million years? 3 million years. There is a brief description of time in the previous files. Therefore, people are concerned about the duration of the game between Tol-Oron and SCP-3999. I subconsciously ignored it. Even if someone has thought about it, they can only guess that it will take a few months or years. Because no matter how strong-willed a person is, he or she cannot endure such desperate torture for a long time. However, when the answer of 3 million years appeared, the audience of the entire Marvel world was completely stunned. Then, there was an overwhelming barrage of comments. Like a tsunami, it appeared on the screen. WTF? 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 3 million years. Damn it, is this time real? Oh my god, Taloran, he actually spent millions of years in this torture. The key is that, after 3 million years, his will has not only not dissipated, but has also been able to maintain its own identity. S.H.I.E.L.D. 3 million years. Natasha Romanoff was completely shocked by the number. Nick Fury leaned on the table, his legs and feet feeling weak. He looked at the screen, his eyes fixed on the 3 words Taloran. He couldn't imagine, how strong is Talaran's willpower. Only after enduring such extreme pain can one still maintain one's original intention and work. Camartage. Ancient One was in a state of trance. Since becoming the Sorcerer Supreme hundreds of years ago, she has abandoned everything that is mortal. Especially after seeing those powerful beings in the universe, she and Jia felt that the power of mortals was limited. However, at this moment, she found out she was wrong. The power of the human body is limited but human will is infinite. The land of nothingness. 3 million years. Even a being like Gao Tianzun was stunned when he saw this number. They, the gods, all have long lives. But 3 million years is already an exaggerated number even for them. He looked at the screen, and was also amazed at the tenacious will of Taloran, a human being. The deepest part of the universe. In the observer dimension. The observer stared at the light screen with a look of astonishment. 3 million years was nothing to him. What really interested him was SCP-3999. Specifically, SCP-3999 describes itself as a godlike, immortal, and supreme being. Interesting, really interesting. In another universe, there is such a thing. At this moment, Yuetu also began to become curious about the Foundation universe. After 3 million years of torture, Taloran has learned SCP-3999's weaknesses. The tide seems to be turning. Taloran, if I end you, things will go back to normal. I don't believe there is any other possibility. Maybe you'll bring the O5 Council in to insult my mother. Oh, I don't know, Jack Nix Phil Coulson's corpse made out of Doritos chips, or some other stupid stuff. Seeing this, the O5 members in the picture looked at each other in bewilderment. The atmosphere suddenly became a little weird. 0139043114 Philo 231481471 I think your stupidity is enough to spread throughout the multi-universe. Seeing this, the already excited audience of the comic world burst into laughter. Apparently, Talaran's words came true. SCP-3999's stupidity has spread from the Foundation universe to the Marvel universe. At least now, 10 more universes know how abominable SCP-3999 is. Taloran, so who are you? Ask yourself. Who are you before you are ready to fight as a human being? You are nothing but a ball of mud. I'm ready to go to war. I'm tired of your crazy talk. The more you reveal about horror and the supernatural, the less impact it will have. I've had enough of you, you make me sick. Chapter 93. Taloran shouted angrily, venting out the anger that has accumulated over 3 million years. It seemed as if everyone in the live broadcast room was venting along with him. It seems that SCP-3999 is no longer the omnipotent demon. Taloran, I have to say, you're going to hell, but we're already there. SCP-3999, System Error, Data Corrupted, Contact Site Administrator for more information. SCP-3999, SCP-3999 spent 5 years melting researcher Taloran. The Dunk Luke feasted on the slime. SCP-3999 is not *580. The interview ended here. Apparently, at the last minute, SCP-3999 destroyed Taloran once again. However, this time, no one feels desperate, instead exciting. 5 years. Lois waved her fist excitedly. What does this mean? This shows that its power is declining. Zyn's face flushed with excitement. She looked at Lois excitedly. SCP-3999 is immortal. Lois shrugged and said with a strange smile, the more something is lacking, the more it is emphasized. That is to say. Lin Lang breathed a sigh of relief. That is to say, SCP-3999 is no longer immortal. SCP-3999 is posing a serious threat to reality and should be contained in own vomit center. Researcher Taloran will be held accountable for his own instability. SCP-3999 is not scary. All researchers dislike SCP-3999 and like other SCP-3999 the archive is drawing to a close. SCP-3999 started out with a condescending attitude. Torture Tol-Oran in various ways, in order to destroy his will and occupy his body. Until 3 million years later, it's no longer scary. Even SCP-3999 originally started to get scared. Seeing this, the members of the O5 Council and the Overseers all breathed a sigh of relief. A long file, the fear that SCP-3999 brings to everyone has reached a deep-rooted level. To the point that they still feel a little unreal. Linear. Is this true? The supervisor couldn't help but ask. Lin Lang looked at her with a complicated expression. For us, this may be just a file, but for researcher Tol-Oran who is in hell, every day of these 3 million years is real. The pain is real. The confusion is real. The despair is real. At the same time, Lin Lang looked at everyone. At the same time, hope is also real. That is to say, the parts of the file that were crossed out. Lin Lang took over the supervisor's unfinished words. Every weird, meaningless word that was deleted from the file is an event that SCP-3999 has tried on its toys. It actually happened. Recalling the archives, the horrific things that happened to researcher Tol-Oran, even Lin Lang's voice trembled slightly. Another member of the 05 Council spoke up. I don't understand how SCP-3999 and researcher Tol-Oran became one. How did they fight each other? Lin Lang was about to answer, but his eyes subconsciously looked at the last file in the file, a blank file. He picked it up and said with a smile, perhaps, the answer to this question needs to be answered by researcher Tol-Oran himself. The next second, lines of text slowly appeared on the document that was originally a blank piece of paper. So, you see, this is a story about things that gradually disappear, things that flicker and fade, and realities that gradually disappear. First, Tol-Oran noticed that no one around him could remember certain researchers, then a country called Belgium and a mug he had placed on his desk. Then his toes disappeared one by one, then Montana, and the stars began to flicker and go out. The windows disappeared before his eyes, and the leaves disappeared from the branches. He looked down at his hands, but only found 2 fingers and a thumb. Everything was disappearing, until he used his remaining almost limbless torso to write the last article on a disappearing keyboard in the last containment room in the universe. Then his eyes, computer, and the last finger also disappeared, leaving only his naked body without eyes, ears, nose, mouth, or limbs. Then, the containment room disappeared. Feng Xingxi flickered. After this content appeared, the live broadcast room, which was originally full of discussions, was suddenly stunned. Universe, disappear? S.H.I.E.L.D. The universe disappeared. Natasha Romanoff stared at the screen, stunned. Is it just a description? Or did it really happen? Have you forgotten what Lin Lang said before? Assistant Maria reminded. Natasha Romanoff was stunned. Did everything in the file actually happen? Thinking of this, a look of shock appeared on her face. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Nick Fury said coldly, don't forget, SCP-3999 is an Apollyon-level containment that has never existed before. Natasha Romanoff was completely shocked. A message popped up in her mind, a ZK-class end of reality scenario. Doesn't that mean that the universe really disappeared because of SCP-3999? The deepest part of the universe. Observer dimension. Seeing this information, Observer Ueda was stunned. The universe has disappeared. Then, the days turned into extreme shock. As an observer of the universe, Ueda has seen white nebulae like ghosts traveling through the universe. I have seen pulsar wind nebulae formed by supernova explosions suddenly appear in the darkness. I have seen the Eye of Sauron nebula, formed by a dying red giant throwing out matter. He's even seen rogue black holes silently traveling through the Milky Way. However, all of this is based on the condition that the universe exists. However, now he learned about SCP-3999, can the universe disappear? Is this the kind of power that a containment object can possess? Thinking of this, the expression on his face was replaced by complete shock. The land of void. Gao Tianzun looked at the light screen in silence. Instead, he quietly gave up the idea of collecting SCP-3999. Not only the Marvel Universe was shocked, the O5 Council members in the picture were also completely stunned. The supervisor's hands holding the document trembled slightly. She looked at the members of the O5 Council, then he subconsciously looked at Lin Lang. I was speechless for a moment. In fact, from the very beginning, when she notified the O5 Council, she did not agree with Lin Lang's views on the ZK-class end of reality scenario. However, as a supervisor, she must ensure that any disaster that threatens human civilization must be reported immediately. However, what was unexpected was this seemingly bizarre guess seems to have been confirmed. Thinking of this, she felt scared for a week. Without having time to say anything, she immediately read on. It was just a random accident. I'm not really sure how to describe this concept. I cannot get researcher Tol-Oran out of my mind. For weeks he just sat there, occasionally judging my behavior, thinking about him while I was supposed to be teaching tap dancing to kids at work. At school I kept thinking about it, trying to find a suitable scene to fit him into in a psychology class. I've been trying hard. Time flies, and things are about to happen. Finally, it came to me. Seeing the last sentence, the supervisor looked up in astonishment. Almost everyone was stunned here. As I said before, Lin Lang said calmly, researcher Tol-Oran and SCP-3999 have a symbiotic relationship, or in other words, 13,999 is confined to the Tower of Sheep. ZYN frowned and said uncertainly, so, when the universe disappeared, SCP-3999 appeared in Talaran's consciousness as Tol-Oran, trying to replace him. That's right. Lin Lang sighed. At this time, SCP-3999's persecution of Tol-Oran has already begun. Data expunged at 1 in the morning, it came upon me. I woke up from a light sleep and found myself unable to move, barely able to open my eyes, and on the verge of suffocation. I tried hard to regain movement to save my life, lying in bed in agony that felt like years, my muscles began to twitch and tremble. Then, James Martin Tol-Oran, Level 3 researcher, stood at the foot of my bed like a demon. He looked like an indescribable black shadow, but somehow I recognized him immediately. He stared at me with those scary glowing eyes, and then he laughed at my situation, and that laugh alone scared me to the point of peeing the bed. Then he pulled out a huge, curved dagger that flashed with cold light from his clothes, emitting a chilling coldness in the moonlight. When I looked at him, he put the knife into his mouth and cut it horizontally. Although the force he used could not be so strong, when I read this passage, the cruel and horrific scene described in it seemed to jump out of the paper. Not to mention the audience in the Marvel world, even ZYN and Lois on the screen had pale faces. They know very well that the images in the text are horrible, but compared to the sufferings that Tol-Oran had endured over the past 3 million years, this was only the lowest level. Like a whistle calling a loyal dog, the sudden fear came from every dark corner of the world and merged into the shadow that made up Tol-Oran. It was a collection of all nightmares, but it was a beautiful imagination that immersed me for a year, a slit-throat president, an unstoppable lizard, a clockwork man, an iPod, a dear god, a teleporting statue, a kind or evil old man. All the fearful things stood still. They looked at me with contempt as I lay on the sheet stained with urine and feces. Why are you wasting your time on us? We are not glorious after all. These horror creations are so stupid. You could have written something great that is different from our garbage. You can stand out. I heard them speak. See here, the person on the screen hasn't spoken yet. The audience in the live broadcast room were the first to give up. For a moment, all kinds of abusive and sarcastic voices appeared on the screen. Shit. This guy is a twisted lunatic. Child. God, SCP-3999 is an evil demon, poor Tol-Oran. It tried to seduce Tol-Oran, damn it. S.H.I.E.L.D. Unstoppable lizards, dear gods, teleporting statues. Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen and subconsciously found a few familiar names, Wang Hao, in the content. Then he looked at everyone in shock and said, isn't this the divine deer-like creature that appeared in 682, 173, and 1730? Physical torture doesn't work. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes and said coldly, so you're starting to use psychological suggestion tactics. At this point, a hypothesis suddenly popped up in Nick Fury's mind. Assuming that Tol-Oran did succumb to SCP-3999, so what will the world be like? His face turned pale in an instant, and cold sweat dripped down his cheeks. Gulp, he swallowed his saliva, and reason made him give up on continuing with that idea. They stare at me, and one of them, a rotting corpse, taps Tol-Oran on the shoulder. He approaches me, holding a dagger stained with his own blood, and leans forward. The scarlet eyes pierce my soul, seeing through everything I have done and the sins I have committed. I whimpered, and then summoned every ounce of strength in my muscles to move my lips. Let's do it. P.S. The pace of the content of I Am Among All Things is a little slow, please forgive me, dear readers, it will end soon. The reason why so much space is spent on describing this object is mainly due to the author's selfish motives. The Foundation has thousands of objects in its collection, but what really touched the author is definitely the first one among all things. The hymn of mankind is the hymn of courage, and the greatness of mankind is the greatness of courage. Even after entering society, Roland's strong and unyielding spirit has always inspired me. Chapter 94. He thrust the dagger into my lower abdomen, tearing and stirring, as researcher Tal-Oran leered at me, saliva and blood dripped from his grotesque mouth onto my cheek, and all the deformed monsters watched with smugness. I woke up, and it was just a dream. A dream? These 3 short words seemed to deny all of Lin Lang's speculations. But seeing this, Yunjia is no longer the young and naive person he was at the beginning. They have already made their own judgment. If that was a dream. Zyn murmured, 300 years is too long. This is where you are going to join me, I'm sitting here writing this. I have to, it feels good. It's been 2 days since the nightmare began, and I've just finished. This is the end. This is the resurrection of all things. I don't know if I can go on from here, I don't know if I can go on. The 11-day empire melted me, and I succumbed. From the moment I joined the Foundation community, I had already succumbed. See here, if there hadn't been any previous documentation, the audience in the live broadcast room would have believed it immediately. But now, they all know. Tal-Oran will never surrender. Sure enough, at the end of the text, there were still 2 sentences left. SCP-3999 has achieved victory. SCP-3999 has failed. Seeing this, everyone who originally had complicated expressions and heavy hearts smiled knowingly. These are traces of Talaran's battle with SCP-3999. Tal-Oran, never give up. The supervisor held the document in one hand, and rubbed some place on it with his other hand, not knowing what he was thinking. Hey, there's one last bit. Zyn pointed to the file and said. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw it as expected. After a series of blanks, 10 sentences were left. I hate myself, I love myself. The moment they saw these 8 words, some viewers burst into tears. Apparently, researcher Tal-Oran. Terminate SCP-3999, my own life also came to a standstill. Lin Lang temporarily suppressed his complicated emotions, he needed all the puzzle pieces of the whole incident. Now there is still some content missing. So he said loudly, apparently, SCP-3999 was once a 193 Keter-class object, possibly some kind of entity. It is currently unknown what other anomalous properties SCP-3999 possesses. As he spoke, he seemed to be asking questions of the supervisor. The supervisor nodded in understanding, saying, the SCP-3999 containment room was discovered during a routine inspection of all Keter-class containment areas at Site-18. The Information Security Management Department has confirmed that there is no record of SCP-3999 in the database. After saying this, she paused, sorted out her memory, and then continued, the 4 armed guards assigned to monitor SCP-3999 suffered significant amnesia, and were unable to determine how they came to be in charge of SCP-3999. Her memories seemed to emerge gradually as she constantly recalled them. More and more information is revealed. We have discovered the body of a Level 3 researcher, now positively identified as Tal-Oran, at the bottom of SCP-3999's containment chamber. Researcher Tal-Oran disappeared almost immediately upon his assignment to Site-18. The person in charge of the project also added, we found a standard Foundation cell phone on him, which contained a text that seemed to be the containment procedure for SCP-3999, but the text and content were full of errors and did not match the language and format commonly used by the Foundation at all. As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes subconsciously looked at the copy of the file in Lin Lang's hand. At this point, all the puzzle pieces about this accident in Lang's mind were complete. He got the complete answer. Researcher Tal-Oran has been assigned to SCP-3999, which has powerful reality-bending properties. Lin Lang's voice sounded on the screen. Everyone looked at him subconsciously. Lin Lang held the file in his hands, his eyes calm, as if he was telling an unknown story. It broke containment at some point, causing a CK-class reality restructuring crisis or a ZK-class reality end-of-life crisis. However, SCP-3999 somehow shared a body with researcher Tol-Oron, but was unable to control his mind. This is where the nightmare begins. Lin Lang exhaled slowly, closed his eyes, and continued, in order to defeat researcher Talaran's spirit, Bika, SCP-3999 constantly creates bizarre ways to torture Tol-Oron, including but not limited to killing and torturing him and his loved ones, in order to achieve the goal of completely controlling his body. Lin Lang's tone was calm, but people seemed to see those inhumane events again. A million years later, SCP-3999 realized that it could not gain full control of the body by defeating Talaran's mind. And Tol-Oron discovered that he could also use SCP-3999's reality-distorting ability, so the game of one person and one containment began. After hearing this, the audience who had previously had doubts about certain points suddenly understood. The doubts in their minds were immediately resolved. For example, why did Talaran's relatives and friends appear in the archives again after being tortured to death? Apparently, this is SCP-3999's reality warping power. After each torture, reality is corrected. Then another torture, over and over again. In the picture, Lin Lang opened his eyes and continued, SCP-3999 strives to make itself invincible, uncontainable, and even immortal. But every time, Tol-Oron uses continuations to reduce its influence, or even make these added properties ineffective. This is Talaran's counterattack. The audience was excited. Lin Lang's eyes were calm, and Tol-Oron tried to completely contain SCP-3999 by defining it. The texts that appeared in the archives suddenly emerged in the minds of the audience in the live broadcast room. Now they realize it belatedly. This is what Talaran's purpose is. But all the above attempts are ineffective. This short sentence almost encompasses all of Talaran's suffering over the past 3 million years. For a moment, everyone's heart seemed to be grabbed by an invisible force. Tol-Oron and 3999 were caught in an endless struggle, reality was distorted and reshaped again and again, and the world collapsed and recovered countless times before Talaran's eyes. Finally, as if the story had come to an end, Lin Lang's expression took on a touch of solemnity. Tol-Oron chose to deny himself, destroy his own body, and annihilate himself and SCP-3999 at the same time. After that, under everyone's complicated gaze, he took a deep breath. In summary, SCP-3999 is the evil will of the Supreme Godhead and has been neutralized by researcher Tashuanlin. Salute to the decedent. As soon as the words fell, the scene fell silent. Then more and more people stood in silence. Salute to the decedent. This sound is like a torrent, flowing endlessly. At this moment, the entire Marvel World audience was caught in an inexplicable emotion. Astonished, shocking, exciting. Various emotions permeated the live broadcast room. In the end, all these emotions turned into barrages and appeared on the screen. Oh my god! Tol-Oron is simply a god. The one above, don't insult him by calling him god. Tol-Oron is a man with an unyielding will. Yes, any explanation of Mr. Talaran's achievements based on his status is unfair to him. Oh my god, SCP-3999 can cause doomsday scenarios and reshape reality, so it can't be supreme divinity. Camartage. Ancient One is still immersed in that tragic mood. She never imagined that a person's will could be so different from that of a country. Suddenly, she hesitated. Is it wrong to blindly seek strength from outside? Asgard. Supreme divinity. Loki was completely shocked. Above divinity, is there a supreme being? So what kind of god am I? At this moment, for the first time, he felt unconfident about his identity as a god, which he was so proud of. The deepest part of the universe. Seeing the words Supreme Godhead, then he seemed to have thought of something, and he shuddered. In other words, this supreme deity was destroyed by the will of an ordinary person. This is the supreme divinity that can distort and reshape the world at will. As a result, an ordinary person. At this moment, he seemed to truly know this human being. An ordinary person, after being tortured for 3 million years, not only did his will not fall into madness, but it became even stronger. In the end, he succeeded in destroying a supreme deity by destroying both parties. This can no longer be described as outrageous. Even long-time observers find it hard to believe. S.H.I.E.L.D. Unlike most of the audience, the atmosphere inside S.H.I.E.L.D. has been silent. Everyone had thousands of words to say in their hearts, but in the end they all turned into a sigh. SCP-3999's actions are outrageous. Talleyrand's will is awe-inspiring. But the story finally came to an end. If it weren't for Lin Lang's accidental discovery, perhaps the story about Counselor Tal-Oran would never have been discovered. Especially for those whose memories have been modified, Tal-Oran may not even have existed. Tal-Oran is a hero. Natasha Romanoff suddenly spoke up, then added sadly, unfortunately, he is an unknown hero. Nick Fury stared at the screen blankly and did not answer. Screen. The mobile task force and security personnel who were on high alert faded away. The O5 council members and supervisors also disappeared, as if they had never been there. Only Lin Lang, ZYN, and Lois came back to their senses as if awakened from a dream. Oh my god! Lois still felt it was a little unreal at the moment. He pinched his arm, grimaced in pain, but still said excitedly, we actually figured out the SCP-3999 project. ZYN glared at him with disdain, to be precise, it's Lin. Lois smiled and patted Lin Lang on the shoulder, saying proudly, we are a team, Trident, ZYN LOL. He smiled, but his expression became lonely again. Unfortunately, this epic story will never be made public. Just like researcher Tal-Oran, no one knows who he is, and no one knows that he once had a relationship with a supreme deity. After fighting for 3 million years, they succeeded in destroying it. No. Lin Lang looked at ZYN seriously and said sincerely, he is a vague memory, a tenacity that even the best of us cannot match, a mystery, and a warrior. He cannot and will never die in the darkness. But will eventually be surrounded by light. As soon as he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a rude voice. Damn it! You three are still here. Dr. Kondriki walked over in a hurry, snatched Lois's beer, and gulped it down without saying a word. Because of the mouth. Gulp gulp hiss hiccup phew hey. It's beer. Dr. Kondriki looked at the bottle with disdain, ignoring Lois's angry gaze and turned to look at Lin Lang. Damn it, UBD, you still don't forget to cause trouble for me even when you're on leave. Lin Lang raised the corner of his mouth. Damn it, did you think the SCP-3999 thing was over? No, this is just the beginning, you have no idea how many reports I have to write. Speaking of the sad part, Dr. Kondriki took another gulp of beer and collapsed. My vacation is over. ZYN covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Dr. Kondriki glared at her and said, don't laugh. You have a new mission too. You will be transferred to Drive Data Expunged. ZYN frowned, I thought they would approve my application to study 408. Don't even think about it. 408 is Drive Kondriki's restricted area. He immediately raised his voice and said, no one can touch 408 unless I die. Mean. Ignoring ZYN's grumbling, Dr. Kondriki looked at Lin Lang with red eyes again, and you. Congratulations, your vacation is over. Lin Lang shrugged, thank you. Damn it. And your clearance has been upgraded to level 4. You can access any project you want. Including the one I mentioned. Lin Lang asked. Yes, including the one you mentioned. Chapter 95. As soon as the voice fell, Dr. Kondriki's face became solemn again, but, I still don't recommend you to get involved in those projects too early. When these words came out, not only ZYN and Lois beside him, even the audience in the live broadcast room were a little confused. What project? Doctor, I already have level 4 clearance. Lin Lang replied calmly. Dr. Kondriki's expression tensed. Staring at Lin Lang blankly, he remained silent for a long time. Then he let out a long sigh. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. After saying something incoherent, Dr. Kondriki patted Lin Lang on the shoulder and left with a dejected look on his face. At this moment, the audience discovered that a few years have passed, and Dr. Kondriki seems to have aged a lot. But soon, everyone's curiosity returned to the content of the conversation between the two. What exactly is it? Lois once again became the mouthpiece for everyone. What does Dr. Kondriki mean? What project have you applied for? Everyone thought Lin Lang would not answer, but unexpectedly, he directly answered, SCP-2317. SCP-2317. Lois was stunned for a moment, then asked in confusion, I've also read that file, but there's nothing strange about that project, right? But Lin Lang said, that's because your security clearance is only level 2. Listening to the two people talking incomprehensible words, the audience in the live broadcast room became anxious. Please tell me what kind of containment it is. Why is it related to security clearance again? S.H.I.E.L.D. Could it be that people with different security levels see different contents of this containment project? Natasha Romanoff speculated uncertainly while looking at the screen. Very likely. Nick Fury nodded. The higher your security clearance level, the more you can see. They also have quite a few files of this type inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Mainly for confidentiality. Sure enough, after hearing the words about security clearance, Lois stopped asking questions. He shrugged. You're the boss. Only ZYN, who was standing next to him, looked a little serious after hearing about SCP-2317. She looked at Lin Lang and asked with concern, the containment procedures for this object include ritual. Do you know what this means, ceremony? The audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned after hearing this word. Soon, all kinds of speculations emerged. Ritual? What does that mean? Who knows? We have an opening ceremony for events here, and a closing ceremony for the end of the event. You can't say what kind of event SCP-2317 is, right? I have heard that some primitive people still retain some sacrificial rituals to please their ancestors and totems. S.H.I.E.L.D. Ritual, please. Natasha Romanoff kept thinking about these two words, and seemed to have thought of something. She was shocked. That's right. Rituals can not only please ancestors and totems, but also please. She didn't finish her words, but everyone around her realized her answer. God. Everyone gave the same answer. Nick Fury's expression suddenly became serious, and he looked at the screen with a frown. Faced with ZYN's question, the audience did not wait for Lin Lang's answer. Instead, the picture gradually darkened, as if entering a transition again. At this time, everyone's curiosity about the SCP-2317 project is growing. Finally, the transition is over. When Lin Lang appears again, it seems to be in the Foundation's information database. At the moment, he was standing in front of a machine with a rather peculiar shape, and seemed to be inputting something. Welcome to SCP-Net Direct Storage Terminal. Please enter the password. Lin Lang tapped the keyboard quickly, and soon, another piece of content appeared. Please enter user permissions. Lin Lang first knocked on a level. Permission accepted. Please enter password SCP-2317. As soon as they saw this project number, the audience in the live broadcast room became excited. Is the mystery finally solved? However, the audience soon realized that they were overthinking. Wrong format or unknown password. Access, display of special containment procedures requires a specific password. For example, access number authorization level. Lin Lang seemed stunned for a moment, and typed another line of information that was obviously not his. Username, Jonathan Vance, position, research assistant, Site 18, expand SCP-2317, level 0 clearance. Obviously, this is the information of one of his research assistants. Then, files related to SCP-2317 appeared on the screen. Project name, Gate to Another World. Item number, SCP-2317. Object class, data expunged. Special containment procedures. SCP-2317 is to be stored in a reinforced containment room of 3mx3mx3m. File size in Containment Area 179. Armed guards must be on duty at all times to prevent any unauthorized intrusion. Description: SCP-2317 is a wooden door and door frame originally installed in the basement of a 19th-century Massachusetts brownstone. Once the door is opened, anyone who passes through this door will be transported to another parallel reality. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. It's not because the content of the project is too complicated, but because there are too few of them. This is only over 100 words in total. Is this project worthy of Lin Lang's attention? Compared to the projects I've encountered before, teleporting to another parallel reality doesn't seem to be a big deal. No. Look below. S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff pointed at a line of small words in the corner of the screen and said loudly. Everyone followed his gaze and found a line of hint at the end of the file. More information about SCP-2317 is only available to level 1 personnel or higher, restricted, insufficient security clearance. No wonder Lin Lang repeatedly stressed security authority. It turns out that this is the problem. At this moment, Nick Fury became more and more curious about the objects that the Foundation was covering up. Everyone looked at the screen at the same time, looking forward to seeing more of what's hidden. In the picture, Lin Lang lived up to expectations. Following the previous process, another member's information was entered, but the security authority was changed to level 1. As expected, the moment the information was input, the SCP-2317 file suddenly had a lot more content. Object Class, Keter. At this moment, the audience who had just felt cheated suddenly fell silent. There was immediate shock. Even Nick Fury looked surprised. After seeing Keter-level containment objects like 239 and 682, he's almost having Keter-level PTSD. Unexpectedly, another one came. Or was it Lin Lang who took the initiative to touch him? Suppressing his astonishment, he continued reading. This time, not only the object level, but also the containment procedures column has a lot more content. All personnel assigned to SCP-2317 must undergo psychological counseling every 2 months after taking up their posts. Personnel assigned to SCP-2317 must undergo rigorous psychological testing before entering the site. These personnel must also meet the following conditions: score at least 72 on the Milgram obedience test, be unmarried, have no children, and demonstrate complete loyalty to the Foundation. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room all looked a little strange. There is nothing wrong with project personnel being loyal to the Foundation. But what the hell is this armed guard who is unmarried and childless? S.H.I.E.L.D. I always feel that such tasks are suitable for those brainwashed guys to do. Natasha Romanoff muttered unhappily. Nick Fury was about to speak. At the same time, my eyes scanned the following content. The whole person froze instantly. While on duty, personnel assigned to SCP-2317 are to wear face-covering helmets equipped with voice changers to conceal their identities. On-duty teams are not allowed to take off the above equipment in front of other team members. Rest time can only be spent in their respective single dormitories. 1D class personnel convicted of murder will be assigned to SCP-2317 each month to perform Procedure 220 Calabasas. During the execution of Procedure 220 Calabasas, at least one Level 3/2317 personnel must monitor the entire process with a camera. After the procedure is executed, all D-class personnel must be sent back to their original dormitories or have their explosive collars detonated. WTF. Not only do project personnel have to conceal their identities, destroyed after use by D-class personnel? Nick Fury's face was so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. He finally knew what was wrong. Weird. The entire file and the descriptions in it gave him the only feeling of weirdness. A kind of weirdness that seems to carry some indescribable religious atmosphere. In connection with the word ritual mentioned earlier, Nick Fury had a vague suspicion. This is the limit of what the first level permission can see. At the moment, the audience in the live broadcast room had already devoted their full attention to SCP-2317's project. They can't wait to see more. In the picture, Lin Lang entered a new identity. This time, a prompt suddenly popped up during the input phase. You are attempting to access a Level 2 security clearance, restricted, document. Please note that this document is only accessible to Level 2 security clearance personnel, and the information available is limited to a need-to-know basis and direct contact with SCP-2317. 0 After Lin Lang clicks confirm, the authentication is passed. Authorization accepted. The time and date of your access has been recorded and reported to RASA. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room all felt an increasingly solemn atmosphere. As the file was loaded, the file of SCP-2317 appeared again, and indeed there was one more paragraph. This paragraph appears in the description content. Exploration of alternate realities is limited, but the area directly accessible via SCP-2317 is a salt pan with a radius of several thousand meters. Standing 10 meters in front of SCP-2317 there are 7 pillars, designated SCP-2317A through SCP-2317G, forming a circle with a diameter of 10 meters. Each column is about 1 meter in diameter and 7 meters high. It is made of marble and has many incomprehensible reliefs. The artistic style of these reliefs is different from any known modern, historical, or it is inconsistent with prehistoric civilization. Seeing this, the corresponding images subconsciously emerged in everyone's mind. Then explain with a frown. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Pillars and reliefs. Natasha Romanoff looked puzzled. These things can at most prove that there are intelligent creatures here. Then what? The other agents were also puzzled. Keter-level containment. That's it. Nick Fury stared at the screen intently. Until the last paragraph appears, his pupils suddenly shrank into a dot, and cold sweat instantly slid down his forehead. Addendum 1, Procedure 220 Calabasis. Procedure 220 Calabasis is a ritual that is performed at noon each day, the time at which the sun reaches SCP-230-17 above. Any misexecution of Procedure 220 Calabasis could result in an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. In the event of any error or mistake, all personnel are to immediately withdraw from SCP-2317 and close the door. The containment chamber will be immediately sealed and a Level 2 emergency will be reported to the 05 Council. Further instructions will be given to on-duty personnel in accordance with the emergency directives. Seeing this information, S.H.I.E.L.D's discussion suddenly stopped. All the agents couldn't help but widen their eyes and stare at the screen. The live broadcast room was also in an uproar. What? XK-class end-of-the-world scenario? How did it get to this point all of a sudden? Did I miss something? Isn't this just a door to a parallel dimension? Damn it, any mistake in the ritual could lead to the destruction of the world? What the hell is this ritual for? God, this world is crazy, with Chapter 96. XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. No one expected that just now it was just an ordinary gate to another world. Now it has transformed into an existence capable of causing an XK-class doomsday scenario. The deepest part of the universe. In the observer dimension. Observer Uata fell into deep thought. The universe is vast. After some gods were discovered by humans, many religious beliefs did arise. People thought their sacrifices and rituals could please the gods, but in reality, God doesn't care. However, this gate to another world seems to contain a picky god. Another existence that can cause the end of the world? Interesting. Observer Uata muttered to himself. Camartage. A look of panic appeared on the faces of all the magic apprentices. Another Keter-class containment capable of causing an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. The last time it appeared was SCP-239, right? It's terrible. The Ancient One standing aside had a serious look on his face. In the past, she would have certainly comforted these apprentices. But right now, even she herself was a little confused. For some reason, she felt a familiar feeling from this file. The moment of the stunning glimpse before subconsciously emerged in his mind, and the face of Ancient One suddenly turned pale. No, it won't happen. If it's him, even the Foundation won't be able to fight back. And at this moment, Lin Lang in the light curtain finally clicked 230 to open the file content that can only be viewed by those with Level 3 security clearance. This time, the version viewed by Level 2 security clearance had the last paragraph of the special containment procedures crossed out. Instead, there was a piece of blue text. The above paragraph is revised as follows: each month, one member of the team with Level 4/2317 security clearance will be assigned as a D-class personnel to assist the Chief Master of Ceremonies. Personnel not holding Level 3 or higher clearance are informed that this assistant is selected from the general D-class volunteers. Assistant to the Master of Ceremonies. Personnel not holding Level 3 or higher clearance are to be informed that the assistant is selected from ordinary D-class volunteers. All personnel directly involved in the execution of Procedure 220 Calabasis are to be informed of the fact. No one may participate in the execution of Procedure 220 Calabasis without first being informed that this assistant is not actually a D-class personnel and will not be terminated by guards if he disobeys orders. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. What? Using a team member with Level 4 security clearance as a D-class? And even hiding their identities. Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen with a look of surprise on her face. What's the purpose of this? The importance of Level 4 security clearance members is completely incomparable to that of D-class personnel. Nick Fury stared at the screen, thought for a moment, and said uncertainly, perhaps, the Foundation wants to ensure that the ritual will not go wrong. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. But if you think about it carefully, it seems possible. Compared to those D-class personnel who have committed many evil deeds, members with Level 4 security clearance are required to demonstrate their loyalty to the Foundation. But what exactly is this so-called ritual? Nick Fury stared at the screen intently. At this moment, more content appeared, and his expression suddenly froze. I saw that in Appendix 1, there was a large extra section. Performing Procedure 220 Calabasis requires 2 armed Foundation security personnel with Level 3 clearance or higher, referred to as guards. 1 Foundation personnel with Level 4 clearance or higher, referred to as Master of Ceremonies. 1 D-class personnel, referred to as the Assistant, assigned under Special Containment Procedures. An obsidian knife, called a blade. A silver sprinkler and holy water bowl filled with 500 c of water blessed by Abrahamic religions. Watch this treatment moment. Nick Fury's pupils twitched suddenly. Really? Seeing this, he was almost certain of his previous speculation that the ritual was used to please the gods. What he didn't expect was that the Foundation would actually use this method. At this moment, more content appeared on the screen. After seeing the actual ceremony process, Nick Fury was completely stunned. 1. The MC guard and assistant open SCP-2317 and pass through to enter SCP-2317 Prime. The assistant will enter first, followed by the guards, and then the Master of Ceremonies. The guards must keep an eye on the assistants at all times and may use lethal force if they attempt to escape. 2. Start from the pillar SCP-2317, SCP-2317-A, closest to SCP-2317 and coaxial with it. The celebrant will walk counterclockwise from SCP-2317-A to SCP-2317-G at a steady and slow pace, using a sprinkler and holy water bowl to sprinkle holy water toward the center of the circle with each step. 3. After completing one circumambulation of SCP-2317-AG, the celebrant will sprinkle holy water on the assistant from head to toe, while reciting the following passage. 4. 7. Collect all materials, retrieve the obsidian knife, and all personnel return from SCP-2317, then immediately close the door. The ceremony consists of 7 steps. As one strange step after another appeared, the depressing atmosphere in the live broadcast room was constantly rising. The absurd ceremony, the strange process, constantly stimulates the nerves of every audience. The audience stared at the screen intently. An inexplicable fear hangs over everyone's heart. Boom. In a moment, the live broadcast room exploded. FK. 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 What kind of ritual is this? Oh my god, do Orthodox gods need such complicated and evil rituals? This must be used to please the evil gods. This is utter blasphemy against God. It's unbelievable. It's so scary. The audience in the live broadcast room were venting their inner fears crazily. At this point, no one thought 231 was just an ordinary containment object anymore. Camartage. Seeing strange contents appear one after another, the fear in Ancient One's heart was constantly rising. As the audience in the live broadcast room said, such a ritual will only gain the favor of the evil god. Evil god. As soon as he said this word, the Ancient One's eyes began to tremble. The deepest part of the universe. 220 Kala basis procedure. Observer Ueda pondered and murmured, does such a god exist in the universe? Or, is this a god that only exists in the Foundation universe? He murmured a few words. Observer Ueda's gaze once again fell on the light curtain. At the moment, the entire Marvel Universe audience was concentrating on Lin Lang on the screen. It can be said that after seeing this, there is no turning back. SCP-2317 has become everyone's nightmare. Even if it means facing their fear, they must know which god 2317 represents. Screen. After reading this document, Lin Lang also fell into a brief contemplation. His gaze rested on the file, where 220 Kala basis program was hidden. Obviously, he was restricted by security permissions before and was unable to do so. But this time, he already has level 4 security clearance. So he didn't hesitate and directly clicked on the 5th version. You are attempting to access a level 4 security clearance, top secret, file. Warning, wrong permissions. You have 60 seconds to enter the correct user permissions, otherwise security personnel will be sent to your location. Warning, wrong permissions. Following a series of warnings, Lin Lang finally entered his information. Username Dr. L. Position, High-Level Researcher. Expand SCP-23174. Level Clearance Authorization accepted. Thank you. The time and date of your visit has been recorded and reported to RASA. Seeing such a cumbersome verification procedure, no one felt impatient. But the heavy atmosphere was making it increasingly difficult for everyone to breathe. With each version change, every time a new piece of content appears, this made the feeling of oppression even stronger. The audience in the live broadcast room felt as if they had really passed through doors leading to that place. Step by step, uncover the mystery of that being. Finally, after tens of seconds of loading, all I heard was a beep. The true face of SCP-2317 appeared before the eyes of the entire Marvel World audience. Seeing the completely different versions of the file, even Lin Lang was stunned for a moment. His eyes quickly scanned the content he had already read. Finally, it stopped at the extra paragraph in the description column. SCP-2317-AG extends 200 meters underground, into SCP-2317-H. SCP-2317-H is a spherical space with a diameter of 100 kilometers, located underground directly below SCP-2317-AG, and is made of the same material as SCP-2317-AG. SCP-2317-H contains SCP-2317-K, referred to as the entity. 100 kilometers in diameter? Contains a entity? The moment they saw this footage, the audience in the live broadcast room held their breath. Camartage. Ancient One stared at the screen, his expression becoming more and more solemn. An entity is imprisoned within a range of 100 kilometers. How big should this entity be? Still, is this the evil god that the ritual pleases? As if she had thought of something, she trembled and looked at the screen again. When the eyes scanned the following content, the Ancient One was completely frozen in place. The following information is derived from seismic analysis, ground-penetrating radar, and direct observation. The entity appears to be an extremely large amount of obese humanoid, with an estimated standing height of over 200 kilometers. Branch-like horns protrude from its head, and its face lacks a jaw. Its entire body is covered with countless overlapping scales. 7 heavy hooks are embedded in the entity's back, each of which is connected to a chain. The lower ends of the 7 pillars at the top of the space are connected. At the time of writing this document, 6 of the chains have been broken or damaged, and only one remains intact. Seeing this information, everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. Next, the entire Marvel World's live broadcast room suddenly became boiling. WTF? A 200 kilometers tall fat humanoid. Damn it! Such a being is definitely a divine creature. Divinity? Have you forgotten SCP-3000? At least it is a supreme divine being. Oh my god, such a being was actually contained? It's unbelievable. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. 5.2 All the agents looked at the screen with trembling eyes. If it is really as stated in the document, this existence is at least a god of the highest divinity level. But now there is a doubt that fills everyone's mind. Such a terrifying supreme being. How was it contained? Or even imprisoned here? All the agents couldn't help but show confusion on their faces. However, Nick Fury's focus is different from everyone else. He stared at the screen intently, his eyes fixed on this last sentence. At the time of writing this document, 6 of the chains have been broken or damaged, and only one remains intact. If the iron chain is the means of containing this supreme being, then the iron chain broke until only one was left. Doesn't it mean that? It seems that he thought of some horrible scene. Nick Fury's eyes widened and he froze in place. A chill that seemed to come from the depths of his soul swept over him. Camartage. A 200 kilometer tall obese humanoid. Ancient One repeated these words over and over again, feeling a sense of relief for no apparent reason. It's not that such a supreme being isn't dangerous. But as long as it's not the one she imagined, everything is acceptable. Ancient One pressed his frantically beating heart and continued watching. However, when her eyes swept over the revised ritual content at the back, her heart stopped instantly. Even the soul seemed to be frozen. Chapter 97. In Appendix 1, the 4th item, which was originally deleted during the ritual preparation stage, appears. 1 live male domestic chicken, recommended to be caged to prevent accidents when entering SCP-2317 Prime, referred to as the chicken. At the moment, no one cared why the ritual required a chicken. Because everyone's attention has been locked on the content that surfaced in the ceremony. It was just a few short words, but they were like a magnet. It attracts everyone's attention. 3 After completing 1 circumambulation of SCP-2317-AG, the Master of Ceremonies will sprinkle holy water on the assistant from head to toe, while reciting the following passage: 7 seals, 7 rings, 7 thrones for the Scarlet King. 4 The MC then moves to a safe location away from the assistants and uses an obsidian knife to kill a chicken as a sacrifice. Pour the chicken blood into the holy water bowl and then mix it with the holy water and shake it well. 6 After completing 1 circumambulation of SCP-2317-AG, the assistant will walk up to the stone in the center of the circle and pour the remaining mixture of blood and holy water onto the central sand and salt debris, while reciting the following passage: blood for the old gods, holy water for the new king. The deepest part of the universe. In the observer dimension. The moment the name Crimson King appeared, the pupils of the observer U8 suddenly shrank into a point. During their long lives as observers, they have observed some of the oldest and most powerful beings in many universes. There is no Crimson King. But, he just saw the name, and an indescribable fear immediately swept over him. In his mind, it seemed as if countless civilizations' frantic cries emerged. He is a creature of unusual rotation, from many different eras, all over the world. He is the memory of a lost world, memories of the pre-modern WORLD-14, manifested as hatred of modernity, hate this new humanity and sneer that marks our daily existence. He is an entity created by overwhelming, inescapable tension. It is the howl of the old world facing the cold, grey, meaningless new world. No. Can't think anymore. Ueda was on the edge of the cliff, and he managed to regain his sanity just in time. Damn it! What on earth is this? Just by mentioning his name, there is such a horrible polluting ability. The Crimson King, the Crimson King. No. He is definitely not some supreme divine being. He cannot be defined at all. The framework of mortals is meaningless to him. The curiosity in Ueda's heart has now been completely replaced by fear. At this moment, he felt an emotion he had never felt since becoming an observer. Shock. Fear. But after this complex emotion, he regained his sanity. Wrong. The Crimson King cannot be imprisoned. It is even more impossible for the Crimson King to appear in the Foundation world. His true self does not need to descend at all, even just a gaze, the Foundation's world will go completely crazy. In that case, who is SCP-2317? What is its relationship with the Crimson King? Thinking of this, Ueda's body couldn't help but tremble. The excitement and curiosity brought by prying into the secrets of the Crimson King temporarily overwhelmed his reason. On the multi-universe, eternity materialized into a small cosmic temple, and a whisper was heard. The Crimson King. As an abstract god born at the moment of the Big Bang, eternity represents the concrete manifestation of the entire Marvel multi-universe time. It is also the collective consciousness of all life in the universe and the physical embodiment of the Marvel multi-universe. However, even as the incarnation of the universe, he had never heard of the name of the Crimson King. The moment he saw the information, he had already checked the entire universe. Finally came to a conclusion, the Crimson King blocked his perception. At the moment, as the god of the universe, for the first time, I felt fear. At the same time, the audiences in the entire Marvel world were also completely shocked. WTF? He is really a god. Crimson King, damn it, I feel my soul trembling when I think of this name. How powerful is this existence? I finally understood the warning the system issued at the beginning. It was horrible. Oh my god, how on earth is such a being contained? The Foundation is really awesome. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. On all the agents' faces, they were all shrouded in an inexplicable fear. Deep red. Shut up. Nick Fury slapped an agent without any hesitation and said angrily, "Idiot, don't you know that some beings can attract attention just by chanting his name?" The other party woke up suddenly, and cold sweat instantly wet his back. The others were also swallowing their saliva with lingering fear. No. Assistant Maria stared at the screen intently and analyzed, he shouldn't exist in our universe. As the director's assistant, she knows as much intelligence as Nick Fury. She knew that there were many gods in the universe that humans did not understand, among whom were those responsible for maintaining the order of the universe. If the Scarlet King appeared in the Marvel universe, it would definitely not be so peaceful. After hearing what his assistant said, Nick Fury also fell into deep thought. The Crimson King is absolutely the supreme deity, he can easily cause an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. But it is unlikely to be contained by the Foundation. I am not necessarily pleased by such a sloppy ceremony. Could it be that? He seemed to have thought of something and looked up at the screen. There was a hint of suspicion in his eyes. More content surfaced on the screen. Addendum 2317-2, History, SCP-2317 was first discovered in 1922, by data expunged. The object was subsequently moved to Temporary Containment Area 17. The object was moved to Containment Area 179 in 1982, where it remains until the time of this writing. When first discovered, 4 of the 7 chains were broken and 3 were intact. The breaking of the 5th chain indirectly led to a data expunged event in our world. The 6th chain broke, which led to more data expunged events, ultimately resulting in the deaths of 2 million people. See here, Nick Fury was stunned. He straightened up suddenly, and his breathing became rapid. There was a flash of horror in his eyes, and the whole person looked like being struck by lightning. Every time a chain breaks, it will cause a world-class disaster? Even 2 million people died because of it. Such an existence is actually only a Keter-level containment object. It can't be the Crimson King, but what is it? What frightened him even more was, now, of the 7 chains that imprisoned me, it seemed that only 1 chain remained. He looked at the screen tremblingly, and when his eyes scanned the last paragraph, fear spread all over his body. After repairing the supplementary text recovered during containment, it was found that Procedure 220 Calabasis is an effective means of maintaining containment, and can be maintained until an effective method of repairing the chain is recovered or discovered. Containment procedures revised to implement Procedure 220 Calabasis. As records show that the sequence of data expunged events increases exponentially in lethality, it is presumed that the breaking of the final chain, SCP-2317-G, will result in an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. Therefore, everything possible must be done to ensure the successful execution of Procedure 220 Calabasis. This is the end of what can be seen by those with Level 4 security clearance. But at the moment, the audience of the entire Marvel world fell into a strange silence. An invisible fear seemed to penetrate the cosmic dimension and descend upon them. Shock, fear, despair. Immediately, there was an intense outburst of emotions. The entire live broadcast room suddenly became boiling, and countless barrages of comments appeared in the room like gushing out. Oh my God! Every broken iron chain will cause a world-class disaster? Even 2 million people will die because of it. That's 2 million. There are almost no disasters in our world that can cause so many deaths. Damn it! The most important thing is, there is only one left. It's so scary. This world is so dangerous. Humans are just ants standing under the feet of gods. S.H.I.E.L.D. At the moment, all the agents were completely filled with fear. 2 million people, almost the entire population of a large city. In the end, just because a chain was broken, everyone died. The key is, there is an iron chain. Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen, her face pale. No. Nick Fury interrupted Natasha Romanoff with a trembling voice. He turned around, looked at everyone, and said bitterly, even if the last chain breaks and does not cause an XK-class doomsday scenario, don't forget that benevolence. Under the trembling gazes of the crowd, he gritted his teeth and said word by word, the iron chain also holds a 200-kilometer tall entity SCP-2317-K. As soon as these words came out, everyone froze in place. The breaking of the chain holding SCP-2317-K alone could cause so many casualties. So, if SCP-2317-K is unrestrained, what happens? When everyone thought of that scene, their heartbeats accelerated. Unbelievable shock and horror echoed in my mind. Stark Industries building. Damn it! How did such a being get contained by the Foundation? Tony's hands were shaking as he held the wine glass. In the face of such existence, technology really doesn't seem to be as useful as religious mysteries. No. I think you're a little wrong. Colonel Rhodes pointed at the screen with a solemn expression and said slowly, nowhere in the files does it appear that SCP-2317-K55B was contained by the Foundation itself. Tony was stunned when he heard this, and then his eyes widened suddenly. The facts are just as Colonel Rhodes said. When the Foundation came into containment of SCP-2317, it appeared to be a wooden door leading to an alternate dimension. And those stone pillars seemed to have been imprisoning SCP-2317-K from the beginning. Thinking of this, Tony's expression suddenly became excited, that is to say, the entity that truly contained SCP-2317-K must have the ability to contain SCP-2317-K again. Even if it's just reforging the iron chain. Hearing this, Colonel Rhodes shook his head helplessly, slowly looked at the screen, and murmured, if it were possible, maybe the 6 iron rods wouldn't be broken. He was far less optimistic than Tony. Future technology building. Seeing that the version file with Level 4 security clearance ended here, Peter Parker pondered for a long time before looking at Lin Lang. There is none left. What else? I only had Level 4 security clearance at that time. Lin Lang answered casually. But you must have looked at it again later, right? Peter Parker's face became complicated and anxious. Shock, fear, worry, and a hint of curiosity. It can be said that although the audiences in the Marvel Universe were frightened by SCP-2317-K, but everyone's curiosity not only did not disappear, but it became even bigger. It's like watching a really good horror movie. Timid, helpless, but want to watch. Can you tell me? Please. Seeing this, Lin Lang smiled unhappily. Isn't this not over yet? Keep reading, there's something you want to know later. Peter Parker was stunned. He looked at the screen and asked in confusion, isn't the content of the file already ended? Hey. When the familiar figure of the supervisor appeared on the screen, Peter Parker was not the only one who was surprised. In the picture. After reading the file, Lin Lang remained silent for a long time. Until the sound of footsteps broke the silence. Da-da-da, we meet again, high-level researcher Linear. The supervisor's cold voice sounded again. She narrowed her eyes, looked at Lin Lang as if interrogating him, and asked in a serious tone, why are you interested in SCP-2317? Lin Lang looked at her calmly and said lightly, I just want to see it. The other person's mouth corners slightly raised, what if I can tell you something that only the highest security clearance can see? Chapter 98. As soon as the supervisor finished speaking, Lin Lang's eyes gradually changed from calm to deep. The audience in the live broadcast room was silent at first, and then immediately became excited. They wished they could get into the screen and agree on behalf of Lin Lang. In the picture. Seeing that Lin Lang didn't say anything, the supervisor smiled faintly, I can tell you the content first. I only have level 4 security clearance. I'm O5. Faced with this answer, Lin Lang was silent again, and then he nodded, okay. Seeing this, even the supervisor couldn't help but look at Lin Lang again. He is a decisive man. So she slowly came to Lin Lang, looked at him and asked, I guess you have read the previous 5 different versions of the file? What did you find? SCP-2317-K is not contained by the Foundation. The supervisor narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. There is no affirmation or denial. Instead, he hooked his chin towards Lin Lang, as if to signal him to continue. SCP-2317-K is not the Scarlet King. Continue. The supervisor's expression finally changed. As she stared at him, Lin Lang slowly made his final guess, 220 kilobasis procedure is not working. As soon as these words came out, the supervisor's expression suddenly froze. The audience in the live broadcast room were completely stunned. 220 kilobasis program not working? How is that possible? In an instant, the live broadcast room was flooded with countless barrages. WTF? Such a solemn ceremony of the Foundation doesn't work. What the hell, why would you think that? What if this guy is going to fall for it? Yes, now this guy hasn't moved, maybe it's the result of the ritual. The Foundation wouldn't lie, would it? S.H.I.E.L.D. I agree with the first and second points, but the third point is Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen and frowned. It doesn't make sense. Even if SCP-2317-K is not the Scarlet King, it doesn't mean the ritual is useless. Nick Fury stood aside, looking thoughtful. In fact, his views are somewhat similar to Lin Lang's. He also believed that with the Crimson King's level of existence, it is unlikely that they will pay attention to this inexplicable ritual created by humans. Thinking of this, he looked at the screen again, and couldn't help revealing a curious look. What response will the supervisor give? The supervisor stared at Lin Lang for a long time, as if he was seeing Lin Lang for the first time. After a long silence, he said in a deep voice, let me answer your first guess first. SCP-2317 was indeed not contained by the Foundation first, and it is certainly not a gate to another world. Hearing this, Lin Lang's expression moved slightly. The overseer continued, in reality, SCP-2317 is an ancient entity known as Data Expunged, the Devourer of Worlds. The Arakesh Codex states that it was captured and imprisoned by the occultists of Arakesh in approximately 1894 BCE. The Devourer of Worlds? Arakesh. This time, even Lin Lang couldn't help but be slightly surprised. The audience in the live broadcast room were shocked beyond words. Even SCP-2317 isn't real? Could it be possible that the Devourer of Worlds is SCP-2317-K? But what is Arakesh? For a moment, the entire live broadcast room was caught in a brainstorming session. The answers given by the supervisor not only failed to resolve their doubts, but instead made the puzzles even more complicated. In the picture, the supervisor recalls and narrates slowly, the Arakesh book records, then Keshpeth led his army of 10,000 into the realm above the clouds, where they fought a great battle with the Devourer, may his name be forever forgotten. Then Keshpeth and his host of 10,000 forged 7 chains of fineness, all forged from the bones of Jaspatar, the 7th bride of Data expunged, the dread Devourer, may his name be forgotten, and bound him in the pearl of the Father of Secrets, in the mirror of salt beneath the ocean realm. Keshpeth decrees that the gates to the far realm be forever sealed, lest the dread Devourer, may his name be forever forgotten, ever find his way back to our world. At the end, the supervisor's voice seemed to become distant and majestic. A picture subconsciously emerged in everyone's mind. Countless armies of mystic scholars marched into the cloud realm. There, they fought a fierce battle with a terrifying devourer that was hundreds of kilometers tall. Mystics fought bloody battles, the battle was so fierce that the sky was dark and gloomy. The blood dyed the earth red. The huge devourer was also imprisoned in the underground of a foreign space by the mystic scholars using special chains. Until today, the story is so magnificent and majestic. Awe-inspiring. S.H.I.E.L.D. That is to say, SCP-2317 is not a gate to another world at all. SCP-2317-K is the real body, A. Natasha Romanoff stared at the screen and murmured, "A devourer of worlds." She couldn't imagine it at all. Those mystics, how to seal a devourer of worlds that is hundreds of thousands of meters tall and imprison it in the pacification dimension. Especially 200 years ago, when there was no modern technology at all. Camartage. 7 fine chains. Ancient One stared at the screen intently. Looking at the words data expunged, I kept guessing what kind of existence this 7th bride was. At the same time, thinking, what is the connection between the Devourer of Worlds and the Crimson King? Deep in the universe. In the Observer Dimension. The Devourer of Worlds. Observer Ueda thought about the name again and again, but could not find any relevant information in his mind. Another creature that only exists in the Foundation universe. The huge monster that could devour space was actually sealed by a group of humans. It's unbelievable. In the screen, seemingly satisfied with Lin Lang's shocked silence, the Overseer continued, "It is unclear how the 19th century Order of the Golden Arrow opened the way to Cosmic Kappa Arakesh, nor is there motivation for doing so. It has been confirmed that the breaking of the first 4 chains binding the Devourer was purely accidental." Accident? The Overseer nodded. In fact, after the previous society disintegrated, our Founders Society took control of the project, and the organization disintegrated after several unsuccessful attempts to repair the damage. Lin Lang frowned, that is to say, at this time the Foundation took over the SCP-2317 project? Then the gate to another world, it was forged by the Foundation. The supervisor continued to speak in a shocking manner, saying slowly, "All signs indicate that the final collapse of containment will occur within the next century when this document is written. The average collapse interval is about 30 years. The iron chain is broken." The Overseer nodded. Lin Lang was puzzled. Hasn't the Foundation ever tried to repair the chain? This is also what the audience in the live broadcast room are wondering. The supervisor shook his head and said in a low voice, "All attempts to repair and replace the chains have failed, and all attempts to find the manufacturing method of these chains have been fruitless." Hearing this, Lin Lang fell silent. Current research is underway to find an alternative containment plan, but the chances of finding a way to prevent the Devourer from entering our universe are slim, especially since the original material from which the chains were crafted no longer exists. Having said that, the supervisor sighed. The threat level of SCP-2317, as well as the difficulty of containing it, made even her feel a little desperate. After a long silence, Lin Lang asked, "So, what is the connection between the Devourer of Worlds and the Crimson King? Why is the Crimson King mentioned in the ritual?" The supervisor was silent for a moment, as if hesitating whether he could tell Lin Lang such a secret. After a long silence, she sighed, "At present, we haven't completely confirmed it. We only have 2 guesses." Upon hearing this, Lin Lang frowned. The audience in the live broadcast room were even more stunned. The Foundation doesn't understand? Initially, the Foundation unanimously believed that the Devourer of Worlds was a projection of the Scarlet King. The supervisor finished speaking. "One stone creates a wave." The live broadcast room, which was already full of discussion, suddenly exploded. Unexpectedly, without giving everyone a chance to discuss, the supervisor said again, "But now, we have denied this speculation." The supervisor looked at Lin Lang and said solemnly, "The Devourer of Worlds is likely an anomaly that has been invaded by the concepts of the Crimson King. As soon as these words came out, the already somewhat shocked audience became completely excited. WTF? The Devourer of Worlds was actually invaded by the Scarlet King's concept. Damn it, the Devourer of Worlds is so powerful, but in front of the Crimson King, he is just a projection. Not even a projection. Oh my god, if that's the case, what level of existence is the King of Li? What are you thinking? A sealed Devourer of Worlds can cause a horrific world-class disaster. If it really wakes up, there is no need for the Crimson King to take action. I'm afraid the world will be destroyed, right? It's unbelievable. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury looked at the screen and was completely emotional. He had always thought that he had a certain idea of the Crimson King. It was not until now that he realized that he had overthought. The Devourer of Worlds possesses the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and can even be regarded as a projection of the Crimson King. How terrifying is the real Crimson King? He didn't dare to think about it. In the screen, Lin Lang was silent for a long time before he reluctantly accepted this statement. The supervisor looked at him and said meaningfully, "Your tenacity exceeds that of most doctors." Lin Lang did not get complacent, but narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "There is one last question." Unexpectedly, the supervisor did not hesitate at all and simply said, "Your third guess is not wrong either, the 220 kilobasis procedure is actually useless, really." Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly realized what was going on, and seemed to have been mentally prepared for it. Once the Devourer of Worlds is accepted, it is invaded by the Scarlet King's concept. After discovering the anomaly, everyone had actually agreed with Lin Lang's third guess. How could a being of such a high level as the Crimson King be pleased by a group of humans' inexplicable rituals? He won't even pay any attention. As for the Devourer of Worlds, aka SCP-2317-K originally, I, Zhao Qunhao, have already imprisoned him, so isn't it completely unnecessary to have to perform some kind of ritual that pretends to be a ghost? Screen. The Overseer sighed, the main threat at the moment is despair or panic within the Foundation. She looked at Lin Lang with a complicated expression, "You know, the members of the Foundation are originally in a high-pressure environment. If they knew that SCP-2317-K could not be contained, the world would be in chaos. The inevitable end, they will collapse." Lin Lang looked at her calmly, So, for the sake of morale, a fake containment procedure, 220 copies of Procedure Labasas, will be approved. The supervisor seemed to be back in time to the afternoon when the final vote was made. Facing the solemn O5 council members, the proposer of the project said loudly, "The fake containment procedures will be made realistic by adding ritual magic elements, incorporate elements of mainstream religious rituals, add to other known paranormal organization elements, adding other known elements of special containment procedures, add descriptions of nearby but unrelated supernatural entities, enhanced information security on the specific steps of the procedure, appealing to conventional memes that high-energy nuclear weapons can effectively eliminate anomalous entities." As soon as the words fell, the audience in the live broadcast room all fell into a strange mood. No one expected that the ceremony that everyone found incredible before, that's how it came about. What I didn't expect was, Procedure 220 kilobasis was originally completely ineffective, its primary purpose being to reduce anxiety among team members until more permanent containment procedures could be found. Chapter 99. Seeing this, not only the live broadcast room, but also the extraordinary chat group was talking about it. Deadpool, damn it, I always thought this ritual was real, and I was planning to learn it, just in case it could be useful in the future. Steve, it's best not to learn anything about the existence of the Crimson King. It is not recommended to try anything rashly. Tony, the Devourer of Worlds was actually contained by a group of mystic scholars without any technology through mystical means. I cannot accept this. Ancient One, the mysterious side does not mean deviating from science. Perhaps they follow some cosmic laws that we do not understand. Hulk, what I want to know is what Lin Lang will do after he knows the truth about SCP-2317. Hawkeye, I am also curious about what Lin Lang's purpose is. Just when there was a heated discussion in the chat group. On the screen. At the same time, preparations are underway to ensure the survival of the human species in the event of a containment breakdown. At this point, the supervisor's voice stopped abruptly. Judging from her slightly flustered expression, she seemed to have said too much. What made her feel pity was that she still couldn't see the slightest shock from Lin Lang, especially when she met those eyes that were like deep pools, she felt as if her soul was sinking. Damn it! The overseer anxiously changed the subject. So, can you tell me why you are interested in SCP-2317? Lin Lang gave an unexpected answer. If the answer agrees with your expectations, then there is no need to perform a Class B amnesiac on me. After hearing this, the supervisor was stunned at first, and then he laughed. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Class B amnesiac? S.H.I.E.L.D. That's what I said. Lin Lang's security clearance was only level 4, so it was obvious that telling him top secrets would be an absolute violation of the law. Now it seems that the reason why the supervisor was so happy was that he had obviously planned to clear Lin Lang's memory after leaking the secret from the beginning. Hey! Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen, puzzled. If she cleared Lin Lang's memory, can we still see this picture? Nick Fury was stunned for a moment and looked at Natasha Romanoff with a strange expression. This girl seems to have discovered a blind spot. In the picture, Lin Lang's breathing rate changes slightly. His expression also carried a hint of confusion and entanglement that was difficult to express facing the supervisor's scrutinizing gaze. Lin Lang remained silent for a long time before he said in a deep voice, "I think I lost some memory." The overseer's eyes flickered. Everyone is constantly losing their memories. Perhaps you just received a memory wipe because of a certain memory. Unexpectedly, Lin Lang opened his mouth and chuckled. Are you talking about the Yellowstone Mountain incident? When the word flower appeared, the supervisor's breath stopped. Then he looked at Lin Lang in astonishment. You haven't forgotten. Lin Lang gave her an intriguing smile in return. In fact, when I first joined the Foundation, my memory was no longer affected by ordinary means. Perhaps you need to undergo an internal review by the Foundation, the overseer threatened. Actually, whether it's type blue or type green, I'm normal. Maybe it's just my ability. The supervisor frowned and looked at Lin Lang. Back to your previous topic, you still think you have forgotten something. And, is it related to the Supreme God? Lin Lang nodded, then shook his head. I have no way of knowing. The only thing I know is that it is a very important memory. Da-da-da. In the information database, the supervisor's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. The knocking sound echoed in the empty information library. No one spoke. Lin Lang stared at the supervisor quietly, waiting for her answer. The atmosphere became increasingly depressing. After nearly a minute, the knocking sound disappeared. The supervisor looked at Lin Lang, his eyes flickering, as if he was thinking about something. When the audience in the live broadcast room became a little impatient, she suddenly said, I have a plan and I may need your help. Lin Lang looked at her quietly until she said a name, Rebirth Plan. The picture ends here. Seeing the screen go dark in an instant, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned at first, and then they started cursing. WTF? Why are all the people in the Foundation Riddler? What the hell is the Rebirth Plan? What did Lin Lang forget again? Tell me. Riddler should be locked in Containment Cell 682. The Riddler will crawl into your bed at night 096. S.H.I.E.L.D. Damn it. The O5 Council is all Riddler. Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen in anger. Nick Fury shrugged. As a leader, he did not comment on the supervisor's approach. One of the leadership points, if you can't explain something clearly, try not to explain it clearly. But then there was silence again. Now that his identity has changed, he suddenly feels that doing this is not a good idea. Fortunately, the picture appeared on the screen again soon. Dr. Kondriki's office. Damn it. I didn't even get a warning from O5. Dr. Kondriki looked at Lin Lang, surprised. Didn't you use your level 4 security clearance to view SCP-2317's files? I have. Have you seen it? Dr. Kondriki touched the back of his head in confusion. Strange, O5 didn't even let me investigate your identity. Investigating identity. Dr. Kondriki shrugged. You know, the Foundation's old enemies, Chaos Insurgency, Serpent's Hand, Black Queen, and so on, they have been coveting these extremely dangerous containment objects for a long time. Upon hearing these familiar names of organizations, the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Fortunately, Lin Lang raised the question for them. What do they do? Damn it, you didn't know? Dr. Kondriki asked in surprise, as if he was meeting Lin Lang for the first time. We deal with them almost every day. Just yesterday, a site was hacked by Chaos Insurgency, and they took away several containment objects. After these words were spoken, not only the live broadcast room, but even Lin Lang, who usually did not show his emotions, was a little surprised. Dr. Kondriki gave a weird smile. You don't think the Foundation has no enemies in the world? Lin Lang did not answer. Dr. Kondriki chuckled, if nothing else, let's talk about the Chaos Insurgency. The Chaos Insurgency was a group that split from the Foundation. It was founded in 1924 by 10 groups of rebels who went AWOL with several SCP objects. The splitter. Lin Lang frowned. It exploits authoritarian systems in poor, developing countries, often using their populations in much the same way the Foundation uses D-class personnel. As such, it intentionally keeps these countries poor and at war so it can continue to conduct radical experiments, easily recruit soldiers, and conduct profitable business with the opposition. At this point, Dr. Kondriki paused and grinned. If the top executives of the Foundation are all cold-blooded robots, then the members of Chaos Insurgency are all damn bastards. He looked at Lin Lang, not hiding his disgust for the Chaos Insurgency. The main base and current leader of the insurgency, B, are currently unknown. The group directly confronts the Foundation, using lethal force to prevent the Foundation from containing multiple anomalies. The Foundation has also been infiltrated by insurgency agents in the past, resulting in the loss of valuable scientific data, the theft of multiple anomalies, and the death of several personnel. Having said this in one breath, Dr. Kondriki picked up the water and took several big gulps. Little did they know, his words, but it completely stunned the audience in another world. WTF? Chaos Insurgency split from the Foundation. Damn it. I always thought that the Foundation is such a powerful organization that no one in that world would dare to mess with it. I didn't expect that there is an organization specifically targeting the Foundation. According to this statement, the Chaos Insurgency is a group of anti-human terrorists. Damn, this world is so dangerous, can't everyone just live a good life? Why are you fighting among yourselves? S.H.I.E.L.D. A group of agents were also discussing this. Nick Fury looked at the screen and nodded with sympathy. As a senior member of the organization, he could empathize with this situation. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Foundation share a common purpose: maintain stability in life. As a result, no matter which anti-human terrorist organizations, or maybe it's some giant international conglomerate that always harasses us every now and then. Even now, there are quite a few spies in S.H.I.E.L.D. But compared to the Foundation's opponents, S.H.I.E.L.D's situation pales in comparison. After all, how can the threat posed by mutants and inhumans be compared to the containment creatures that can easily destroy the world? In the picture, there are differences between the Serpent's Hand, the Black Queen, and the Chaos Insurgency, but not much. As for the others, Dr. Kondriki drank his water impatiently. As for the others, you can go and see for yourself. Oh, by the way, I just received a project to terminate Keter-level containment these days. Are you interested in learning more about it? A project to terminate Keter? Lin Lang looked at Dr. Kondriki suspiciously. You? Dr. Kondriki seemed to be hurt by Lin Lang's questioning look. His face darkened. What's that look in your eyes? That BD Clef can be killed, but I can't. After that, he angrily threw a file to Lin Lang. Project name Duke. Obviously, this Duke is the Keter-level containment that Dr. Kondriki wants to execute. Item No, SCP-083 Object Class, Keter. See here. Especially when the word Keter appeared on the screen, the audience in the live broadcast room were shocked. Keter again. S.H.I.E.L.D. How many Keter-level objects does the Foundation have in containment? When Natasha Romanoff saw the word Keter again, she felt sick. Not only her, but everyone else also once again recalled the fear of their brains being dominated by 682, 239, and the newly appeared 2317. Nick Fury stared at the screen with a strange expression. To be honest, his current thoughts are similar to Lin Lang's. Can Dr. Kondriki really terminate a containment instance of this level? Special Containment Procedures, SCP-083 should be locked in its containment area from 0700 to 1900. At other times, he can roam freely in other containment sites, but this must be done under the constant supervision of at least a dozen Level 2 personnel or above. SCP-083 has shown no signs of wanting to escape, and has stated, "I love it here, I pretty much have everything I want." However, the subject has shown an increasing curiosity about several SBS currently at Site-19. Drive Data Expunged recommends that for safety reasons, this item is not allowed to appear in any SCP containment facility. See Addendum 083-D1. Seeing this, the audience who were originally worried about this were stunned. Ah? That's it? Keter-level containment is this? S.H.I.E.L.D's agents also frowned. Obviously, this Keter containment doesn't seem to be as dangerous as other Keter-level containments. Keep reading. Description: SCP-083 appears to be a Caucasian male between the ages of 20 and 26. Black hair, brown eyes, 1.83 m tall. Usually wears inconspicuous clothing. The subject usually calls himself Duke, but he does not mind being called SCP-083 or just 83. He spends most of his time walking around Site-19, or in the recreation room and talking with staff. The following long paragraph shows that 083 seems to be just a vampire with intelligence. But when the final addendum 083-D1 appeared, the audience of the Marvel world realized that they are wrong. How wrong? Chapter 100. 083's ability is similar to the vampire in fantasy novels. But according to his own words, he should be the ancestor of vampires. And different blood sources inhaled will produce completely different reactions. Originally, his days in the Foundation's custody were not difficult, until during an experiment, he drank the blood of our victim, but before that, she was a virgin. Then, Duke Rage. Document 25-083-076, while in Containment Area 25, subject immediately raged based on the blood given to him in Test 083-C, displaying levels of rage never before recorded. The object successfully breached its containment procedures, which unfortunately coincided with the time when SCP-076-2 showed signs of movement. At this time, the security personnel could no longer handle the threats from SCP-083 and SCP-076-2 at the same time, so the containment of SCP-083 and SCP-076-2 failed, which directly led to the decision of the top management to send reinforcements. SCP-076-2. When this familiar number appeared on the screen again, the audience in the live broadcast room were shocked. Isn't this the 076-2 that appeared before? Able? S.H.I.E.L.D. Able. Natasha Romanoff stared at the screen, wondering, this thing actually let Able out. Recalling that Able almost killed 682 in 1 second, he also destroyed the flower of the universe and restarted the world with his own strength. All the agents were immediately excited. Able is the top combat force among Keter-level humanoid containment creatures. Will the Duke be his match? During this time, data expunged, which allowed SCP-083 to find a suitable food source, drive data expunged, who was promptly killed and drained. Security footage was recovered 12 hours later, showing SCP-083 regaining high-level consciousness and beginning to detonate warheads on site as SCP-076-2 continued its escape attempt. At that time, all non-combat personnel had been evacuated from Containment Area 25, as well as most transportable SCPs. SCP-083 broke into the former, now lost, containment chamber of SCP data expunged and successfully used it as a weapon. This action, no matter how reckless, allowed him to data expunged. He was able to hold off SCP-076-2 long enough for the remaining security personnel to evacuate, until the warhead was detonated and data expunged. Seeing this, the audience who had been discussing in the live broadcast room suddenly stopped talking. Everyone looked at the screen with complicated expressions, and for a moment they didn't know how to start talking. WTF? This guy went crazy after drinking the wrong blood. The point is, he caused the containment breach, and then worked with 076-21. I now understand why they suddenly want to execute this guy. It turns out he is a troublemaker. Damn, that's a really fitting description. If they can stop 076-2, their combat capability must be strong. S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents looked at each other in bewilderment. The Duke's actions were so outrageous that they left people confused. Obviously, he was able to remain sane before rage, but once he lost his sanity, this guy was a complete nuclear bomb. Nick Fury concluded, for the sole reason of causing other containment breaches, he is doomed to be terminated. After seeing this, everyone finally understood who 083 was and why he was to be executed. But the problem now is, why was Dr. Kondricki terminated? Instead of Dr. Clef, who is responsible for terminating Keter-level objects. I remember that not long ago the Foundation launched an investigation into the value of containing and studying SCP-083. Lin Lang put down the file and asked meaningfully. That's right. Dr. Kondriki shrugged. The final conclusion was to terminate SCP-083. Having said this, he stood up proudly. He held his head high and said in a shocking voice, imitating what the O5 counselor had said at that time, the person to be executed was chosen from the standing pool, an individual with expertise and experience in the elimination and destruction of humanoid SCPs, and known for his no-nonsense, surgical approach. As he spoke, Dr. Kondriki slapped his chest and said, "Yes, it's me." Seeing Dr. Kondriki's self-absorption, Lin Lang's eyes twitched. At first glance, I thought he was talking about Dr. Clef. Don't mention that BD. Dr. Kondriki jumped up as if he had been pricked by a needle, staring at Lin Lang and saying viciously, "Just wait and see, I will stage a textbook execution." Lin Lang bowed slightly, "I'll wait and see." Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly had a bad feeling. Although Dr. Clef has a bad temper, loves to curse, and lies all the time, but when it comes to executing Keter, he has never disappointed anyone. But what about Dr. Kondriki? When it comes to disappointing people, he never disappoints. There was no chance for people to discuss. Soon the ominous premonition was confirmed. In the picture, Lin Lang, with a strange look on his face, was taken by the staff to a hall with huge amounts of money. There was a huge amount of banners hanging on the stage, which read, "A communication meeting about high-level researcher supervisor, Dr. Kondriki, took a series of illegal actions in the termination of Project 083, which eventually led to a containment breach at Site 19. Me. Live broadcast room. In an instant, all the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. WTF? Fast-forwarded directly to the struggle session. Dr. Kondriki is here. Dr. Kondriki is here. Dr. Kondriki is down. Ha ha ha, I live in Bungbu. Is this Dr. Kondriki's textbook execution? It's hilarious. For a moment, the entire Marvel world was filled with a happy atmosphere. S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents who had just expected Dr. Kondriki to return victorious looked at each other in bewilderment. After a painful burst of suppressed laughter, the laughter resounded throughout S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury held his forehead in pain, and he didn't even know what to say for a moment. As for Natasha Romanoff and Maria on the side, they were laughing so hard that they could hardly straighten their backs. Alas, Apocalypse's 4 doctors, why are their styles different? He looked at the screen. Now the only thing he wanted to know was, 083 was the execution successful? What happened during the execution? On the podium, an elderly man is giving his opening remarks at the meeting. The person to carry out this termination was selected from the standing pool. He is a person with professional skills and extensive experience in the elimination and destruction of humanoid SCPs, and is known for his decisive, surgical approach. He was quickly vetted and began his mission. As he spoke, he looked up at the empty seat where Dr. Kondriki should have been sitting, and gritted his teeth and said, "Unfortunately, it turns out that he is not reliable." PSST. There was an immediate burst of painful, suppressed laughter from the audience. Lin Lang sat in the back row with Dr. Clef, Dr. Gears, and Professor Kane, his face full of helplessness. As expected, he muttered. Dr. Clef's voice yelled, "Told you that idiot couldn't do the job." The old man on the stage sighed and explained, Dr. Kondriki was not selected as the executor this time based on the recommendation of his colleagues and subordinates. Having said this, he paused and said helplessly, instead, he obtained the relevant authority and permissions through a loophole in the management system, forcing the O5 level to reluctantly accept his self-appointment. O5-8 calmed the O5's fears by citing Dr. Kondriki's impressive loyalty, and claimed that giving him such an important position would eventually make him take his job seriously. "Please give me flowers." Then he added, "By the way, O5-8 is a new O5 member and is not aware of this doctor's past violations." As soon as these words were spoken, the audience was once again filled with laughter. The audience in the live broadcast room also laughed out loud. The image of Dr. Kondriki being intoxicated by himself is still fresh in my mind. Who could have thought that the situation would turn around so quickly? In the picture, the old man seemed to have lost interest in continuing and casually pointed behind him, "Please look at the VCR, ahem, below are the records and documents related to the execution of the Duke." Hearing this, all the doctors in the audience fell silent. The audience in the live broadcast room were also extremely curious at the moment. What exactly did Dr. Kondraki do to 083? As the video file appeared on the screen, everyone inside and outside the screen sat upright. The first thing to appear is what appears to be a containment chamber. Dr. Kondraki enters SCP-083's containment chamber carrying a folding table and 2 chairs. According to the original plan, place the 3 and sit on the chair at one end. Perhaps it was the foreshadowing of the old man. So when Dr. Kondraki appeared, bursts of laughter broke out spontaneously inside and outside the screen. In the picture, Dr. Kondraki took his seat and spoke first. Well, it's a very nice place to stay. They treat you very well, Duke, and it's just like something out of a Bram Stoker novel. SCP-083. At first glance, he appears to be a young Caucasian male. He stared at Dr. Kondraki for several seconds before he said helplessly, well, it seems I must have done something recently. You know, I don't think I've seen you in Base 19. Yes, you definitely haven't seen me. Now, let's get on with the interview. I still have there are more important things to do than chatting with vampires. Upon hearing this, SCP-083 immediately laughed. I didn't restrict your diet, did I? Besides, this interview was requested by me. You should know that I always get what I want. Yes, yes. Although I remember you wanted a woman. I hope you are not too disappointed, Count. At this point, Dr. Kondraki lit a cigarette and took out a container of specially treated liquid. In the briefing before the execution, he did not give details, citing confidentiality. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene seemed to be filled with gunpowder. SCP-083 narrowed his eyes and sneered in a mocking tone, I can't say I'm happy about getting a rude human like you, especially after I've tasted the flavor of beautiful girls. But don't worry, after we're done, the lady will satisfy me. While SCP-083 is speaking, Dr. Kondraki unscrewed the lid of the container and placed it on the edge of the table. For some reason, SCP-083 seems a little afraid of the smell of it. This situation alarmed the security personnel. An agent stepped forward and frisked Dr. Kondraki. He quickly searched Kondraki's body and took out a pistol, then said, Sorry sir, this is unauthorized. Well, whatever. Dr. Kondraki didn't seem to care and let the other party take the pistol. Then, he looked at SCP-083, grinned, and said, So, why don't you tell me about yourself, little Dracula? You are the mysterious dark force that torments the human mind. Or just a spoiled brat playing vampire games? Dr. Kondraki's verbal stimulation was effective, and SCP-083 immediately became angry, I guess I don't like your attitude, or your lack of education. Dr. Kondraki smiled nonchalantly and even blew a puff of smoke in the direction of SCP-083 provocatively. Interesting, I don't care what you think. As soon as the words fell, Dr. Kondraki stood up suddenly, and then threw the bottle of liquid at SCP-083 with lightning speed. What the hell did you throw at me? Cat urine and garlic juice, bad boy, mixed with some silver nitrate. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you're notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.